along with Patsy, just finishing a little over 1 year on council and finding it interesting and challenging and occasionally funny.
Thank you for that. Mr. Brown.
Great morning. Alex Brown, I represent Ward 1. Happy to be here. This is sort of a new style for us this year with facilitation by our guest. So looking forward to a great day today with some productivity.
Mr. Ames.
Good morning. David Ames, Ward 3, last term on the council. Thank you.
Thank you. Alan Perry, Mayor, and I want to thank everybody for being here today. I want to thank staff on all the work that they've put into this to make this a great day. I look forward to us having some great conversations, putting some items on the table, and walking away with a renewed sense and vibrance in bringing the dreams and hopes forward so that we really protect and enhance our community and the quality of life that we all desire. So with that being said, I will turn it over to Mr. Orlando.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, Mayor and Council and members of the community that are here today. Just a note, Tom Sunday just whispered to me, Councilman Stanford is present. I do believe he's going to be present virtually. I just don't know how all that's working yet, just from a logistics standpoint.
Is he able to come in and say a few words now?
He's not.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Well, more as important, on behalf of the senior team, we're so pleased to be here with you today as we work together to assess and continue to build our strategic plan. I really want to start by saying thank you to Town Council. This is a real strategic plan process that we dove into a little more than 3 years ago, that I dove into a little more than 3 years ago with you. The town has traditionally had a strategic plan, but I do appreciate that in my time so far here with you, that we've really focused on building the goals, the strategies, and the tactics to accomplish, that we come back at least once a year to compare some notes, and for you to let me know how we're doing, right? It's the biggest question I have for the day is, how are we doing? So I appreciate that. I do appreciate the group behind me here. I couldn't do any of this. We couldn't do any of this without them. I would tell you that I really believe that everybody sitting at that table is a part of this senior team, as a part of this community, because they want to make a difference. And I know that they are. I know that we have a lot of work underway, and the time commitment and the intellectual commitment that I'm watching them make is second to none in my career. So I appreciate them and really do. And we know the strategic plan is only as strong as its advocates, so it's definitely a team sport. I would like to go over the binder. I'm going to do a couple things right now. I just want to dive into the binder. I would like the folks behind me to give a very quick introduction. Who are you? What do you do? And be quick through that. And then start diving into the workshop for the day. So you have a binder in front of you, members of Town Council. There's a few things in it. You should have a consolidated budget calendar. It tells us that we are a couple months away. Can we turn the lights up a little bit in here for now? We'll turn them down when we need the presentation, but I feel like I'm at a restaurant and I can't see the menu.
We did that on purpose, Mark.
Yes, thanks. Thank you. And it'll tell us that we're a couple months away from first reading of FY25 budget. You also have in your, or on your table, our first ever, at least that I know of, 2023 annual report. It reports on the work that you have asked us to do through the strategic plan. It outlines a little bit of our 2023 accomplishments and adds some measurement to it, our key performance indicators. It's V1, it's our first one. I know that over time we will continue to refine and improve this as well. All right, if you start going through your tabs in your binder, if you go to the second tab, well, the first tab is just an overview memo from me to you. And your second tab is today's working agenda. You'll see that we'll overview the strategic plan process. We'll talk about the top 15, your top 15 priorities as you've laid out in the strategic plan last year. We'll talk about all of the initiatives, though, not just the top 15. We'll talk about some additional items that have come to your attention, to my attention, and I'd like some clarity on those initiatives today. There's obvious time for public comment. Mayor, whenever you'd like to call public comment, it doesn't have to be 6 on the agenda. It could be anywhere in the workshop. And then a lot of time for y'all to talk. I would like to get through certain parts of this workshop this morning so that we have some time this afternoon to really talk about consensus and priorities. We'll have a couple breaks, and we'll break for lunch around 12 o'clock, Kim, and go from there. Your next tab in your binder is the top 2023 to 2025 strategic action plan priorities, and I'll overview those. You have a consolidated budget exec summary, and then the back of the book, if you'd like to follow along and take some notes, the presentation that we have up here, the entire presentation for today, is laid out for you in the back of your book, so you can take some notes and follow through that way. And the very last tab, although I think as important as the first tab, is a memo that you've probably seen before, dated January 30th. It is a memo put together by the senior team that outlines all of the accomplishments in 2023. So lots to celebrate, lots to talk about. I know we're gonna start diving in, so thank you for that. So my goals today, I wrote them down yesterday. I started thinking after I talked with our good team here, who I will introduce in 2 seconds, but I want to celebrate our success to date, right? I do think that the folks behind me here and with you and members of the public need to hear us talk about what's getting done, what's going well, and what we're accomplishing, maybe a little reflection on, is it making a difference? Second, I really want to overview the 2024, right, the calendar 2024 year work plan initiatives, and that is baked into the presentation. And then also allow some time for you and our facilitators to talk about consensus on the initiatives we're working on and any additional initiatives that'll be talked about a little later on today. So with that, I'll start diving in. I went over our overview. So the Bridge Group Management Consultants is a group of Bill and Mike, Bill Stipp, Mike Letcher, and I'll turn it over to the both of you and ask you to introduce yourselves. But they have been, it shows up here, 80 years of combined experience, but they have been working with municipalities and other public agencies across the United States and in different roles and in different formats. They have definitely dove into the strategic planning profession and have helped me in the past, and I'm happy that they're here today with you. So, Bill, Mike, all yours.
Well, Mayor and Council, Mayor Pro Tem, and Mayor, we really, really appreciate the opportunity to be here. I'll start out with sort of the Southwest situation here. When you're on the plane with Southwest, they always say, we appreciate you flying with us. Well, we appreciate you selecting us for this job today and to work with you through this workshop. We're Mike Letcher with Bridge Group, and my background is primarily city management. City manager for about 30 years. I'm also a professor, associate professor at the University of Arizona, so I teach future city managers what they need to know to effectively work in communities around the country. And we were formed in about 2005. Bill and I have been consulting together since about 2011. Primary focus is with government. We have government clients all over the country, so really appreciate being here today. One of the things that yesterday, as we were coming out of one of your restaurants, had a great meal and sort of looking out at the ocean and the sunset. It reminded me of Peter Senge, who is a world-renowned author, management author, when he talks about managing the horizon, beautiful sunset. And today, that's exactly what we're here to do, is to manage that horizon, to strategically think about and position Hilton Head Island to take advantages of all of the opportunities that are out there in the future and be deliberate about those. With that being said, I'll turn it over to Bill to introduce himself and we'll go from there.
Turn my mic on. I think the volume check we did earlier may not have worked. Good morning. I'm going to stand for a little bit because you're going to get tired of listening to any of us or all of us. But I'm Bill Stipp. I took an opportunity to introduce myself to each of you. Mike and I joke, we have been friends for 25 years. We decided to consult together when retirement came both of our ways back in 2011. But I'm the elected part of this little duo that we have here. I am in my third and final term, and for me it's my 13th year, so I guess from one elected to another, when we look at our time in office, 13 years obviously is going to be the time to leave when we have it. But I have also been in city or town government for 40 years. So I have been in management. I've been in all the roles that the staff has had here. I've been on both sides of the strategic planning process. So we have a very unique kind of a duo. I also, in the last, when I retired in 2009, have spent the last decade working with the U.S. military and have been a contractor and consultant for them in their homeland response forces. So it really has given me an opportunity to work with general officers and their staff to give us a completely different perspective on how we respond to emergencies here in the U.S. and then how we interact with federal government, state government, local government. So it's been a kind of a very unique experience for me and for Mike as we kind of go forward. So let's talk a little bit about workshop expectations. I didn't hear in your intro about this little packet, but in your binder is this strategic planning summary, survey summary. It should be on the side of the binder. And there's, if you recall, during the survey that we asked you to take, we asked the question, what are 3 things you want to achieve during this session? For those of you that have not seen the survey results, I'll give you a little tip, or head forward on this. We want to align strategic objectives and priorities of the town council. We want to establish clear top priorities and clear initiatives, reevaluate existing strategic initiatives and streamline them, set 2 levels of priority with the expectation that the second group would move up next year, so a little future pushing, if you will, of some of that, and reduce the number of strategies in the strategic plan based on the town council priorities. So you can tell there's a little bit of push and pull in that. How do we establish and align clear objectives but yet reduce the number of strategies? So we met yesterday. We think we figured out a path forward on those to try to meet your specific requests for this. In addition to that, we want a little bit of understanding and communication, that we understand other council members' perspectives, understand the status of goals within the plan, reestablish responsibilities of the manager and council, and I think we're going to talk a little bit about that here in just a few minutes when we talk about the manager's role, your role, or our role as elected officials. Advance awareness of the need for the town's own police department and improvements at Sea Pines. I think that is really probably a future discussion, may not be something that we tackle necessarily today, but it is noted that it is something that I think is a much larger conversation that you as a group probably need to have over the next year as you get ready to advance your next strategic plan going forward. And then decision-making and consensus, that is really what today is all about. We really want to make sure that we get the town council together on consensus issues moving forward for this next year or year and a half. What we want to try to avoid is a lack of engagement and commitment. That is, I don't think that's going to be an issue based on our individual meetings that we've had with you, but avoid lack of engagement. We want to try to keep this conversation very practical, less emotional. Let's remember what we're here for. You know, I think that's the biggest challenge that we have as elected officials and I use the grocery store example. I go into the grocery store and somebody immediately comes up to me and says, hey, why is this happening? Or what is going on with that? And we take that very personally. And then we come back and we turn our attention onto the manager and we say, okay, I just got accosted at the grocery store and this is what happened. Meanwhile, there are 50,000 other people who are really happy with what we're doing that are not calling us and telling us that they're happy. So we have to remember that and try to keep our own emotions in check going forward. So we're going to kind of walk through a few things about how this planning process may help. Prevent long speeches. That's probably impossible because I'm already rambling on and somebody already made a comment, well, we're going to listen to Mark all day. So there's our long speeches.
Who said that?
My role as facilitator is to maintain secrecy. We want to ensure commitment and consensus, avoid focusing solely on few individuals' priorities and come up with collective priorities. And that's probably the most difficult thing is we are very passionate about the things that we are very passionate about, but we are part of a group, and not one person can drive that conversation. We had, for the longest time, in our community, and our community is fairly large, and we're continuing to grow. The city that I am elected in has been in the top 10 fastest growing communities in the country for almost a decade. We are in the largest county and the fastest growing county in the country, and that's been for the last 5 years. When I came to our city in 2001, we were 18,000 people. Today we're 112,000 people. So we have grown exponentially fast. And we are still all elected at large. We do not represent individual areas, so we have to talk to the entire community, and we're almost 200 square miles in geographic size. And the reason that I say that is we've had several very, very good mayors, and one of them, when I first got elected, said, I and you are only one vote on this council. All of us have to come together and decide where we want to go. And that was very shocking to me, even though I had been on staff for a long time, to hear what we thought as the political leader of the community saying, hey, I am only one vote, you are only one vote. We're not going to get our way forward. And that really set the stage for me as a young individual coming on. So I don't know, I just figured I'd share that. Anyway, getting the budget, don't get bogged down on details. We are high-level strategy. Let's kind of keep moving, thinking forward on that. And maintaining productivity and focus. And theory, that's why Mike and I are here. We'll see how that works out at the end of the day, if we can stick with that. So let's talk a little bit about the strategic planning process. This is I'm going to say a theory, but it's really founded in strong academic background. Mike and I have put this together. I'm going to say mostly Mike. He's the big thinker of this little duo here, but over time, we've kind of figured out a strategy here that we call level 6 governance. And the level that council operates at is the level that the organization will operate at. So if level 1 is day-to-day operations, if you're worried about the sidewalks and the potholes and why is the old famous, and I have a fire background, so fire chief, you're going to end up hearing a lot of fire analogies, so don't think I'm taking shots. I'm not, because if there was a police chief here, I'd be doing that. That's how that goes. But why is the fire truck at the grocery store? That, if that's all that you're worried about as a council, then that's all that this staff is ever going to do, and they're never going to move the organization forward. Those day-to-day things. If all we're doing is responding to the grocery store incident, the constituent response, if all we're doing it is responding to that, then the staff will never pull forward because they're constantly putting out, as we say, little fires everywhere. So we want to try to bring ourselves up. Level 3 is what we are statutorily required to do. So we will do our zoning, and we will do our liquor licenses and whatever other statutorily required things we do as a council, and that the staff does that because they have to, and you do that because you have to, but we all know that that is not the stuff that drives what we do every single day. Now we start talking about strategic plan, and that's level 4. And if the council is working at a strategic level, that will elevate the rest of the organization. We let the professionals on, I'm going to say on this side of the room, do what they do every day because we hired them to do a great job. And obviously, according to Mark, they're doing a wonderful job. So we want to let them do that. So we need to remain in a very strategic, kind of focused perspective. There are times when we're going to dip in because we're going to get a quote-unquote accosted at the grocery store. And we have to make the manager aware of those things. But we really want to try to elevate our role as the political body and the policymakers of the community. Level 5 is really about shared expectations about governance. And what we have found in, I'm going to say, traveling across the country, and Mike and I present at the International City Managers Association, been doing that for the last 5 or 6 years, and we end up talking to 50 or 60 managers a year from different places in the country, and that is probably what we say is our profession's number one weakness, is we don't talk about governance. And on Tuesday, you got elected, and a month later, you were sworn in. How prepared were you for that very first day? There's no training to be an elected official. There's no training in how to respond to the upset resident or the manager who says, hey, I need a policy decision on this. And you just figured out how to spell policy. So, I mean, it's a difficult road forward, but if you can elevate yourselves and through some shared expectations and kind of moving things forward, if you've been in a leadership position, you've ever had to supervise people, you always set expectations for your employees. In this kind of situation, we're the head of this. We 7 are his boss. How have you set the expectations for his performance? How have you set the expectations for the organization? Those are conversations that we never have as an elected body. So we obviously promote that kind of concept and we move that forward. And then finally, we really get to that organizational excellence. And there's a number of organizations. Baldrige does one, McKinsey does one, Gallup is the other one that's very popular in the HR world now, where we're reaching into the organization and we're saying, hey, how are our frontline people doing? If you remember from the old days, I think it might have been Sheridan that really instituted it. Every housekeeper that pushes a cart down the hallway says good morning to every guest. That's the kind of service that we want from our frontline folks. So we really try to push that into the organization. But if we can get the organization functioning, we become a really high-performing organization. And the irony is, we as city council, we're responsible for that. It's how we conduct ourselves and how we communicate to the manager and how we move that forward. And we really do that through the strategic planning process. So sometimes we look at it and go, oh God, another day, we're gonna spend all day going through this. We're gonna listen to Mark go on and on about all this other stuff. Sorry, Mark, but that's how we feel. But organizationally, this is really, really important. So, all right, off the soapbox. So strategic planning is also really important for these two reasons. We do not have an infinite amount of money, nor do we have an infinite amount of time. The old strategic planning process, so if we've been around for a while, we used to say, okay, so let's all dream. Money is no object, what would you do? Well, money is always an object, so let's not pretend that it's not. The same thing is with time. When we look at the amount of projects and the amount of things that we're doing, the staff only has a certain amount of time. And they have those day-to-day things to take care of. We always kind of joke about At least we just built a brand new city hall, so let me just tell you the little background story. Beautiful, 4-story, it's a beautiful building. But when the hand towels are the hand towel dispenser is empty, everyone loses their mind. And sometimes it's the end of the day by the time council shows up, so we're in the restroom and there's no hand towels in there. Everyone's losing their mind. We immediately turn our ire to the manager and say, "Good God, sir, can you please get some hand towels in there?" And that is a difficult thing for us to keep in mind, that the day-to-day functions still have to get done. So think about the hand towel dispenser. It still has to happen, in addition to, I want my project done, I need this, why are we spending time on that? And oh, by the way, hand towel dispensers. And you guys have the worst case scenario that we don't have in Arizona, and that's the unexpected storm that rolls through, in the middle or for half the year, that will disrupt everything. So just keep in mind that the strategic plan is going to help maintain this particular balance. The other thing is, and we have not perfected the graphics, because this looks like there's a conflict, but it's really more of a tension between the political needs and the administrative needs. And the strategic plan really lays out the way to kind of smooth both of those things forward. So if any of you have a great idea on how to better graphically display this, let me know. But for the longest time, we've been 2 arrows. But it's real. What needs to happen day in and day out is not always in line with what we hear as electeds in the community. And the hardest thing we have to say to a constituent is, we just can't do that right now. Or let me tell you about what's happening. That's hard, because what we do in an election cycle is really a popularity contest. And we immediately go back to getting picked for a sport on the playground. I mean, that's where my brain went. Why didn't they like me? The other thing is our ego is also part of that. I was the #1 vote getter in my last election. And I was the coolest guy for about 15 minutes because I was #1. I was #1 by 15 votes, because I knew 15 more people than Sherry did. But I was #1, and my ego got ahead of me for about 15 minutes. So it's a difficult way forward. So I think it's important for staff to understand what we do as electeds, because we go through that and we put ourselves out in the community. But we also have to kind of keep ourselves in check and remember that your ego is only good for about 15 minutes, and then we got to move on. I won't walk through each one of them, but we have to remember what's not strategic are not those day-to-day things, or not the things that we look at, core functions, not short-term projects, but really those projects that are going to move us forward. And I think if you look back at the course of what you have before you, there's a little bit of both in there. And I think Mark's vision of this is that we push it to the next level for the next iteration, and just kind of move that forward. So this is from your current plan. And it's important to kind of review what you already have in there. It's grammatically incorrect, but I'm going to say our plan, your plan, and I don't mean that to be city council, is what I mean, Hilton Head, guides your strategic action plan. So it really sets forward those items that you're going to accomplish, which then sets your budgeting priorities. There is a back and forth influence in, we'd really like to do X, but there's no money to do it. So now we have to push it a year, or we have to figure out how to phase it. So there is a little yin and yang that goes back and forth there. But that operating budget then really empowers these guys, or this side of the room, to take action and execute it. But every time we decide to change direction, and you'll see that in just a minute, it throws that into kind of disarray. So we have to be very, very cautious about how we manage that. If you take away anything from today's presentation, if you're going to hold out a few slides, this is one of them for you to continually remind yourself of. That your vision and mission of the town really should be driving everything. That directs the goals, which then direct the strategies to execute those. Beyond that, the rest of that inverted pyramid is up to the town staff. How are we going to do it? The tactics that we're going to use. That's really up to this group to decide. You tell them what you want to do, and then they'll figure out how to make it happen. And I think that's the most difficult thing for us as electeds, because we really want to be there guiding it and pushing that forward. And sometimes that is our own internal yin and yang that's happening. I'm not going to read this to you. You know what kind of community you want to be. You've stated it in your plan, but it's always good to remind ourselves, what did we say? Where are we at? And to plainly state it so that the residents of your community know this is the kind of community we want to be. And we say it, we put it in a book. You've got a great strategic plan book that has been produced, and the staff takes that to heart and they move that forward. So it's important for us to kind of be reminded of that. And remind ourselves too, we have to give ourselves as electeds a break. We get bombarded constantly, so let's give ourselves a break. You know what? We have a really good community here. Yeah, there's some people that are upset, but if everyone was happy, we'd be doing something wrong. So not everyone is going to be happy, and we have to be okay with that. And I only had 2 kids, and we tried very hard to make everything equal. If one kid got 4 presents, the other kid had to get 4 presents. If we spent 100 on this one, we had to spend 100 on that one. And we did that for their whole lives. And now they're 31 and 26, and I think we screwed them up. You know, life isn't fair. They're both not the same. I've got, one who's making 6 figures, and I got another one who's living in Hollywood, and that's just kind of the way it goes. So, but we gotta give ourselves a little bit of a break there. Your key community goals, those are also in your current strategic plan. I think the observation's been made. We got too many goals. We got too many things. There's too much going on. But again, give yourself a little bit of a break. Your first iteration here of this was really important. Set a really good foundation. I have friends who own property here. And we've been coming to Hilton Head Island for 10 years as vacationers to spend time with them. And I can see the transition in this community as a guest. You don't get to hear that because you live here. You're living you're the forest within the trees within the forest. But I can, from an outsider who's been coming here year after year, there is transition and transformation that has been happening on this island for the last 10 years that I've seen. So whatever work that you've been doing, and if you've been here on staff for a long time, congratulations, it's been really good. You can be really proud of what you've done. So don't let the naysayers get in your way and disrupt what you're doing. I'm not even going to talk about this slide. It's in the book. This is a lot of activity. And it's a lot of way forward. So I think we've talked about trying to find a way to better clarify this and keep it less. This is a firework slide to me everywhere, but it's led you to where you are, helped you make good decisions, and let's keep moving forward with that, because everything that's on here is really important. There's not a thing that's on this slide that is not important. We just want to maybe re-talk about how that looks into the future. So with that, I'm going to be done. Take any questions or anything, but we're going to turn this back to Mark for a little bit, talk about things that he's familiar with, like the organizational structure. If not, I'm going to turn off and go from there.
Bill, I have one thought regarding your graphic of the
Oh, the arrows?
compression.
Yep,
You used the word tension. You might simply reverse the arrows.
send them out. Thank you.
I was wondering when you're going to finish. Just kidding. Hi, everybody. Is it too loud? All right, good. Good. Well, so Bill went over some really good slides, and I always remind us that our strategic plan, really the foundation of our strategic plan, just didn't come from anywhere. It came from the comprehensive plan exercise that was put together with a lot of community input, adopted by town council. We derived our community goals from it and those core values and focus areas even further into that. So we'll start diving into our strategic plan, but what we're about to start diving into are those initiatives that you've determined to be the most important, and then overall in the strategic plan important for us to be focused on, right? So I appreciate the comments from Bill. I took a note about the $100, wherever Bill is, the $100 per kid. I gotta text my wife at lunch to tell her we shouldn't be doing that anymore. But what I appreciate about today is that we can start going through these elements one at a time, those high-level priorities, and then I want to dive into what I believe we're doing in 2024 to accomplish that particular goal. I really took a look at the strategic plan recently and tried to go through an exercise of what shouldn't we be doing right now. I've got some notes, but I also want to hear that from you today. It's your strategic plan adopted by you. And so we're going to dive in, but first, I just always like to celebrate our team, right? So this is the town's organization chart. We know what it looks like, but I always think it's really important to introduce the folks that are working on the work while we're all trying to figure out many different initiatives. So if I could, just real quick, do we have a microphone, or we probably would need one. Ange, do you want to start then? Just real quick, name, what you do, pass it on.
Hi, I'm Angie Stone, Assistant Town Manager with oversight of community engagement, which includes technology and innovation, Office of Cultural Affairs, and marketing and communications.
Good morning, I'm Ben Brown. I'm Senior Advisor to our Town Manager. I support the Town Manager and the leadership team with priority projects and policy initiatives. Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Sean Colon, Assistant Town Manager with oversight over community development. Includes the departments of planning, public projects and facilities, and built environment.
Good morning, Missy Lewick. I'm the Director of Planning with oversight over workforce housing, planning, development services, and building and inspections.
Good morning, Thomas Boxley, Executive Director of the Gullah Geechee Historic Neighborhoods Community Development Corporation.
Good morning, I'm Nicte Barrientos. I'm a planner of economic development and community planning.
Good morning, Zeno Samaras. I'm Director of the Built Environment here for the town of Hilton Head.
Andrew Davis, Director of Marketing and Communications for the town.
Hi, Kim Gammon, Town Clerk.
Good morning, Renata McNulty. I'm social media for the town.
Good morning, Natalie Harvey, Director of Cultural Affairs.
Good morning, Lisa Stauffer, Director of HR.
Good morning, Jeff Harriman, Interim Finance Director.
Good morning, Tommy Sunday, Director of Technology and Innovation.
Good morning, Brian McAwee, Director of Public Projects and Facilities.
Good morning, Chris Blankenship, Fire Chief.
Good morning, Bob Brummage, Director of Public Safety.
wondered what he's pointing at. Bob points at the door and we all duck, so what's going on?
Josh Gruber, Deputy Town Manager.
Thank you, Josh. All right, so this is something new you'll see this year. We started to process flow how a lot of our work is being conducted. And so what you'll see up here is, of course, an organizational chart that is more system and program oriented than the past slides. So we have the citizens of Hilton Head Island, of course, and then our town council. And we know that our town council appoints a town manager. We didn't fit the town attorney on here, but I want you to see something today. You do have several committees: finance, administration, community service, public safety, public planning committee, Gullah Geechee land, cultural preservation task force, housing action committee, construction board, zoning board, planning commission, design review, parks and rec, William Hilton Parkway Gateway Corridor, the independent advisory committee, and over here on the side, our North Point Public-Private Partnership Committee, our Gullah Geechee Historic Neighborhoods Community Development Corporation, and our Accommodations Tax Advisory. On this, it's a little washed out on the screen here, but you see some dashed lines where you see that Public Planning Committee is reporting over and to and from our Assistant Town Manager and Director of Planning, amongst several others. I think a lot of times when I've got up here in the past few years, we've neglected to recognize and understand the various boards, commissions, and committees to know that the workflow that does take time, that adds to the schedule, but also adds more ingredients than just yours, just mine, just theirs, is made up of all of your primary appointments on the screen. So I do want to just pause for a second and say thank you to all those folks that volunteer and serve in that capacity, and understand that as we're building this work, the ebb and flow of the work and the priorities that there are, we need to comprehend the entire picture. Think of master planning a park through public planning or through town council, but to and from our Parks and Rec Commission. Think about working on the zoning ordinance to amend the code, whether it's floor area ratio or anything else that is through into Planning Commission as well. So I think this is just a real good check and balance to show us all of those great folks that are volunteering your appointments, and a big thank you to them for their service as well. Yes.
You know, I think when you look at all of those inputs that are coming, can you go back?
Yes.
Just graphically look at that, the committees and then you and everything else. There's a lot of direction being sent this way. And I use an analogy quite often about the council and then these committees, et cetera, are providing the direction to the manager. And if the manager were a bus driver and you all were sitting on the bus, but one of you is yelling faster, one of you is yelling slower, one of you is yelling right, one's yelling left, one's saying, slow down, you're going too fast, and one or two are sitting on the bus saying, well, I'm just along for the ride. How in the world can the manager navigate that? And if you 7 are providing that direction and these multiple committees are, how do we bridge that? And I think the way we talk about that is through this planning, this planning process, and trying to provide at least a framework that pushes some direction forward. So keep in mind, I would encourage you to keep in mind that bus analogy, and then to remember how many inputs you're sending to the driver, and think about it, how many of those he's going to be able to take before it crashes. So, try to keep that moving forward. Think about your committee structure as this community evolves and moves forward. Is this really the most efficient and the most effective way? Can we turn these some into advisory? Can we, it's always good to look at, why are we continuing to do this? Are we doing it because we always have, or is there a really good reason to keep keep moving it forward. So I just kind of throw that out there as a outsider looking in. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. All right, a little bit about what we've done this year. I'm going to go through these slides. I think there's 6 or 7 of them, but I just do think that we should celebrate a little bit of our work so that you do realize that there's momentum beyond what's been at Town Council. A lot of that momentum you'll see up here has been through Public Planning Committee, through Community Service, Public Safety, and or Finance Administrative, right? Councilman Brown, Councilman Ames, Councilman Becker chairing those committees. So you see a little bit of the momentum and a little bit of the completed work. So we do have a draft growth framework map, right? The map that shows those centers and edges of our town, those areas that are really responsive to managing growth and investment in capital projects. That draft has been endorsed by Public Planning Committee back in July. It's just sitting there waiting for a lot of this other work to catch up with it. But that was a great exercise and an important one. We identified those district plan boundaries. We adopted the Mid-Island District, and there's been a couple more districts presented to Public Planning Committee. I do know that work will come forward in May and July with several new districts planned. I know that Misty and Sean are wrapping up and putting a bow on 2 more as of this week. So some good work there. We amended the land management ordinance, I think more than we've done most other things, but we have made several amendments to the land management ordinance. And I call these amendments the fix-it amendments, based upon something we've realized during an application process, or even worse, after something's built, right? So we have conducted a SWOT analysis of the land management ordinance. We adopted 3 sets, March, and May, phase 1, 2, and 3. We hired Code Studio in January 2024 to really take a look at the land management ordinance in its entirety, right? I've always said that an LMO or any sort of development code, you change one provision and it's a domino effect. You don't realize you broke it until 8 applications later, right? And so what we're trying to do is just put the code back together appropriately and right-size it to protect our natural resources first and foremost, to have good, great subdivision regulations, to require open space in new subdivisions, to make sure that we're prioritizing tree preservation, just not 1-inch caliper tree plant back. And then a whole bunch of other provisions. Right now, our code doesn't require us to update a traffic impact assessment, right? As you're subdividing property the way the team would like it. So we bid that out. We did not receive the appropriate bids in their minds, in my mind as well. And so we sat still for a moment, learned why folks didn't bid. I think it was timing. I think it was the bid itself. And then we rebid it. And we finally have what I would say a good code writing team on board. So stay tuned for some good work moving forward. But the accomplishment was amending the code with staff, working with Planning Commission and all of you, and then really getting this code underway. One Street Residential was named our preferred development partner. We do have a draft development agreement, a good term sheet, a draft license agreement, terms and conditions prepared for council, and I intend to bring you that development agreement within the next 60 days. So when the development agreement is with you, if you should agree to it, that project is live. We established a housing action committee and appointed 9 committee members. The town council approved the Coastal Community Development Corporation MOU, the Regional Habitat for Humanity MOU, several other MOUs. I didn't put them all up here, but USDB's MOU, and several others. I won't get into them all, but that took a lot of work. It took a lot of back and forth with Finance Administrative Committee, a lot of work. I'm used to Josh being over here. A lot of work with Josh and others. So there was some good lifting and heavy lifting there. So far, the Home Safe Repair Program, which is a funded program through the American Rescue Plan Act, those $5.2 million of investment from the federal grant for COVID stimulus, We have, as a staff, right, our building inspectors, our planners, and a few other people in between, funded 48 projects for a little more than $569,000, and 22 of those are complete. We also connected 27 homes off septic to public sewer, right? So quality of life improved immediately. Housing Action Committee is hard at work, and it's something we're going to talk about today, but they have endorsed a multi-year housing action plan. The majority of it is based upon Finding Home Plan, which was adopted by town council, and some of it is in addition to that Finding Home Plan. So they have endorsed a plan and have been clear to staff what they would like us to work on. Housing impact analysis was drafted. We had first reading on Tuesday's agenda? Second reading on Tuesday. I'm looking for second reading on Tuesday's agenda. Thank you. We've joined as a partner the Beaufort Jasper Housing Trust with a commitment of $1 million, and to date, we have helped fund it a little shy of $250,000. We have made some improvements to our corridors. The one big one, I'll call it version 1, is the Palmetto Bay intersection at Arrow Road. I've heard from several folks that live in the neighborhood that walk to the park a thank you. They can finally walk safely across the crosswalk, a pattern of crosswalk that seems to be comfortable. We've worked with DOT to get an encroachment permit. We put some low-level lights in, some good landscaping in. We put a pedestrian refuge in, a kiosk sign for bikes, and somebody still got hurt crossing the street recently at that intersection. So it's speed as well, it's driver safety as well, it's pedestrian safety as well. But that was our first. We're also working right now with SCDOT to obtain encroachment permits on several other intersections, most notably what I'll call version 2 between Dillon Road and Beach City Road. We've been working with South Carolina DOT over the last bunch of months on that. We've removed the toll booth infrastructure. They repaved the Cross Island Parkway, and we're getting ready to remove the building as soon as Heritage is over. We worked with DOT closely on that, especially the messaging, especially the quality of work, especially the timing of work. Do you remember the orange barrels 3 days before last Heritage? So we have worked and we facilitated DOT doing that work in our town. We've installed adaptive traffic management signals at all 25 intersections on our island. I won't get too much into that. We know what the benefit is. We know what the hurdles are and the challenges to make that live and to calibrate the system. I mentioned applying for the encroachment permit. We acquired Main Street right-of-way. I think I saw a memo that's at least 15, if not more, years old about Main Street right-of-way. So great job to Curtis. Not here, he's out of town, but great job to Curtis for working hard with Josh to acquire those signatures, to obtain those signatures, to acquire that right-of-way. I think the minute we acquired it, Brian McElwee, Jim, everybody was out there just improving the street. So what you see today is definitely not a finished product, but I think that it's obvious that we've removed the difficult landscaping that was causing some line of sight issues. We've paved potholes, and we're coming back to you soon on the Main Street streetscape solution. Thing is jumping around on me. We coordinated the installation of crosswalk pattern for SCDOT. So when SCDOT came in to repave, almost 2/3 of William Hilton Parkway, they were going to put down their old crosswalk. 2 white lines, you can't really see them as you're approaching, especially at 45 miles an hour. And you all, through some work that we did at a workshop, you approved a better pattern of striping. And that is in. Our Gullah Geechee Historic Neighborhood Community Development Corp was formed. The board of directors seated in the spring. Mr. Boxley hired, and they have put forward a strategic plan of their own. A resilience plan contract is executed. We were working with a couple of companies, and for whatever reason, we just couldn't make it work with both. And we do have a great company in Dewberry. They work closely with FEMA, and we executed that contract in February. A project kickoff with staff occurred, and we will continue to build that plan. I'll dive into the details in a little bit on how we get there. Short-term rental program improvements, definitely operational enhancements as well. We submitted our permit application for our beach renourishment. That's a major overhaul. You need a pause? Sure? Okay. Yes, sir, that's all right. Water. Yes. Yeah, trying to get my Councilman Stanford logged in. Anybody want to say hi?
Hello, morning, Glenn.
Morning, sir.
Good morning. Sorry to be tardy.
Put me back.
Glad you're here.
There we go. Hello, sir.
Good morning.
All right, so we submitted, Glenn, I'm just going through some of our accomplishments, so I'll speed up now that you're on here, so tell me to hurry up. So we applied for our beach renourishment permit. We've extended Woodhaven's pathway. We improved Old Schoolhouse Park to include the 6 resurfaced pickleball courts. Islanders Beach Park, you approved the master plan. Shelter Cove Community Park, you approved the master plan. Ditto, and the same with Taylor Family Park and Patterson Family Park. Those master plans are approved. You will see funding for all of those in the next fiscal year budget. We've definitely improved some security enhancements, camera enhancements, cleaned up modern classic motors. We started to acquire some of these vehicles that were approved in the budget, and then we acquired some property, right? We know that property we've acquired, but I think that just from a community standpoint, that was strategic in nature, and the funds that were used were diversified, as you've asked me to figure out, so that we have not all in with only real estate transfer fee dollars. Cracker Barrel site, Wild Wing Cafe site, Jonesville Equestrian Stables, Paddocks, Bryant Road, Barker Field, Old Schoolhouse Park, those were in a land exchange. And then we also were donated the SCDOT Cross Island bowl buildings. So a lot of good work this year. That was in the last 13 months. So I know you wanted to chat a little bit about some more survey results as we dive into 2024.
Thank you, Mark. Can you guys hear me okay? Excellent, excellent. So I'm going to go through, we asked the question in the survey of, what are the top issues facing Hilton Head in the next 1 to 2 years? And I'm going to go through those in a few minutes, but I want to tell you a quick story that I hope is relevant. One of the council members asked about, do you have jokes? And I said, well, not necessarily. I'll tell you one joke that I did when I was city manager in Sedona in the mid-90s. We had an election, and a gentleman named Tom Bishaw was running for election. Tom's background was he had an engineering degree from MIT, and he had a MBA from Harvard, so highly educated guy. But he was also the head of AT&T strategic planning, one of their top people. And so he came into the office, he's running for office, I'm city manager. He goes, well, Mike, how do you strategically plan here? And I had no background in strategic planning. So I said, this is it, Tom. Let's go in that direction. That's how we plan. We have been, we had major issues in that community. It's a great tourist community, but we had infrastructure issues. We had operational issues. I told him I had no time to strategic plan. So guess what happened? Tom got elected to council. Well, guess what I did? I started reading as much as I could about strategic planning because we put our first plan in with him being there. So he actually taught me strategic planning and the importance of strategic planning. So why is this important? First of all, you should give yourself a real pat on the back about the accomplishments that your city manager has just gone over, because that was all accomplished with all of the day-to-day stuff that these folks and Mark have to do in this community. Without a strategic plan, what happens is communities get trapped into that routine day-to-day operations, and they don't think strategically, they don't take advantage of all the things that you've been able to accomplish since this plan has been in place. So I want to compliment you for that. So when we asked the question, what are the things that you want to focus on? You said over the next 1 to 2 years, you said overdevelopment, maintaining a high quality, making sure that we don't overdevelop and we have a high quality of life for our residents. Really, really important. And this was great. Workforce and affordable housing, they're both interchangeable, but whichever vernacular you use, you wanted to make sure you focused on that. I vouch for this. You do have an issue on US 278. You want to definitely address that. And then again, growth management related to your workforce, making sure that growth includes something about, workforce housing and taking care of your workforce. Be very intentional about your future development. Just don't let it occur. You also mentioned having completing the land management ordinance overhaul. You want that done. You had safety concerns. You want your district planning process completed. You wanted to address issues related to trash collection and recycling. And then finally, the resilience plan, due to making sure that we're on track for those improvements, with the potential changes in climate. So what Mark is going to be talking about in a few minutes, and I think we're going to take essentially a break. Thank you. I appreciate that. Break, town manager. So he's going to talk about your 15 top priorities. He's going to talk about what do we need to do in 2024? What are the things that we need to complete? And also talk about those implications of those items for the 25 budget. So when we get back from a break, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, that will be talking. Appreciate your attention, appreciate your time. Thank you. Break.
We're taking a break. How long you want to take? 10 minutes? Mark, if you're ready, go ahead and get going.
You're great at that. All right, thank you. So what's interesting, and I'll just share it, what I'd like to really get through over the next bit is this. So just even on break, there were questions about what are we working on this year? When, as a council member, should I jump in and ask questions? What's going to happen between now and December? And if we don't finish our work, or there's elements that we haven't even started before December, do those transfer forward? All great questions. I think that's part of the strategic planning life cycle. And so, bear with me, because what I really want to overview with you is one, remind us, right? What I really like about what's going well, to be frank about it, I appreciate that I know what my most important items are. What I don't know yet is at what expense are we getting all of this done, and are we doing the other 40 things that are after these top 15? And if so, what priority are those? What I don't want to do today is try to prioritize 40 items. I want to dive into what you expect, what I think we can possibly do, and what you expect from me on this team over these top 15 today. And so some of them are easy, they're no-brainers, let's roll through them, and then others, I think that there should be some conversation about what, when, why, how, and is it going to make a difference? And I think that today is probably a really important day for us to wrap our arms around a little bit of that. So our top 15 priorities, and I'll say them. Great turnout today. I know that folks are probably watching or listening too, but what we've put together last year and what you've prioritized walking out of the strategic plan, right? This book is 2.0 version. The first book, we finished some things. The things we didn't finish, we put in this book. Some things that we didn't finish became immaterial, and we realized we really don't need those. Maybe they're not strategic, or maybe they're not the priority, and they didn't transfer to version 2.0 in the book. Well, come January, I think that's version 3.0 of your town council strategic plan. But over the last year and through the next year, we see that the 2023 to 2025, right? That's a 3-year life cycle. That we will establish a growth management strategy, implement the workforce housing framework, adopt major corridors, street enhancement policies, develop a William Hilton Parkway Gateway Corridor Plan, commence operations of our Gullah Geechee Historic Neighborhoods Community Development Corp, will identify the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats of our island resiliency. And that became one step further and said, well, while we're doing a SWOT analysis, let's do a plan. Because we know that the plan is where the bond rating agencies respect and regard it, that policy is driven, that projects are driven from it. So we took it even one step further. That we'll implement the capital improvement program. I think $39 million of a capital improvement program is the current approved budget for CIP. We'll update the land acquisition manual. We will also conduct a SWOT, strengths, weakness, opportunity, threats, of our solid waste and recycling program, or lack thereof. A destination marketing organization management strategy. That we would assess alternative revenue sources and funding opportunities. That we will focus on short-term rental assessment and program implementation. That we will complete the implementation, and that's a key word, complete implementation of the Gullah Geechee Task Force Plan. That we will assist with and it's assist Beaufort County and FAA with the St. James Baptist Church relocation, right? I will call that mitigation and relocation. And then that will implement beach park enhancements. So some of those beach park enhancements are policy, some of them are operational, but all of them are investment. So as we bake this back or trace this back to our strategic plan, in the slide way back, far back ago, part of the core values, the key areas that we would focus on is right-sizing our infrastructure. And we said, as a goal to right-size our infrastructure, we will work on overhauling the land management ordinance. And so in the plan, we said that successfully managing, increasing, and evolving future growth patterns in a manner that will ensure sustainability of the island's unique character. Additionally, the town must monitor economic and demographic trends, undertaking a comprehensive list of future planning and activities, and proactively protecting the island's rich natural resources through appropriate design, regulation, and capital investment practices. Why is that important? Because as we overhaul our land management ordinance, that should be the horizon of what the land management ordinance is attempting to accomplish. In the approved action items in the strategic plan, town council has agreed to, right? I know that you all didn't come up with this by yourself. I think Missy and Sean and some others had something to do with it. But what we said is this: we're not just gonna go overhaul the land management ordinance and react to a zoning district and react to a subreg and react to a traffic pattern. We're gonna do a little bit of studying, understanding first. I don't like the word study. I almost say plan too much. But I think that we have to understand what we're trying to accomplish, but look at what went well and look at what didn't go well on our island. And through some of our work, we've started to do that. The conditions and trends assessment has been to public planning committee. We heard from public planning committee the other day. I heard from some of you post public planning committee the other day. I still think we have a little more work to do to present to you a clean, proud document that we can move forward. So, but the conditions and trends assessment is being worked on. You approved that. A growth framework map I mentioned. District plans. Those district plans should drive the provisions of our land management ordinance in any amendment there too. We have some big decisions to make. Zoning districts, subregs, all the different development provisions, but then also, how do we get there? Are we just going to wait for the phone to ring and the door to open for a rezoning application? And so we have some really important work to work on. And that we will also establish an improved development review program, and we'll align our capital improvements with these growth frameworks. And we've already started to do that. If you take a look and remember, Town Council adopted the Mid-Island District. Well, a lot of future capital projects, some policy elements are coming out of that Mid-Island District plan, so as a guidebook. So what are we saying, right? We being hands up, we, Z, Sean, Missy, right? How many others? A little bit of Brian. Bob won't make eye contact on this one, I guarantee it. So, but what are a few of us, right? A few of the staff with some really good consultants trying to accomplish this year? That we finally bring forward to Town Council the growth framework map. That we bring these district plans forward. 8 total? 8 total? So one's done. Thank you, Sean. That a future land use map, right? In our comprehensive plan, and a lot of comprehensive plans, every comp plan has a land use element. But our land use element is void of a lot of land use direction. Just for whatever reason, I don't know. And a lot of communities have a future land use map. And so that future land use map is the Town Council and community's vision of the future zoning. It doesn't mean current zoning. And so that future land use map is the legal document that's needed for us to start thinking through zoning ordinance amendments. Think right now when somebody comes in and says, well, we know these really great people. They're multifamily guys out of Dallas or wherever they're from, and they're working with local folks, and they find a piece of property, a good one. It might be vacant, it might have homes on it might be mobile homes, it might be something else, but it's on the water, it's on a 2-lane road. The current curb cut might be a dirt Road driveway, right? And they come in for a rezoning. And they ask Missy, what do you think? Multifamily, gonna have a little pool in one corner, a little garbage can in the other, a parking lot in the middle. It's 3 stories, it's 18 units an acre, and it's gonna be awesome. The only thing we have to go by is our current zoning map and some past decisions of council. A future land use map and the growth framework map should give council and staff some confidence whether that rezoning application is valid or not. It should guide you to make informed decisions less than anything else. So, future land use map, and a lot of this work really gets into this zoning and land management ordinance overhaul. So a little bit about that. So if we look at all of this work is occurring. If we bring it through too fast, we know we make mistakes. If we don't bring it in fast enough, I feel like folks are thinking it's stalled. It's not stalled. We're working on it. We're learning as we go. I think that when the plans finally come together, it will be around the same time that we're starting to deliver some text of our land management ordinance. Keep in mind, we are going to, every other month, work with Public Planning Committee through Councilman Ames and the whole committee on a lot of this work. But the crux of our work this year planned is that we will amend the land management ordinance. We'll present a schedule to you in May. We already have priority amendments, right? So the code group came in and we said, these are your first 8, 11. I knew. These are your first 11 highest priorities. Subdivision regulations, one of the 11. Short-term rental, subdivision regulations. So again, we're addressing a lot of this stuff. We're not waiting a year and a half to figure out subdivision regulations. So of the 11, we'll bring these priority amendments through February and June. The code writer's under contract, and they will write and amend and refine the priorities. We definitely will have opportunities, a lot of opportunities for public engagement. We as a staff don't believe in writing code without public comment. And so stay tuned on that schedule. The consultant is already auditing the land management ordinance, right? And our consultant, what's the name of them? That's right here. Code Studio. They have built code in Honolulu, Hawaii with strict environmental provisions. They have worked on zoning code in Detroit, Michigan. They have worked on a whole bunch of code in between. So they're definitely experts in the business. They're doing an entire audit of our land management ordinance. And they heard from us, from you over time, and they heard from staff over time, and they started to understand what the real issues are. I know that they've gone on tours of our island. They've looked at good subdivisions on Marshland Road and terrible subdivisions without even a tree in the front yard. And they've heard from staff, and me included, of what's important. And that a full code overhaul will begin after the priority amendments with anticipated completion in 2025. But I do believe the code will be written this year with public comment, interaction, making sure that you are all aware, what's the new reg on open air sales? What's the new regulation on food trucks? What's the new regulation on density pattern and open space provisions? We can't hurry that through you because come the first, second, third, and fourth application we approve, it's our job. The hard job's gonna be no surprises or as little surprise as possible, right? So we have a little bit more money and a little more way to go in this budget request to you, $150,000 of consulting dollars to finish some comprehensive plan, future land use map, master planning. And then the code itself is a $700,000 price tag. Half of that is in this current fiscal year through a budget amendment from last year because we didn't start it. That was on your table Tuesday night. And then a second ask into next fiscal year for $350,000. And so what I'm thinking is that for some of these, not all, I'm gonna go through it this way, and then really pause. Bill, Mike, help me, but I want to hear from y'all if, A, how are we doing? B, are we on the right track? And if we are, let's move on fast, because there's some other heavy stuff to talk about. So, sir, Mayor.
Council? Do we have any comments from council?
This is Glenn. I've got a question.
Go ahead, Glenn.
I'm concerned about the legal effects of changing zoning, particularly in various areas on the island. What are the rules that we can follow, knowing that we can lawfully make changes in the permitted uses, the density and so forth of various areas? Thank you.
So that's a good question, and we're going to answer that probably a different day, right? Because at the end, I'm not going to guess, and of course Curtis is out of town. I think I've seen a community-wide rezoning where it's advertised, it's aligned with some future land use mapping, and zoning is set. But by no means have I ever been a part, nor do I propose this, that we downzone someone property to the point of a legal risk of taking. But our current zoning code right now has several iterations of even just a general density pattern. We have to fix that. And if we don't, we're wasting our time and money and energy to overhaul the code. There's a provision in the land management ordinance today that says if you have a smaller piece of property in an RM something district, you're allowed 4 units an acre. If you combine your parcel to be larger, right, with your neighbor or a separate acquisition where you buy someone out, you can get 8 units an acre. When you drive down the street, you go from 4 to 8, maybe 6, maybe 8, maybe 4. You never know what type of neighborhood you're buying into. And so that sliding scale zoning can be unwound, right? Some of the genie, not all of the genie, but some of the genie can be stuffed back in the bottle based upon a future land use map, based upon a traffic impact assessment, and based upon really the political will of council.
Ms. Bryson.
Mark, I'm willing to wait. That's no problem.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Town Manager. I think, as you know, I serve on the Public Planning Committee, and my background is zoning and land use attorney, one of my specialties. So it's time consuming. It takes a lot of hard work, and I appreciate that. In looking at where are we on this particular strategy, I said, you know, it started great, and then we stopped. So I'm probably in the stall version. I mean, I'm not thinking I want to stall it. I'm just feeling like it's stalled.
Sure.
And so I'm looking forward to the May report on the schedule.
Mm-hmm.
I thought the list of 11, I think you're calling them now priority amendments, they were called quick fix. I thought that was too long a list for a quick fix. But I'm looking forward to that. I'm also concerned that our consultant, Code Studio, does not have a legal consultant on board, because I don't want us to get to the end and looking at these amendments and say, okay, now let's send it out to the public and let's have engagement if we haven't had a good, thorough legal review to make sure it's okay under South Carolina law. So a couple of comments, and then looking over at the chair of our committee, whenever the next committee meeting is, if we have these to consider, I think we need to remember it might be a longer meeting. So, because we'll need some time to chew on it, but I think we also need some structure around it so we won't be frustrated.
Angie and Josh are taking notes. I think you said 4 or 5 things, and I'm asking if you got them all. Great, thank you. The stalling is real, right? We bid the code out, and we received some bids that were good price, but when we started trying to resolve our issues, my opinion, Sean's opinion, and Missy's opinion, we were getting more of the same and not making it any better. And it was a small team, and we couldn't go as deep and as wide and as robust as we wanted to. So rebidding it did stall it. But we can't get too far in the districts until we have the code writer in place. It's senseless to try to figure out future land use and geographical development patterns in our district plans that will support, that should support any amendments to development code and zoning without the code writer. So, which is why you see me excited about having a good, great code writer on team. And Sean and Missy, who have a whole bunch of other things on this list today, are trying to bring the code forward. And so every minute not on the code on something else is 2 minutes lost, right? Compounded. So good notes, and we at Public Planning Committee owe the Public Planning Committee that schedule in a realistic way. The 11 amendments, if y'all at next Public Planning Committee want to say, don't do 11, do 5, we're happy with that. Because as soon as we get through that, that has to go through Planning Commission, public input, public planning, maybe once, maybe twice, and then to town council. We can't, Missy can't, I'll say this, Missy can't make sure the code's being overhauled properly if those quick fixes aren't done yet. She can't.
Mark, speaking as chair of that committee, I have heard you and staff say that there is risk in isolating one amendment from all the others. So I request from you, if we are going to contemplate expediting a certain number, what the risk is from the staff standpoint, and we have to say what the risk is in not doing it. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Don, Missy, you capture that for the next meeting. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Ms. Becker?
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Mark, for that overview of this section. I'm taking a lot of notes, lots of questions. I don't think I'll raise them all today, but within this, there were a couple of things, and I'll hopefully put them in some sort of order. But the risk was the last word that resonates so well. And all of everything to our residents and to the island. And having said that, one of the risks that is so well known that we've made mistakes on before is something you touched on. It's the public comment. It's the public notice. It's the transparency. And we failed in prior councils before my time and most of everyone here's time to do that. And because of that, there were issues that we're still having today. Jonesville, other areas across the island, whose residents were surprised one morning when things started to happen in their neighborhoods and they hadn't known that might be coming. Back to the beginning of your presentation, you mentioned a destination organization management. What is that?
We're going to get into it after land management ordinance.
Okay.
About 5 into that.
Okay. And then as a question was being asked, it wasn't the answer, and this might not be the right place to mention this, but I'm going to because I want to make sure I do, and if there's another opportunity, I may or may not say it again. But with regard to short-term rentals and any changes that might come forward with that, I think one thing that I've heard that is important that we've missed is we have a deadline for folks to come in and apply for their permits, their licenses, their permits. But then there's no associated late fee. So it's hamstrings, I think, everyone on staff and us in terms of knowing what those full numbers are. So I think it's important that we put something in there that says if your paperwork isn't in by whatever date, there's an additional fee because we have work to be done and we can't leave it so open-ended that we don't have the proper data that we're trying to collect and we can't process through in a timely manner for staff to do. So that's one thing. And then in addition to that, we still have non-compliance. So where there's non-compliance, we have no repercussions. And so, you know, trying to gather this all together so that we can make sense of what our short-term rental data is for future thoughts on what we do. We need to have something that pushes everybody into those numbers, so perhaps a non-compliance fine of some sort. And I'm not the type of person who likes to go around, hitting people on the head, but we have work to do and people want us to demonstrate data. And if we don't have the appropriate and correct data, then we can't do that, and so we continue to get criticized for that. And this might or might not be one of the ways to help solve that problem. Another question that I've asked since our plan was developed is we use the term right size. Structure, right size this, right size that. I'd love to know somebody to tell me exactly what their mind right size is. Because for me, especially having looked looked through the trends report that was provided to public planning recently, those trends are terrifying. Right? Is that what it demonstrates strongly is that we are, and I'll say it the same way I always do, if we're not at capacity, we're right there. In fact, we may be over capacity. And so that trends report highlighted that for me very clearly. The statistics in there, I would love to have a workshop on, Mayor, if possible, so that we could go over the portion, not the strategic part. In fact, I think that report itself needs to be broken into 2 different documents. But the part where it collects the data and gives us statistics and information, we need to thoroughly digest and understand the implications of those, and not just the 4 of us on public planning, and then send it off to town council where we spend town council time where we should be making decisions, but instead debating and hashing. So a workshop may, in my opinion, be helpful to solve that. The subdivision regulations, I'm very interested in watching carefully, as I've said before, on how these play out, especially in Ward 4 and the Chaplin area. We in that district or zoning area have in the past already been burdened through a 2024 LMO rewrite and no transparency or knowledge with poor outcomes. I'm going to sit on this council. I'm going to make sure that doesn't happen to the residents in Ward 4, but also across the island. And so I'm really concerned about watching that and make sure that we don't, having fought through most of those issues, revert back to finding ourselves in the same place. So those are some of my concerns, my thoughts of what you already said today. That traffic study point, super important. We need to be making sure that we are conducting traffic studies so we truly know the impact of the development that happens within small neighborhoods. Thank you.
Okay. See Sean taking that note that we can't forget that very important element of that plan. All right.
Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Around this particular strategy, I want to, I guess, first of all, thank our facilitators for being here again, because I think it's important for us as a community to recognize fresh eyes, fresh ears, and I'm going to continue to encourage you guys to be very deliberate as you give us your thoughts and reactions to how we are doing business. The one thing that's sticking in my mind, and it's probably one of the only notes that I've taken so far today, and that's that level 6 governance. And Bill's right, the grocery store encounter is real, okay? It happens, right? And unfortunately, we are in a situation where we are reacting to decisions that were made before we got in these seats, right? But this is where we are now. What you have in front of us is where we are now. And I would just encourage us as we move through this discussion today to stay at our level so that we can give Mark direction and keep moving, okay? And I guess the real point of my comment is, as we move along, the communication piece that starts to push back or even minimize the grocery store encounter, I think is important, right?
Council, any other comments? So I want to take a moment real quick and address something that y'all said early on, and that was that was short-term versus long-term goals. So I related that immediately to a reactive and proactive stance. And I think that our 15 strategies from last year may have been somewhat of a reactive approach. And what I see is that we need to look at what we are talking about today and the plans that we're trying to make for the future. And I want to give an example as to a plan that was put in place many moons ago and what the net effect is to Hilton Head. So the land acquisition program, one of the best things this community has ever done, the 1/4% real estate transfer fee. So today, with, I think it's the 1,300 acres that we calculate this off of, it's a reduction of 4.65 million square feet of commercial development, reduction of 1,460 motel rooms, reduction of 4,787 residential and timeshare units, and a reduction of 43,897 PM peak hour driving trips. That is a direct outcome of a goal that councils in the past have set. Had this not been done, this island would be a totally different place. So as we talk today on a high level, it is about those outcomes that make a difference tomorrow without getting into the day-to-day aspects of how the business is handled. So I want us to really focus on that and not the short-term goals, because we've addressed those. We addressed a lot of those last year. But today we need to be proactive in our long-term goals to make certain that we're having the same effect that previous councils are having on us today. I also want to take the word risk and change that from a risk to an unintended consequence. That's where we need to look, because by doing something, what does it mean to something else? And of course, by not doing something, what does that mean to something else? So I think we need to change it. Yes, it's risk, but what is it? What is the unintended consequence? That's the answer that needs to be given so that a good, strong decision can be made. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, I'm sorry, can I ask one question? You've got 2024 work planned. Is there a request for us to say yes or no for 2024 of what is planned?
Yes, I would like to hear from you, more of a consensus or an agreement or not, that we're on the right track. Growth framework map drives your district thinking. Your district drives your future land use map. Your future land use map needs to be embedded and approved and adopted in our comprehensive plan. Our land use element needs a little more love than it currently has. And then that should be our basis, right? Political, geographical, legal, social, economic, everything under the sun, the basis for amending the land management ordinance.
So Mayor, are our consultants here to help us determine consensus on this work plan?
They're here if you need them, or you can simply say we're on the right track too.
So I was going to ask you, you're looking for a head nod, or you're just you know what, I think you're on the right track. This is a good direction. It covers what we think needs to be covered.
Mayor Pro Tem, Mayor and Council, what we're looking for is just a sort of a general consensus. What Mark's doing here is for the rest of the remainder of the calendar year these are initiatives, projects that the staff wants to work on. You're going to get my assumption is, it's not an assumption, the manager's going to come back and you'll get a chance to, formally adopt this, but they need to know what you're going to work on. So great item, Mayor, on looking at the outcomes. Are these going to achieve the outcomes that you want in this area? Secondly, if you have questions, the staff and Mark are here to address those questions today. If you have concerns, they need to be listed, but ultimately it's a nod kind of, are we on the right track?
Right, and if we spend too much time on all 15 and don't get to some more stuff, right? So that's my goal. So Mike was whispering to me, he's like, I'm nervous you're gonna get bogged down in all 15 and we're not gonna get out of here till tomorrow. But I did tell him there's about 4 or 5 of these items that I need to slow down on. And then there's about 10 plus that
So you're going to take our input today, go back, refine a little bit, come back to us?
No.
No. Okay.
This is our work plan.
Yeah, no, that's what I want to get to.
And we are going to continue to remind Public Planning Committee, we're going to take these 2 slides and we're going to keep them moving forward and owe you, through Public Planning Committee, this work product.
Yeah.
And so I don't know how else to build and bake a code the right way except this way. And this has been commended by our consultants. They're not doing all the work. And let's get on with business.
I agree, and it is the operational side.
Yes.
As we're here for the policy side.
Yes, sir.
So that is your responsibility to do the operational and the day-to-day to make it, to implement
Yes, sir.
the policy.
What you don't have up here is the improvements to our development review program, our survey, our response to our survey, our internal development review team that we put together with a great new customer service center manager, our Hispanic translation in the customer service center. None of that's up here because that is day-to-day. What you see up here are policy items. You will approve at some point, hopefully, I ask, every one of these. Growth framework, district, land use, master plan is an addition of everything together, amend the land use, and vote on the code. Those are all policy items, no more, no less. So if y'all agree, we can move on. I head nod or raise a hand, but what I want is, as I said earlier, I want some confidence that we're on the right track. I think this one, we have that confidence from you. It's just, I'm hearing it's stalled. I'm hearing it's taking too long. I'm hearing, tell us what the schedule is so we can get rid of that angst. We can at least explain to others and to ourselves what the real schedule is. And let's hit the schedule this time.
They're with you. So is there something that's missing from this?
Hi, Mayor, so this is my comment. If you go back to the plan, if you go back to that slide, establish a growth framework map, yes. However, I want to know what growth means. If I think back to that trends report that was presented to us, and yes, there were difficulties in it, and it's being set back to be revamped and should be. But there was a bullet in there that at least 2 of us of the 4 reacted to, and I think everyone may have had thoughts on it. But that bullet said commitment to continued growth. And I don't know, I will not be able today to say that I am committed to continued growth. So when I see growth again, I think about the trends report again, and I think about the analysis that draws me back to my very deep-held thought that we are now at a position where we're tipping, it feels like, and you can correct me, and this is why I'd love to have an opportunity to hear more about the stats in there and debate them and understand them fully, where we are no longer growing in population, but we're excelling in the growth of our visitors and tourists who we love and we need. So, but our focus has to be back to our residents first. And so when I see growth, I don't want more growth to accommodate the visitors who, if you look at how the dominoes fall, are creating a lot of the problems that we're now trying to increase our budget and our staff and everything efforts to manage. I think that balance that we all want to achieve, it needs to be looked at carefully. And so this makes me nervous. But yes, it's true, we need to have these things, but I want to know what it is we're doing.
Next time you see that, it'll say Conservation and Growth Management Framework. So, but that has to be defined through public planning. That has to be defined through that exercise.
I get it. Those are things that concern me,
Conservation
and I know concern the residents on the island.
And Growth Management Framework.
Mr. Ames?
Mark, you're well aware of my sensitivity to environmental issues. We have, I gather, 1,300 acres. I thought it was 1,400 acres, but 1,300 acres of property that the town owns. Much of it was bought to preserve, which makes sense. I would like to see a bullet point added in some way to how we differentiate that land that we own or that we maintain. And I'm doing this from the vantage point of the controversy that we have regarding toxic chemicals, pesticides, herbicides that we use on the properties. I think there probably are 3 or 4 classifications of properties that we own. And I'm just advocating that we develop a plan of land management, that we differentiate how we are treating it. I'm very concerned that we preserve the highest quality natural resources that we have untouched to the greatest degree.
Good.
Thank you.
Brian, get that note? Don, thank you. Good.
Okay.
All right. Next.
Go.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you. I approve the work plan. I think it makes sense, and I nod affirmatively towards it.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, next, implement the workforce housing framework. We put finding home up here, town council, what was the date? November 2022. November 2022. So, a little time ago. Adopted a finding home plan. In there has its own goals and strategies and some tactics and immediate next steps that staff has been tasked with by me through town council. So workforce housing affordability has been a growing challenge on Hilton Head, and this negative trend has been accelerating over the last 5 years without deliberate action, so on and so forth. You can read all that. I won't go through it, but the workforce housing framework is a commitment to preserve and expand workforce housing on Hilton Head Island. Town council adopted a plan. You have put in place a housing action committee, and by the sheer nature of putting in place a housing action committee, you have tasked me, really staff, and again, this is Missy, but with Quincy. Quincy was here, and see him, but Quincy was here, and we hired a person to come here and help us with some housing experience, and somebody that wakes up every day and goes to sleep every night who's thinking about housing, not the land management ordinance or the resilience plan. So what we've said, or what you've said through the plan, the approved action, is maintain partnerships and relationships with community organizations, engage with the Housing Action Committee to coordinate community groups, to create a multi-year workforce housing action plan, to add dedicated staff to explore the creation of a professionally managed housing organization, to maintain a dashboard, to create and maintain a dashboard of core metrics, to establish a funding plan that meets the needs of the multi-year workforce housing action plan, and successfully complete the execution of North Point. So that's what you said to do in the approved plan minus North Point, but I added that up there because you have given me some pretty clear direction and put in there, also established a North Point committee of sorts that is helping me through those public-private partnership terms. So our work plan this year is to execute that North Point public-private partnership. I appreciate all that extra work, but if that isn't my sole priority for a little bit more time with Ben, who's helping me a lot on some policy initiatives outside of housing, helping look at acquiring land, making sure he's facing phone calls that come to me that I can't get to. Ben's point on this, and so we're very close. But again, that's part of the 2024 work plan, and thank you, Ben, for all of that. We also are there to support the Housing Action Committee. The Housing Action Committee meets monthly. I think they canceled a meeting. They have set themselves up into working groups, so we don't have to be at every single meeting and work with them. I appreciate that they're trying to get to work. I know that the chair has met with you and I, with staff, to really attempt to try to get on the same page, right? So I want to implement what y'all have asked me to do, even though they might have more in mind. I want to at least get to what you've supported first. Up here, Town Council has approved the Low Country Habitat for Humanity MOU and CCDC MOU. On your table Tuesday night was to contemplate funding those two MOUs, but that is taking time, and I'm in the business of not just adopting MOUs, but having an operational oversight on our operating agreements, our partnership agreements, our whatnot, whether it's USCB or Habitat. That does take some time to carefully manage that. We're continuing to implement the Home Safe and Repair lateral sewer connection programs, right? Why is this bucketed in housing? It's keeping people in the homes that they're in rather than having to move to a healthier space. And so we've uncovered some conditions that the before and after scenarios, the conditions that we've improved through $15,000 grants, through federal grant dollars, is immense. And I know there's other programs in our community that are helping with that as well. So that is what our planned work is for the remainder of the year. On your table again Tuesday night, you didn't vote first reading, didn't have an opportunity to look at it or consider it, I should say, publicly. I've also come and have asked you for some more funds from the ARPA funds. We have more applications than we have current funds, but we still have remaining dollars sitting in an account, and the goal of ARPA was to invest them into communities as a stimulus back from COVID. So I've come to you and asked you for approximately $1 million additional dollars to finish what we started, right? So many applications came in, we stacked them up, we vetted them, first come, first serve. We get our folks out there, we've hired a couple local contractors and then some. We're doing the work, but there's still work to do. We said that we would implement the Finding Home Plan, and of all those things that you just saw, we said that we would develop and adopt a displacement mitigation and support plan that would come through council, right? That's a policy item, it's up there. That we would create a workforce housing metrics dashboard. That's more operational in nature, but it's definitely should drive, right? It should drive the measurement as we're thinking through the top line. And then develop and implement a comprehensive workforce housing communications plan. That's coming out of the Finding Home Plan. Not putting Andrew on the spot, but I think that we have to really refine what that communication strategy is. It's not just getting out in the community saying we have a workforce housing problem, but what is it? How is it defined? What are we trying to accomplish? And why is Andrew spending time on that communications plan is something that Andrew and I have been talking a lot about over the last months. And that we would evaluate existing workforce housing policies and recommend perhaps some changes as part of the LMO. There's two real provisions in the land management ordinance for workforce housing. There's a density bonus and there's a commercial to residential conversion provision. I don't believe, has anybody taken an application and submitted it on those two provisions? I know we've had some commercial to residential conversion, but did they need our LMO to do it? Have any applications come in? One has come in. Have we approved it yet? All right, what's the application? Okay. So we have
Sorry,
to
Mayor,
examine that.
I think without a microphone, we may have lost some of that.
Only
Sorry.
one application has come in. It's in the Main Street area, and it's a conversion of commercial assisted living to residential long-term. But one. And so does that mean our code is broken, or does that just mean that the market isn't demanding that? We're going to look at a little bit of that in our LMO. So we, as town councils, pledged that $1 million towards the Beaufort Jasper Housing Trust. I will pledge into the budget for your consideration another, our third year, $89,000. North Point Public-Private Partnership. We've always said that part of the deal, part of the bid was taking $1 million of the 5.2 from American Rescue Plan funds in investing in infrastructure. So you'll see that in the budget again. And then in the additional work, this year you'll see a more refined workforce housing budget, and we're going to start talking soon, early April, what that looks like, and so that you can start seeing where these dollars are pledged to be spent. So again, that's what we're, as a staff and as a team with Quincy, and sometimes Missy, as she's diving into the code at a faster pace over the next 9 months, right? We're March 21st here, and we've got 9 months till December 31st. This is what we're pledging to do and asking for either A, your support, or B, differential.
Mayor, of course, and Town Manager, of course, I support this. I would add one additional asterisk in this area. Back in 2019, we had a consultant come in who concluded that we needed 200 workforce housing units a year, and for 10 years. And we haven't come close to being able to do that, for obvious reasons. In some cases, maybe others not so obvious. The asterisk I would like to include is the Muddy Creek project, and have that be master planned and a business program set up so that we know the potential of that property and can advertise it to developers and get started on that project.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. My asterisk added to that is there's a slide or 2 or 3 at the very end of our current work that will show up again. So we were anticipating that, and there'll be an opportunity for you all to really weigh in. You could do it now, we can skip it later, whatever your preference is. So.
I will just add that area has such potential far beyond the Muddy Creek acreage that the town bought. That whole area, if it's conceived, as somewhat the mayor was suggesting before, what are our visionary ideas today? That area could be one of those. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Becker?
Mark Glenn here.
Go ahead, Glenn.
If I can.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I think that we have gained great momentum in this housing area. And I think that there's been a lot of great work done by the staff, and I sincerely appreciate that. So I think we're getting started here in the right area. One of the areas of concern to me is the commercial conversions. And I recognize, as you said, there's only been one application. I think a work point that should be considered is to study what other communities have been able to successfully do in creating housing from units or buildings that were priorly used for commercial purposes. Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn. Ms. Becker?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mark, for the walkthrough on this strategy. A couple of things. Again, trying to make sense of my notes in some reasonable, logical order. But I'll go back to what I think is something that we have missed in all of this. And it was brought up last month at the Housing Action Committee, that in their discussion us consider, they mentioned getting to a survey. And in my humble opinion, that survey should have been done a while ago. And the report from 2019 that was done by Lisa Stuyvesant, that is old news. This is 2024, and a lot has happened in between. And some of what has happened in between is that while we may have had only one application thus far coming through the LMO with regard to conversions and density and that sort of thing, we absolutely do know that across the island, private investors have taken the initiative and they have constructed workforce housing. Perhaps not in the great numbers individually that something like North Point might provide, but cumulatively, there is a substantial amount of workforce housing that private investors have already constructed, folks are living in, they're in the process of constructing, that's being planned for to come, all of which has not necessitated government intervention in any way. That is a critically important piece to all of this. Unless we truly want to develop something that makes our tiny island of 40,000, just about 40,000 residents, a big city urban environment, these reliances on private investors is the critical element. To connect with them, to encourage them, to provide perhaps other incentives through our LMO, yes, to make their jobs a little bit easier, if that is a stumbling block that we uncover, then I'm clearly open to that. But I'm not open to creating a housing department in Hilton Head Island on the backs of the taxpayer. Connecting last strategy to this one, to continue to provide for not necessarily our residents, but the ever-increasing needs of workforce for our tourists. Having said that, there's another item up there that I'm not sure how it's on there. But to implement the Coastal Community Development Corporation Memorandum of Understanding, there are questions, concerns that must be worked out with regard to that organization. I have not seen those questions answered. All the concerns have not been met. And it is, in my mind, not close to being funded, much less implemented. So then it takes me to the next, which is the ARPA money, and the fact that even though I voted against it, it's made-up money, and we should not be taking made-up money that puts the burden on the back for generations of how to repay it. We have it, it's been used, and yes, we've had some good outcomes, some good work that's been being done with that money. But when that money was being spent on a number of items that are listed even here, it was a one-time opportunity. I do understand, and I will agree, that we have a small number of applicants who would benefit from the home safety and repair lateral sewer connections, and so to add additional 900, whatever it was, that's necessary to complete that, I will support. Moving forward, though, I'm not taking what was a one-time opportunity and embedding it into our budget moving forward. So just looking over, making sure that some of these I can wait until another time and another conversation, but that survey is critically important for us to understand who it is that we're building for. Are they families? Are they individuals? I've heard so much over the years about what this housing would look like. I think at one time early on, it was a kind of a widget scenario where we would build small spaces and folks would come onto the island, be able to sleep and house themselves here, get up in the morning and go and work for everyone who needs them, and then after that, go back to their space, and that was their part of their life in our community. That is not acceptable to me. I've said that for years. That model is not acceptable to me. Are we building for families to create community And if we are we providing them opportunities to become homeowners and part of our life here? And what I see so far being set up is the development of a rental class, and that is not the opportunity that I want for people who are coming here to live on our island, to contribute to our island, and to take our community into the future. So I have a lot of issues with regard to how we are looking at housing. I heard this morning that there is no difference between workforce and affordable housing, and yet within even the Housing Action Committee, I've heard that there indeed is a specific definition. I know a lot of it is reliant on the AMI, or the average mean income, but these are all lots of questions that I do not feel are being answered sufficiently, and that instead we're on a roll without having the information we need to make sure that whatever we do decide to do is done in a way that provides the best outcome for the future.
Thank you. Any other comments? Ms. Bryson?
A couple of the 15 strategies, and I've been on record before saying I think it's too many. But if I had to pick some
Will you close, Ms. Wright, will you
I'm
close your
sorry.
mic? Yeah, thank you.
I'm too far away. How's that? Okay. My microphone's been bouncing around and distracting me. I felt like there was a fly over here, so I moved it away. Anyhow, my apologies. Of the 15 strategies, which I've gone on record before saying I think it's too many at one time or even within 2 years to address, but of those 15, my top two are growth and conservation management and work and the housing framework. So I'm supportive of this work plan. I agree with Mr. Ames, and I see it later in our notebook that we're going to be looking at the Muddy Creek site and working on a plan for that. But recognizing that we have the Gullah Geechee Historic Neighborhoods Community Development Corporation, and I've said before, that's a good partnership for us to work with on that Muddy Creek site. So I hope that when we look at that later on our agenda today, we can talk some more about that. The other thing that I would mention is that I was at the annual meeting of the Community Foundation of the Low Country last night, they spoke a lot about a couple of things that affect our community. One is workforce housing, and they are working on that plan as well. That's a regional partnership to work on that plan because it's 4 counties. In addition to that, there was a lot of discussion about health care. And we don't have a particular strategy, and I'm not advocating adding one. But I think within this work plan and looking at types of housing, perhaps our Housing Action Committee could look at housing for medical staff, especially nurses and retaining nurses. So I would like to see us, and one of our constituents asked me to ask about where does healthcare belong in our strategic plan, and I think this is one place it could fit, and that is finding home for our medical staff within our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments? Mr. Brown?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor. Just two policy points here. We have listed here evaluate existing workforce housing policies. I don't want us to assume that those are just Hilton Head policies, okay? There's discussion at the State House around policies. I think we need to keep our eyes on those as we're moving forward with this initiative. And the second, I know it's later in our packet, but since it's been brought up here, as far as the Bryant Road property is concerned, and this is policy, I think we should consider moving that under the realm of the CDC. That particular area is desperately in need of stabilization. Okay, I think that's a vehicle for us to have private and public investment in that area to sort of rise all boats to a degree. So I support that conversation if we're going to have it now or later.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Other comments? I would just say that implement the workforce housing framework, finding home, which has been done. It's not saying we're going to approve everything that's here, but it's to address and learn and make certain that we are addressing everything that's possible, and then for it to come to council for decisions to be made. So I see this as a check mark already.
Okay. Thank you. Good comments. And I've heard a lot of different and similar comments. And I'll explain. I put up here those MOUs on purpose because those are, as town council votes, my job is to make sure that we are making sure that the operating side of your policy decision makes sense. And so, of course, neither of those can really be implemented without funding. But when some of this is work planned and some of this is where our focus is based upon your actions and your direction. So we've added a couple things to this. Josh, you got them? Okay. The survey is important, but I will say some of that we're going to learn a lot as we build this, that create that workforce housing metrics dashboard, something that we all have access to, not just a consultant that studies it 5 years ago. It's that metrics dashboard. So thank you.
Mayor, if I can just make 2 comments, please. The first is, so language is important. We've all learned that in the last several years, that, every word is important. And so what I fear, maybe I sense happening, is that we are becoming accustomed to putting things out using language like implement, or even, in fact, the Bryant Road property, that when it was agreed on that we would purchase it, there was not a discussion outside publicly about what that land would be used for. And I think that that's a missing piece. Not that I'm opposed for what is being suggested, but I think we're making assumptions without discussion and without agreement on the record. When things get put out that it's misinformation, it leads others to think that's, in fact, exactly what we're going to do. When you see 2024 work planned and you see implement, that's concerning to me for the future, whether someone else were to pick it up or interpret it or make assumptions about it. The language leads us in only one direction, that is something that we've agreed we are going to do. And that's a problem.
I hear you.
So,
is there a more appropriate word? Because from my vantage point, you approved that at a council meeting, and it's adopted. And so, I think that's good. I think it's a great point, and it's a great conversation. It's just, what is it you want me to do now that it's approved?
Yeah, to Mrs. Becker's point, maybe it is addressing the workforce housing framework more so than implement. So I understand that, and it is, sometimes one word can change the feel
Absolutely.
of everything. So that's, again, something I would just take a look at.
Yes, we will. Yeah. Josh has that note.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, before we move that,
Yes.
I guess I'm gonna go back to the fresh eyes.
Yes, Nidra.
At some point, we have to give the staff the opportunity to run a bit. And, I just want us to be very careful as far as how loose or how tight the reins are on staff when we have adopted something, okay? And I'm not just talking about the Housing Action Committee or the Housing Framework. I'm talking about overall in our organization. I think that's important that we continue to keep that front of mind.
Thank you. We have 15 of these. What time is it? Oh, we've got plenty of time. We'll be done by 3 o'clock. We'll be done.
Mark said he'd be done with these slides by lunch.
I'm going 3 o'clock. I'm writing it down.
This is the guy that just sat quietly through all that. But it reminds me what time I told him we were having lunch. Thank you, Bill. Appreciate it. I'm just teasing.
Let me
There we go.
2 cents in through the conversation that I don't think that there's any, you're not going to walk away from this having approved moving forward. This is the intent of what Mark and the staff intend to do for the year. So these will come back, final implementation, final policy approval, et cetera. So I would just encourage you perhaps to not get mired in the details of today and stick at the higher level of, is there anything on any of these lists that show 24 intentions, if you will, that you don't want them to do? Think of it in that regard. Or is there something that is not on that list that should be on that list? Run that through your own filter first as we go through these remaining 12 strategies. Now, that doesn't mean that we don't have time this afternoon, because quite honestly, when we get through these 15, there's like 5 slides left. But just kind of think about that as you're processing this yourself as you go forward.
Right, that's a great point.
Can I respond to that for just a second? So what I have seen happen over the last year since the last time we did this and we put into place 15 strategies, which were just accumulated, not really discussed, and I think this has been a wonderful opportunity to discuss it, and the details are important to me, and I think everyone. But is what I have seen over the last year is a reliance by council to say, we have adopted 15 strategies, and we are not implementing them. We are not moving forward. And using it as a push to get it done, that they must be done, and all of that. So for me, it's important that we dive into them here so that we know when that's being pushed, what exactly it is that's being pushed. Thank you.
I understand that. Thank you. Major corridors. This isn't something, so we're workshopping this. And so one of some feedback in the survey, and also my time with each of you monthly, we're starting to learn a lot when we go to workshop. The issue with workshops are that slide where I showed you the boards, commission, committees, the time of, sometimes we schedule a committee workshop on a whim, and it's the same day as planning commission, and we're trying to move things around. So workshops, we've learned so much. If we think about it, North Point didn't just come from any old where. It was a series of 2 or 3 workshops earlier in my time here, and the workshop derived that work. Parks, while we spent a little time on parks, pickleball, I should say, we got through workshop on Patterson, Taylor, Shelter Cove, and several other parks at workshop. We're going into major corridor street enhancements, especially the Northridge section. We've workshopped William Hilton Parkway. Perhaps it's time, if there's still questions when we leave here today, Mayor, I would ask you, take some notes on the 15 and tell me what we need as an additional workshop, and we'll make it work. You do have on your calendars quarterly workshops, and I like to bring you forward in those quarterly workshops, capital projects. But by no means, maybe we can add something here so that you have clarity, because that's really my goal. I want you to have clarity, consensus, and I want confidence to move it forward. So when we talk about major corridors, we say that we have a major thoroughfare corridor plan. We're coming to workshop on this. What's the date, Sean? March? That's what I was going to say. April 9th? Thank goodness for Sean. April 9th. But we will have a workshop with you, and we will talk at that time the entire thoroughfares corridors plan, which we need, because every time we talk to DOT on 50 feet of right-of-way on US, right? US Highway 278. It's not SC, it's US Highway 278. I call it William Hilton Park. It should be our parkway. But every time we go back to the drawing board to plant they take 3 months unless we make phone calls and make a drive, and because they're busy too, right? They're not taking, that's just how long that takes. So what we're intending to do is understand your vision, your philosophy, your direction on a thoroughfare plan that assesses the system and looks at each segment of road. We've broken William Hilton Parkway up into it's about 5 lanes to cross and about that wide to cross it. So what we're intending to do is a whole bunch of work in one set of plans so that we can take a drive up to Columbia, meet with DOT, and start getting to work on our priority segments. We will bring you some work. William Hilton Parkway, Palmetto, you can read them up there. Those are streets that in the past we've prioritized with you through that original initial workshop months ago. I've had some comments saying, where are we? It's not coming back fast enough. Well, the answer is we've been working on parks for a little while, and it's your time and your capacity. And so we can have a series of workshops on this, or just 1 or 10. But our goal, really, my true desire, and Chief's sitting in the room, and Sean's sitting in the room, and Brian's sitting in the room, when people get hurt, car accidents, crossing the street, a stop sign was down, those aren't always our crosswalks. Those aren't always our stop signs, but we're responsible for them. And so the sooner we can get through this so that I can just go to DOT, and the better. And again, but what we said is we would improve safety and beautification. We have a talking about early April. Hopefully, we have to, even if we have to take an extra drive to Columbia, have our immediate safety and approved as a DOT encroachment permit by that date. Those are no-brainers. And your budget impacts are all baked into
Okay. Ms. Becker.
Yes, and I enjoy the workshops, so I agree with you on that. I just wanted to make the first initial comment, which was that opening picture. That's what our island corridor, 278 William Hilton Parkway, should look like across the board. For those who live, those 70% who live behind, of the land, who live behind gates, when they drive through their gates, that's what you get. For those who live outside the gates, it's not close. And in some sections, it's nowhere, absolutely nowhere. It's, as you've mentioned, unsafe, unsightly, and does not provide the same type of living environment that those who live behind the gates get. And so, as a priority, it's definitely a priority. Those who live outside should have the same opening opportunity to their day, their mornings, and any time that everyone else gets.
Thank you.
Ms. Bryson?
Sure. First of all, thank you. And of the 15 strategies, I lumped together 2 of the 15 strategies into what I call public safety, and I would also add the beautification of our corridors. So I put together this major corridor street enhancement strategy along with the William Hilton Parkway Corridor SCDOT, because for that passageway, also safety and the what it looks like are 2 important things to me. And safety, I just put public safety as one strategy and both those under there. I'm good with the plan. I look forward to the April 9th workshop for more discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Stanford, do you have any comments?
Mr. Mayor, I'm comfortable with the plan as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ames?
Yeah, let me amplify my comment. In looking at the 6 levels that we were presented earlier on, when you're dealing with safety, I think it's number 1. You always have to take care of that. And that's why I said what I said. Thank you.
This almost doesn't even need to be a strategy, right? Because it's to be something that's baked into daily operations and concerns and cares. You know, what I look forward to is not only the workshop, but bringing it to council to vote to move it forward in a timely and timely fashion.
Yes.
You know, the more workshops we have may not be the answer. We might need to have a good long one to resolve it, to come to grips, come to agreement, and get it going forward, because we've had too many incidents as of late, and it's something that's been ignored for way too long.
Right. Josh, you have the note, either a really long workshop or a series of them in a short period of time. Here's some policy decisions. What's the speed limit on William Hilton Parkway? Chief, Bob,
45.
What's the speed limit? 45, right?
Yes, sir.
Great job, Bob. What if I approach DOT tomorrow and ask for 35 and they approve 40? That is a town council policy decision, not a town manager. What if at Northridge, where we said there's been enough people that are not crossing at crosswalks hit in the dark of night or the bright of day? What if I said we are making an encroachment permit recommendation to SCDOT and with Beaufort County support, and we are going to close some of those left, well, they're barely left turns. They're on some awkward angle. Well, right, but you don't see those anywhere else in America on a street with commerce. So what if I said, oh no, I submitted the encroachment permit with Brian McElwee, to close those right turns, and then your phones start ringing because we just closed this turn into Northridge Plaza as we know it. That's a policy decision. So
it is, and what you're referring to is an old agreed upon policy that was for that time, not for today. And we've got to look at it in today's realm and what's going to happen tomorrow. And that's why I really want to see this move forward to a council vote quickly.
Okay, thank you. Good. Told you, Bill, we'd be done. Ditto with this, right? If we're going to bake these 2 together, we know this is on our horizon. Sean did a fabulous job providing an update the other night. He provided an update the other night. We know that we have some work to do still with an end-to-end analysis. We know that we've been working with Beaufort County different today than any day prior. We know that we have sat down with the Stewart families as well as any other affected properties on that road We know that some properties are for sale because of what's coming, let alone with what's there, and we know this. If we do nothing, that's what we get. If we do something for the greater good, it's impacting properties. We have been really working closely with Beaufort County lately to examine this roadway, and they're very receptive. Amazing partner I have with John Robinson, the interim county administrator. He has been at the table, he has visited the properties, and he has been talking to people, not just relying upon a big old workshop, putting a dot on a map at the rec center. So I know that the better days with us at least assessing for your municipal consent consideration are in front of you, but there's a lot more work to do. I don't think we should get bogged down in here today simply because Sean went over this two days ago. We talked about approved town council action, and we said this: we'll finish this independent review scope of work. We will continue to coordinate with Beaufort County. We'll, through the end-to-end analysis, of course, we are going to develop some recommendations for roadway design alternatives, and we will coordinate with Beaufort County. But the bottom line is what you have that's important. We know that SIB is knocking on our door through Beaufort County. We know that the dollars don't have another 1 year of shelf life from State Infrastructure Bank, and we know that we need to bring you forward some assessment. We need Beaufort County at the table. It is their project, right? I was reminded by that from Secretary Hall. This is Beaufort County's project, but this is our town. And so we've got a little bit of dollars in there. It's a lot, $50,000, but when we start challenging the status quo, when we start challenging the design, that's not something that just some folks, Sean and I, can't use a ruler to figure out some of that geometry and make the case for what we're all talking about. We need to explore this either on an agenda that's coming up or a workshop with some of this other work.
So I would like to start off on this and thank Mr. Boxley for working to build trust with those residents and those affected in the Stony area. We, council and staff, will continue to build upon that relationship to build that trust level and get the information needed so that we can make a decision. Again, this is one of those items that has been out there for a long time, and it is taking tremendous staff time and dollars, which is being well utilized, but we've got to make a decision on what's going to happen from our standpoint.
Thank you.
And I'll just reiterate that I made myself clear on Tuesday, and I stand by my statements.
Right, Ms. Bryson.
Mark, excuse me, go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Glenn.
I didn't mean to interrupt. It's kind of hard to tell from a distance. I just want to comment that we heard some more about Stony and concerns about Stony at the last council meeting. And I like a lot of those questions come from the fact that we don't know a whole lot about what those negotiations are. And it may be that there are very good reasons for them to be kept confidential and private, but at least it should be reported that there are good ongoing conversations going on with the Stony residents with an eye to a solution of the impacts on them. Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn. Ms. Bryson.
Yeah, I'm good with the plan. And my only question is the Stony area plan. Is that concert with the CDC and district planning? That in concert with those two?
Both, right? So when we really look at Stony area, we are going to look through a district plan a lot wider than our main corridor. What we do have that we're starting to take a look at and challenge it a bit through our findings and our end-to-end analysis is that baseline data on trips and the projected growth rate and how that affects, right now the road is this. It's a double left turn off William Hilton Parkway onto Squire Pope Road. It's a double right turn off Squire Pope Road onto William Hilton Parkway. The Stony area plan that this section is referring to is that road design overlaid with property impacts. And so we're trying to, while we're looking at the road design based upon that data, to calibrate it, to see if those property impacts at that scale are needed, are necessary, or is there other alternatives? So that's what that means.
Thank you. I mostly wanted the public to hear about that,
Yes.
and also to make sure that we know the CDC is involved, and then we also
are.
have a Gullah Geechee Land and Cultural Preservation Task Force that might have some inputs. Thank you.
Well, the Thomas Boxley and our Gullah Geechee Historic Neighborhoods Community Development Court's very involved, and nothing makes me happier when I walk into Town Hall and I see Sean working with Thomas. So Sean's not figuring all of this out himself, and Thomas here now doesn't have to figure all of this out himself. And so it's a great team, and I'm pleased to see it. So I think Sean's happier than me, and I'm pretty happy about it. So.
Other comments? Great.
Operations of the Gullah, perfect timing, Thomas. Gullah Geechee Historic Neighborhoods Community Development Corp. So we started a development corporation. It's been formed with the goal of stabilizing, protecting, promoting historic and culturally sensitive communities, right, our historic neighborhoods on Hilton Head Island. It will create a strategic programs related to economic development initiatives, affordable housing initiatives, streetscape, neighborhood planning, targeted capital investment, resident education, and other community supportive service opportunities. Thomas has been hard at it with the board that you placed, but he's been hard at it on a bunch of things. Town Council, through the bylaws, approved your actionable items: facilitate, foster, prevent. We won't go through those right now. I smell the salmon from here. And that the work is finalizing and implementing the strategic plan. You, Thomas, working with town staff in the customer service center and the planning area as well to really improve and enhance our design studio to assist applications, to by the board's strategic plan and bylaws establish a funding and lending structure to assist small business, and as well to do the same with property owners in historic Gullah neighborhoods. And also, and where Thomas's time has really been spent over the last little while, is jumping in head first in the deep end on the William Hilton Parkway Gateway Corridor project. The dollars planned are coming from the $5 million from South Carolina. Department of Commerce helped and pledged through Senator Davis's big help, as well as a $500,000 tranche of funds from ARPA money that came to us when we asked for it from Beaufort County. And so we're drawing down on those initial expenditures, and we have that $5 million for the board as council placed it. There's an arm, it's a nonprofit. Is a 501c3 formed yet? We're waiting. So it's definitely a South Carolina nonprofit, and we are waiting on the status of the 501c3. So.
Does anybody have any objections on this or questions?
Just a quick observation. It had a slow but deliberate and thoughtful start, but it has totally accelerated, and I appreciate that. And from the 15 strategies, I would combine this strategy along with the St. James Baptist Church relocation and what's called our land acquisition manual, thanks to Mr. Ames for suggesting management of our land, to perhaps a land management manual. And I would combine those three together with the title of Gullah Geechee Land and Cultural Preservation Strategy.
Is that what y'all want me to do?
I want to talk about it, okay. At some point to understand the ins, the outs, the ups, the downs. I do question a little bit of putting St. James Baptist Church here because of all the different parties that are involved with that. So I see that a little bit different, but as long as there's nothing that stands out, I've got.
Sorry, Mayor, I wasn't suggesting that it go all under CDC. I was suggesting that it all go under a title of Gullah Geechee Land and Cultural Preservation as a new strategy with those three strategies incorporated under there.
I'm good with that.
I would like to be able to discuss one part of it, the land management part.
And I would like to hear more as we're moving through to know whether or not that, to me, makes sense to fit through together.
Okay.
So what I suggest is to let me get through our current plan, because as we're 4 in, and that's a lot of work already. And I keep this on every slide, so we remember it's March 21, and then we have 9 months to go. So we know that January, badly enough or good enough, is around the corner. It's almost time for next year's taxes, not just this year's. But I want to make sure that I have clarity from y'all. So if you could park some of that stuff, because there's going to be time after lunch, because I still have to meet my 3 o'clock deadline for Bill and Mike. All right, sorry.
I said I wrote it down.
A SWOT of our island resilience plan, it's turned into a resilience plan. We know that we're a barrier island, impacts of sea level rise, climate-related effects. Regardless, right now we have a lot. There's nothing more resilient as a plan than renourishing $35 million of the Atlantic Ocean beaches, including Pine Island, right? There's nothing more resilient than state-of-the-art, expensive pump stations, let alone pump station fixes. Where we leave, I think, a lot on the table, especially when we try to talk to Moody's or Standard & Poor's or anybody that is really talking to us about our resilience planning and any plan we have for it, it's compartmentalized. It's not all in one place. It's not something that I could grab, show you, and fund. It's nothing that would support an assessment of our stormwater utility fee. And we have just been figuring it out one project at a time as we go. Thank goodness for Scott Liggett in the past, and thank goodness for Brian McElwee and Jeff Netzinger today. But nowhere can I show you what we're doing except one at a time. This intends to do that. So we hired a great company. You approved the scope of work. It was something that I brought to you because I didn't want to get 9 months into a plan and somebody say, Orlando, why didn't we do this? Town council approved the scope of work, and we hired a contractor, a consultant, based upon that scope of work. And what we really started out to do a year-ish ago was a SWOT analysis, and it turned into a resilience plan that models future storm scenarios, sea level rise, to identify inundation impacts, and a menu of mitigation actions, right? Resiliency, Brian McElwee says it best. It's to bounce back. It's not a sponge, right? And so some of it is pre, some of it is post. And so as we build this plan, we hired a great group of folks. We will build that resilience plan this year. Coming into fourth quarter, we will have a scope of work delivered as you approved it. We will build it in phases. We will go slow enough and fast enough, right? We will get public input. We will bring it to committee at certain points, but we intend to have a plan in place at the end of the year. The resilience plan is funded in the FY 2024 budget, and then future CIP budgets and any operating budgets that we may need will affect future budgets. So, questions on this, or just full support, full steam ahead?
Any objections as to the proposed strategy?
Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
The others?
Just a comment that I do agree with the way that Brian McElwee describes it. It's a bounce back. It prepares us to be able to be ready, set, to put ourselves back in order to continue our lives and our business. And I think that's the critical part that we need to focus on.
Right. And where this will help us focus is I say the number one rule, I think, in stormwater management and sea level rise is the basics. It's also a management of our ditches, right? Town, state, county, private, unknown. It's that channel of water flowing through Hilton Head Island in a light storm. Not everything is about a Cat 5. And so this plan will really open our eyes to some of that work. Brian, that's better than me calling you up asking you to define resilience, isn't it? All right. Good. All right, what time is it? We do CIP in 6 minutes because we know all our CIP work, right? I'm teasing someone, but we said in the CIP program that was rebuilt a couple years ago to show priority projects based upon our priority programs: beach, path, road, park, facility, including equipment, fleet, in our land management acquisition program. We know that we're coming up to budget. We're going to have a CIP workshop. We've got a lot of projects that are live. We spent some funds this year. We're going to roll forward some funds this year, and we're going to ask for more funds next year and add some more projects to it. A couple new projects that you'll see starting to be expedited perhaps could be the Shelter Grove Park Phase 2. It could be Patterson and Taylor Park. It's definitely the Arrow Road pickleball courts that you may or may not agree to, but we're bringing that master plan to you in a April 2nd. There's April again. So here's our work plan, and it's in your presentation, and by no way would I think that today is for you to say yay or nay to beach renourishment. We have to renourish our beach. That's right now permitting in a next year, starting to get our logistics and mobilization together in a 2026 calendar year renourishment. Lots to go into that. But then we also said we're going to improve some pathways. Jonesville Road is on there. Some maintenance, Squire Pope crosswalks. I think we'll see some crosswalks this fiscal year now that we found a good contractor with some good material. That's always the hard part too, that we're ready to go with that. We said that we talked about roads, William Hilton Parkway. This is segment 3 at Northridge. We said we would permit and construct immediate, and the long-term design and permit. We said segment 5 in Chaplin, which is conceptual design. We said Main Street, we acquired it, we had a workshop. So on and on, including, and we are one, if I could cry for help today, one signature away from, for the first time in another 15-year exercise, moving Mitchellville Road into our road network, the dirt road where an ambulance or fire truck could barely get down.
Not to interrupt you, but you bring up a really good point. So while this is in the 2024 work plan, what does that mean
for council?
Well, not just for council, but for the community as it being finished.
Right. So there's a couple things. We, staff, will bring these priority projects as an entire capital improvement program to Planning Commission very soon to prioritize the projects. That's a state law requirement that a Planning Commission prioritizes. At the end of the day, you vote through the budget, and your budget drives where our focus is. We will have a capital improvement, we're 6 funds. Our CIP fund is one of them. I will highlight those projects in our budget process. We will also have a separate workshop to go over these projects. And we know that there's always pushing and pulling. Why is this road not in there, but that pathway is? And my answer is going to be, we have 5 project managers and only so much money. So the policy decision would agree is a priority of project, and can we afford to do it right now?
Then the actual execution, 1, 2, 3 year, 4 year process.
Yes. Well, yes, some of them, right? A project will take us 3 years, right? When you approve Patterson Park, Taylor Family Park, Chaplin Park, a road, it's going to take us 6 to 8 months to have the civil. It's going to take us 4 to 6 to get land disturbance. It's going to take us a few months to procure and get the right contract. And if it comes in over bid, we've got to value engineer, which is back to the civil, which is back to the permit, which is back to the contract. So that is a 3-year cycle, hard pressed, hard pushing. Just like a real estate development project is. Those things, when you need state permits and value engineering, let alone the community expectations, they take time. We have to start delivering some projects, I hear you, but it takes time to build that foundation first. You've approved a lot of policy decisions you've approved this year. Right? We talked a little earlier, can we just approve this and get out of the way? I think that's what I heard, you might not have said that. And so we can just get on with our business. And so a lot of this up there is exactly that. You see the parks you approved, including pickleball. You see some facility work. Your policy decision is, do you want to acquire a fleet of fire apparatus vehicles? You said that a couple years ago. We're still waiting for them. They take 3 years to arrive. So. And again, this last one, capital needs are always synchronized with our operating expenses, right? We have to have some maintenance accountability and some funding for maintenance, I think different today than past years, especially as we're building new. And we're always tying it to forecasted revenues for this fiscal and upcoming fiscal years. I will put together a draft 5-year operating budget to give you confidence whether or not a 5-year CIP program is realistic. And then we will propose a lot of the 1-year work plan in the every year's fiscal budget. And so that's 30 days away. Sir.
Mark, I want to add my thought. Said investment in our communities super important, and our capacity to implement should go hand in hand with our decision to invest. So I guess my question to you, and I'm not positive it really needs to be answered today, but I think it would be helpful to our council if you came back to us and said, what are your ideas on expediting our ability to implement CIP projects? Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I can, thank you. I'm going to say it here because it's a CIP project. I'm going to probably say it every opportunity I get. And the reason I'm going to say it over and over again is it's things that I've been talking about behind the scenes that are really important, and not just to me, but to other people on the island who have asked me to continue to say it. Jonesville Road, the stables. That land that we purchased was for preservation. It was to continue the character of the neighborhood and to not lose something that was so perfect. The words aren't coming, but it was just so perfect for our island, right? We need those stables back. So I would like to see as a priority in the CIP project, even if it was snuck into the 2024 budget somewhere, that we put the stables on Jonesville Road on the table, get it happen so that they can be up and running and our full community can take advantage of those that public-private partnership where the public, those who live on Hilton Head, are first in line.
Yes, ma'am. We'll talk about it after lunch. It's already in there.
Okay.
Say that.
Thank you.
Mayor, just a couple quick things. One is I support the work plan subject to the Planning Commission's recommendation on CIP and our workshop on CIP. And I'd respectfully request that the Planning Commission give us priorities as opposed to all of them being number one, which they did last year. So I'd really would ask the Planning Commission to do that. And then the other is a quick question. I heard April 9, a quarterly workshop on the major thoroughfare corridor plan. And then I heard April 2nd for crossings in Chaplin Park. So is April 2nd, sorry, this thing is wiggling out the heck. Is the April 2nd, is that an additional workshop on top of our regular agenda?
Thank you.
Yeah,
Just to clarify that.
So since it's gone through workshop, it's come into council with the plans on April 2nd.
Okay, so for those public members, especially the pickleball folks who are interested in where the pickleball courts, that's for action on April 2nd.
That's correct.
And then the major thoroughfare workshop on April 9. Thank you.
Right. And I thought,
I have a comment.
Sure.
Have a comment when appropriate.
Go ahead, Glenn.
All right, thank you. A project that exists in Ward 6 is the Mid-Island Track. I don't see any reference to that in the CIP budget, and I know I'm going to get questions about that. So what is the status, and what are we planning to do as part of this plan?
It's in there, sir. Hi, Glenn. It's in there. We are underway already for design and permitting for the Mid-Island Park Phase 1. We had talked about, and fill in any blanks if I leave them out, Brian or Sean. We talked about stabilizing the ditch and stormwater system, right? Through there are some dry ditches. We can't just go straight to permit. We can't call Thomas and Hutton and say, hey, get us our permits, start civil. We've had to investigate for some time to figure out why some of those ditches are completely dry when they shouldn't be. We will stabilize the pathway system. We will improve some, I call it light imprint parking area, as well as restrooms. And so what we're going to do is simply accentuate what's there currently by a real good phase one. The funds are in the budget right now. We'll probably need some more by the time we design, permit, and get a real price, opinion of probable cost, and then turn that into a real price. But that's phase one. That's the scope. It's high on our priority list, and we have good project management on it, sir.
So what you're telling me is it's already baked into the budget?
Yes, it's in the budget.
Project is underway.
It's already in the FY24 budget. It's on the 2024 calendar year work plan, and you will see it again with perhaps some more dollars or a little more knowledge and intelligence on our end in the FY25 proposed budget coming up.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to expand a little bit on Councilwoman Bryson's point. And this goes back to one of the earlier slides when we sort of talked about the structure of the organization, and we have these committees, Planning Commission. In this case, by state code, the CIP has to go before them for recommendations. I'm just planting a seed here. I'm not looking for an answer or a solution at the moment, but as Councilman Stanford just asked a question about Mill Island Track, which we've been having discussions around for the last few years, I'd hate for something like that to go to Planning Commission and they all say that that's not a priority and we've already got money baked into moving it along. So to me, it seems to be somewhat of a disconnect there as they're making their recommendations to us before we adopt budget. I just think we need to clean that up to some degree.
I would love to. It's a state law. And at the end of the day, the process or the system is staff recommend to Planning Commission recommendation to you as a council vote. And sometimes it's aligned with Planning Commission or staff, and sometimes it's not. Here's what we are doing though. We are doing a better job today, I think, now that we have some staff that's been here for some time. They're starting to learn the culture and expectations from all of you and me. It's their job to inform the Planning Commission when you're not looking and I'm not looking, right? It's Brian's job and Sean's job to inform the Planning Commission of what's already live. So it's a waste of time, or it's in opposition, or truly, it's in opposition to where council has already spent several $100,000 in time. It's our job to explain the strategic plan and the CIP of what's live versus what's new priority. So we do that, and we've gotten better at that, sir. All right, is that all, CIP?
Yeah, so, are there any objections, questions, comments? Or are we good to go on this one?
All right, and we're gonna see this again and scrub the budget. I'm excited. All right. Lunch.
How long do you want to take for lunch?
4 minutes. Half hour.
Half hour, okay, great, thank you.
Can we turn the lights up? Absolutely.
So just to let y'all know, we'll start in about 5 minutes. All right, so 5 minutes has passed us, so let's go ahead and get back on track. Mark, if you want to go ahead and get rolling.
All right, so we're on number 8. We've got to get to number 15. Then I've got to get through a few things that we've done, and I also have some time in here for some of these new elements that you've been bringing up along the way. As I was chatting over on the side, we call this a strategic planning workshop, a strategic planning exercise. The real strategy, right? The strategy of why, the what and the why is already in the plan. So today is much less about the goals and the priorities as much as it is probably a lot more, obviously, that is the priority going in the right direction in the right amount of time. So, all right, land acquisition manual. This was one that was brought up at the strategic plan exercise or the workshop, and it was to really update the land acquisition manual that was in place some time ago, and we use the land acquisition manual all the time as we're contemplating property acquisitions. But what I haven't done is used it with you, right? So as we've acquired property, a lot of times that's been based upon opportunity, and because something was a risk or a challenge in Jonesville, different than the acquisition of the property that was for sale at Cracker Barrel. Right, so we haven't updated the land acquisition manual. I haven't even started working on it yet. We have not. What we said was that the land acquisition manual that utilizes it to identify and acquire real property has not been updated since 2005 and does not currently reflect the current needs and goals of the town. This is one of them that I've said we will get to, that we'll evaluate it. Will include parks, open space, conservation, facilities, commercial development, workforce housing, development rights, preservation of historic neighborhoods, and that we'd identify potential sources of funding above and beyond the traditional real estate transfer fee and opportunity. So I think that we've started to look at this differently. You know, if you look at the bottom bullet, we worked very closely with Senator Davis, very closely with South Carolina legislature as they adopted the Green Space Fund. Right, $100 million. I believe $25 million will be directed to the town of Hilton Head Island, and so we've always been really pushing that way. Work plan this year, I have not said that I will show up by December and have an updated land acquisition manual for you. I will bring this forward as we get through some of these other initiatives, right? So when we start talking about a stacked order of priority, this hasn't become one yet. But the opportunity that we have all been successful with is we've acquired $20 million of property, 25 acres plus, Jonesville Barn, a risk of residential anywhere USA development, Cracker Barrel, Trips, commercial hotel, I could keep going, Wild Wing Cafe, and a whole bunch of others that we all know of. So this is just one of those strategies that have not become a priority of mine yet for obvious reason. However, you have made very good strategic decisions to acquire property. So with that, questions or just keep moving?
Questions, or you just keep moving? Any objections to where we stand on this? Let's keep moving.
I don't see any red lights. A SWOT analysis of our island solid waste recycling program. We know that we have had a recommendation come out of Planning Commission. We've talked to you about that. We've engaged with experts. We pursued a real deep dive of a SWOT analysis, and this went through Community Service, Public Safety Committee the other day. It has a 3-to-1 vote. It'll show up on your town council desk and agenda in the coming weeks, as soon as you approve the agenda, sir. 2024 work plan is really as if and as the support for the SWOT analysis is adopted, that we will coordinate with Beaufort County to really understand their immediate, mid, and long-term plans. We always, it's a question I'm always asked, What's the county doing? I think we really need to go on record and understand what their future plans are. We've also said that we'll evaluate potential approaches and associated costs to provide curbside solid waste recycling. Again, that's not something that's being proposed by me at this time, but the question continues to come up. We have privatized solid waste recycle options here only, not a curbside. I know that Hilton Head Island had it, tried to renew it. It for whatever reason didn't work, and I'm not well versed in that. This is telling you that I'm going to look into that a little deeper and figure it out. There's a couple things in here that matter quite a bit, and I think we can help. We have great opportunity at our beach park facilities to greatly enhance our recycle program. If you go down to Coligny today, there is a big belly trash and recycling compactor that's solar powered, and it's in place. I think recycling is as much a mindset as it is options. And so if we put our best foot forward at our beaches, and this is, again, costs money, so there is a bit of a policy discussion there, but as we place funds in our CIP, in our operating budget, know that the third bullet point on this list is what we are aiming to accomplish at our beach parks. As well, all of our town facilities, right? We walk into the room, we've got a little tiny recycle bin that barely fits 4 cups of paper cup coffee, right? So again, mindset, and let's put our best foot forward. And lastly, and probably this should be first, this thing is playing games on me, that we strengthen the enforcement of reporting and recycling requirements in our town code. The town code can be updated so 2 things can occur. One, the haulers have more clarity of what their expectations are as they sign for their business license. And 2, that we have more clarity in what we expect once that business license is provided to the haulers. So again, that's a trash problem on our island. We see a lot of trash on the road. A lot of it is blowing out from a truck somewhere. But let us bring you a code in the coming months to improve. But first and foremost, our work is complete to bring you a SWOT analysis. This new work up here simply gets either baked in future policy through a code amendment and through some operating expenditures. Questions on that, or keep moving for time's sake?
Ms. Bryson, I knew you had to say something. Or I had something to say, I should say.
I know you're prescient, so I knew, and precious as well, right? Yeah, so I serve on the Community Services and Public Safety Committee, and we looked at the SWOT analysis, I think it was Monday of this week. We've done so many things this week, I think it was Monday. I raised some questions, and I know that staff will pass those along. But I totally support recycling, and I hope that we can improve greatly. So I'm supportive of the work plan. I just want to point out that there are some things that may not be able to be done. And so the realistic part, I think, is important to remember in the work plan.
All right. Brian, are you tracking some of that? Sean, are you tracking some of that with what Ms. Bryson is talking about right now? Because we need 100% clarity when we come to council, right? Because the SWOT analysis is just that: strength, weakness, opportunity, threat. But what I'm saying, and that I had recommended and agreed to with staff bringing forward to you, are these 1, 2, 3, 5 elements on that plan. No more, no less for this coming year. So, okay, does that make sense?
And just to follow up, I think the outcome of that meeting was beneficial. There was the consultant who worked on this, who also made a presentation, and it became clear, as Patsy mentioned, that there are definitely some things that may not be possible.
Right.
The lift is just too big.
Okay.
But out of that came some of the things, and ones that you highlighted on that are possible that we could implement now and we could move forward on as soon as the full council agrees to it. So nothing was set in stone. Your suggestions and recommendations are taken to heart, and we'll move forward on those.
Thank you.
Other comments?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The potential policy in this is pretty broad, right? Mm-hmm. But one thing I think we need to sort of focus on is maybe drawing a line between solid waste and recycling. Because when I think recycling, I think of us being stewards of our environment, being leading in the industry as far as making that happen. And we currently lack infrastructure to do that, right? So I think maybe some of the sooner policy decisions for us as a group would be around recycling and the infrastructure to support that versus solid waste and recycling, okay?
Thank you, sir. Josh? Fingers doing the talking. Good.
Anything else?
Future budgets will implement this. We do have $600,000 for island-wide solid waste recycling efforts at town facilities, park, beaches. A lot of that is in our CIP program, so stay tuned.
Sorry, Mayor, can I have one more thing? I think it's important for the town to lead in that efforts, and I appreciate that that's in the list of recommendations. Thank you.
Great. DMO, destination, marketing organization, marketing plan, and measuring the performance of the plan. Don't know how much time you want to spend on this. I know there was a question earlier about what does that mean. It's baked in here in the strat plan that says we're going to work with our DMO to adopt and implement an effective marketing plan that places emphasis on positive community attributes of Hilton Head Island as a place to live, work, and play, that we will identify any necessary changes and ensure that town council feedback is incorporated into the annual marketing plan, that will monitor the performance of the town's authorized DMO, and that they'll partner with the DMO staff to assess performance against stated goals. So one thing that is, I believe, obvious to all of us this year is your seat is at the table. The vacation guide seems to have advanced, evolved, and that the marketing plan that we are working on, staff and some council members, will be in front of Finance and Accommodations Tax Advisory Committee, F&A, and then find its way as we get into budget ordinance, first reading of budget adoption, I should say, of the budget ordinance. So any questions on this? What we said, what you told us to do, I believe we're doing, and that we will bring this forward April 4th, April 9th, May 7th to different bodies, and that we will continue to evaluate industry metrics. Andrew Davis has been working diligently with them, as well as some others, but you also had an update at Town Council the other night that is a new form. It's a quarterly update. It's not a monthly update of what events the chamber was holding, but it's real metrics and real measurement. This is a big year. This is the last year of the contract with our DMO, and we will rebid it next year. And if there's any language in there that we need to refine, that's the time to do it.
And I just don't want to lose sight of the improvement that we've had under this current contract versus where we were. And I'm pleased with the emphasis on residents that the DMO has been starting to take. And that was one of our primary concerns, that the residents were put first. And so I'm looking forward to good things, but we have had some successes already.
Yeah, I'd like to expand on that because at our strategic planning meeting last year, this was obviously one of the things that was a hot topic. And so then we began our meetings, 2-on-2 meetings, so to speak, throughout the year, and we've continued that this year. So it's been a more engaged council with the DMO to make certain that they're hearing our voices and your voices. And it, in my mind, it has produced a better quality product, and it represents Hilton Head much better than it has. And we'll continue to do that in the coming years as well.
I would echo that and add to that I thought our session with the report at our last town council meeting was excellent, and I appreciate that. And also, as I understand it, there's some different metrics that are used in the industry now compared to the metrics used in our current contract, and I hope that staff will take a look at those. because I think the value-based marketing is important, reflecting the values of that local community. And as I understand it, those newer metrics use that to measure.
Yes, ma'am. I think I have that note in about 10 different places, 5 of which are post-it notes, and now Josh has it too. That's good. All right, so DMO funding, right? It's a state law formula that provides 30% of collected state aid taxes to a destination marketing organization. So if you collect aid tax, you have to have an aid tax committee, and if you collect aid tax, you have to distribute it based upon the state code, state law. And so the 30%, once the initial funds come out, the 30% fund to the DMO is projected in 2024 to be 3.9 million, and we're just projecting flat, maybe a little compression, a little reduction in state collected aid taxes. We're just getting into our final revenue projections for FY25, and we're simply projecting that. Regardless of our projection, it might come in over. That is funds to them. If it comes under, it's funds less. So it's a projection to get going. So with that, I'm going to keep moving. We said we'd assess alternative revenue sources and funding opportunities. And I'll tell you, that is something that probably can come out of our strategic plan next time. I think that this is in here. I believe this is in here because we didn't have the confidence that this is what we were doing all the time, right? Did we chase grants the way you all would expect, the way I wanted to? I'm not sure, but in the 3 years that I've been with the town, we have collected close, $5, $6, $7, $8, $9 million of grants. We have a great grant administrator. Our finance office focuses on it, but every department head also chases their own grants. Fire department, Chief Blankenship and Joe Haida do an incredible job of sourcing their own money, and then grants come in. In addition to that, we've looked for funding through 1%, through the green space. We've looked at, we haven't addressed, well, we did. We through Beaufort County Green Space, we looked at the dedicated funding for workforce housing. That's the state aid tax change. It's the 15% rule that you all know about, Act 57. We had some opinions on that early on. You're entertaining funding right now. We will get to evaluating the Mid-Island TIF. I have talked with potential TIF partners, right? Those agencies, Beaufort County School District, and others that make up the TIF. We're starting to explore it. The Mid-Island TIF district, our advantage and our benefit already is the Mid-Island district plan. That is the first and foremost thing that we need to put together to think through a TIF district. We have made some adjustments to development permit fees last year. We will not do a stormwater utility rate study until the resilience plan is complete. Looking at municipal bond capabilities and adopting a tax funding policy. We haven't got to a few of those elements on there, but we will look at TIF this year. We will assess debt financing as you asked me to, but I really need a finance director on board. We are getting through preparing a budget with a great interim finance director. We have an assistant finance director that was approved in last year's budget. John McGowan starts on April 1st, April Fool's Day. I hope he shows up. I hope this isn't a joke, but he spent a career at Standard & Poor's and Moody's, but he's also a financial mind and a financial analysis mindset that we'll have on our team internal. We're going to keep looking for grants. We're going to keep coming to you for additional funding for land acquisition indefinitely, and as you know, push on the use of that green space, call it 100 million, our portion, perhaps 25. So, questions on that?
Mr. Alfred.
Speaking of alternative revenue sources, there's going to be a bond issue, I understand, on the November ballot, tax levy. And some part of that is to be allocated to the island?
Yes, sir.
Is that a definitive amount? Or generally from a definitive amount that might be allocated to the island?
Some's definitive, project specific, and some is I would say, portfolios of funds for public safety, roadway improvement, and some things like that. We can send that memo out from Beaufort County again. We met on it, was it just last couple days ago? Beaufort County's working on putting it on the ballot right now, so it's still a work in progress.
In light of the fact that the island could obtain a great deal of money from the passage of that levy, and the fact that it will not increase anybody's taxes, seems to me to suggest that we give some consideration to try to support that.
Yes, sir. And that's the will of council on that. We've been working with Beaufort County, as every other municipality has, to make sure that if it passes, our seat is at the table while we're building our project list, right? The roads that we mentioned earlier, if it passes, I'm not advocating for that whatsoever, would be funded through this referendum. And that's a will of county council and with town councils.
Yeah, if I could take that just a little bit further. So while we can help educate the public, we can't advocate or support it. But I will tell you that Beaufort County has had 2 readings on the referendum, and your mayors got together, provided a letter to the county chair, and they've delayed vote on the 3rd reading until they do some public education. I actually have a meeting tomorrow with the mayors and the Beaufort County chair to discuss actually all of that, where those meetings will take place, how they'll be presented to public, who will speak, and there'll be more to come on that.
I understand we can't advocate for it, but just the fact that a fair amount of that money will come to the island, and the fact that it doesn't increase taxes, these are facts, and I think those can be promulgated.
Yes, if I may. Yes, it does increase taxes. And so thank you, Mayor, for clearly saying that we as a council will not be combining efforts in support. What each individual person does is of their own, I guess, but I won't. And then secondly, to the thought that there's a definitive or any specific amount of money that will be coming back to our town, while there may be a list of projects on the town that they would consider, we're not guaranteed a penny.
Other comments? Mr. Brown.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'm just wondering, through this public education process, is it a potential that we have a public meeting that is sponsored by the town and chambers or somewhere, so to speak, so that we are really engaging our community from a, I guess, a formal standpoint?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I believe that, my understanding is that Beaufort County will reach out to the chambers and definitely get us to that table. Beaufort County is in the process of figuring out that game plan right now. Short-term rental assessment. Took a deep breath, I didn't mean to. Short-term rentals. This is one that we've put in place, right? I think we were one of a few communities in the nation that did not have a short-term rental ordinance in place for a long period of time. And they add the 2 apps, right? The Vrbo app and the Airbnb app completely changed the dynamic. Our data tells us that we went from 3,000 to more than 7,000 short-term rental permits or short-term rental properties. At any given time, there's 8,000 that might or might not be live and active. We know that we have about 1,000 accounts that should be accounts that still haven't submitted for a short-term permit, and we have Bob and some investigations going on with our partner or our contractor GovOS right now. So we know that we put a lot of that in place. We required fire hydrants. We required good behavior, good neighbor rules. We said that if you've got a couple strikes, we'll revoke. I know that we have issued citations. Some of the complexity of this is most short-term rental problems occur past 10 o'clock at night when our code officers are at home. And so we're only as good as what we can always issue a citation if we don't see the activity just based upon somebody's phone call. So we are working on that. Bob is working as close as he can to the planned unit developments behind the gates, as you say, and also outside of the gates. We are following up every Monday morning, and I do think that those calls for problems have definitely compressed. They're not completely gone. My question today really is, council said, review the data obtained through the town's short-term rental software, evaluate permits, location, magnitude, review short-term rental permit program efficiency, and through evaluation of reported violations. Propose to do is further assess amendments to the town's short-term rental ordinance, align ordinance and our short-term rental ordinance, and continue, right, operational item, this third one, going from 0 to 7,000 in a year and a half was not for the faint of heart. So congratulations to our finance department, but definitely the short-term rental team almost touches every single department. Led by April Akins and an amazing group of people. But we have to continue, as we always do, get better at the customer service part. When somebody wants a permit, how long are they waiting to get it? If somebody is not in compliance, are we tracking and enforcing? We know that to do a better job with enforcement, right, we need to identify those non-compliant and force them to a degree to get a business license through warnings, right, letters, warnings, investigations first, citations, court, and all those types of things. So this definitely is a full-time business. The $250 per has raised about $1.7 million of recurring revenue. That doesn't include the business license rev adjustment, right? You have to have a business license to have a permit. Nor does it account for the A-tax collection on these. But at a baseline, the permit raised about $1.8 million in our account. What we will bring you, amongst some of the work we're already doing with Public Planning Committee right now on floor area ratio, land management ordinance, really that big house, small lot, no parking problem we have to amend our ordinance so that we can enforce it better. And we know that. Bob's identified some of those issues along the way. So hence our work plan up here. Questions on this? Deliberations or status quo, CFPPC, and we'll bring some ordinances forward.
I made comments earlier, so I won't repeat them.
So I would like to say, because there have been issues with the application process to get your license, GovOS has had issues. Our IT department has worked with GovOS to help them improve their process. When they are encumbered with whatever systems issues, they're emailing us. I get an email about that as well, that they're having issues, so I know the town staff is getting that email. So I just want to let the public know, and those that are listening, that GovOS is their customer service is working hard to keep us informed as the town as to what their issues are, so that it's not going unnoticed or unrecognized.
Can I just add to that I also am made aware of all the positives in terms of that customer service, and the staff and the work that they've done is remarkable. That was a lot of work, getting it up and running, and they should be commended.
Thank you. We do every Friday. April sends an email out to a bunch of folks identifying what the great achievements and successes were for the week. She's a great leader, but it helps with our assessment. So from a public policy standpoint, the first two items are yours to help us figure out, and the bottom two, I just want you to know, because you've received the calls and we've heard some issues, that we are continuing to improve operations as well as investigations and compliance. But we need your help on those first two, your direction. There are definitely budget impacts. I went over it. This touches every single department: fire rescue, inspections, enforcement, planning, you name it. Complete the implementation of the Gullah Geechee Task Force work plan.
Sorry to interrupt before you get to the next one. So you just mentioned in the 2024 work plan, those first two bullets, that you need direction on the policy for those. So You mean like when you bring amendments to us to give you direction? What, I'm wanting to make sure that I understand what direction he needs help with.
Well, yes, ma'am. So I know that Bob and Josh are working on some amendments in-house right now to bring the code enforcement and compliance section of our current town code, short-term rental code, to a better standard, something that Bob's more comfortable with, that allows him to provide citations a lot more confidently. So they're already working on that. When it's ready, the process of that would be going through Finance and Administrative Committee, most likely. But that's the mayor's call where that goes. And it would come to town council for a 1 and 2 vote for first and second reading. As a companion piece to that, we know that overhauling our land management ordinance is going to address some of the complications from short-term rentals. It's the 10-bedroom house with the bunk rooms and 6 parking spaces that, yes, it's a short-term rental problem, but it's also a big house, small lot, no parking problem. And so as we overhaul the land management ordinance, we will start calibrating that. But before that, I know that we need to do a better job so Bob has some better confidence in enforcement. So 2 pieces.
Just want to say I'm very pleased with that direction. Sea Pines is one of the few communities on the island that has had a fair number of experiences in this area, all of which could be covered by the subjects that you're pursuing, and they do need some remedies. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Right, it's interesting when we think that Sea Pines, my last count, as I put my eyes on some analysis, more than 60% of Sea Pines is on the short-term market, or the non-primary home. More than that now.
And I think the same is, the same is true or similar in Palmetto Dunes
Yes, ma'am.
and other behind the gate communities. But as we've had this delay in solving this problem, and I don't mean to belabor it, but since it's brought up, and Patsy opened the door, we continue to have issues with permitting homes to be commercial buildings, renting a business as a full-time activity for that home that are not adequately equipped with parking and all the things that you mentioned. As we look, most of this doesn't really apply to a whole lot of what happens behind the gates because they have their own ARBs and such. But as we look outside the gates where these are mostly being built, it's getting so close to all of those lots having now been built on that the effort is well intended. No one's going to stop it, but ultimately the impact won't be effective in terms of creating a quality of life that we all should receive.
Right.
And that the short-term rentals in large measure are making difficult.
Right.
So.
And we know this across the nation and beyond. This is the issue, right? It's the size of home, it's the impact to resident and impact to neighborhood, but then it's also how are we balancing private property rights, right? At the end of the day, that is definitely the public policy dilemma that I think is prevalent through a lot of places people want to be. And so what you told me a year and a half, 2 years ago was, let's figure out what we have. Let's bring everyone to compliance, and let's make sure the folks that have permits are behaving. I think we're much further along than when we started. We're not there yet, especially the 1,000 issues that we're chasing and researching. But we have a system in place. There's some more work to do, and especially through our LMO.
So what we missed in all of that was 4A, right? Which could have had an immediate impact on trying to resolve some of these issues with big house, small lot, too many cars. And that fell apart for a variety of reasons. I fought to keep it from falling apart, but here we are. And while it's understandable that this is a nationwide problem, the folks that I'm concerned about are the ones who live here on the island. So is there something else that we can put into the policy other than just those land management ordinances that we refer to as FAR and parking? Is there something that we can put in that says, because these are commercial entities, right? We know that many the owner never resides in them. And these are residential neighborhoods. Is there anything within that that we could put in that would require that an owner is living at some point, or is there anything in there? I know you and I've had this conversation, so you know what I'm driving at.
Yes, ma'am.
But I think that without talking about it again here, are we bypassing that as an opportunity to resolve the problem? Because big house, all of that is getting away from us. We lost it. We lost a big opportunity a few months ago. So how else can we help solve the problem, since that's where we are?
Right. Well, for today, there's really three ways we look at short-term rentals. The short-term rental ordinance in and of itself, the land management ordinance, right? We could have a big house and I could live there and have a party every night and it's still the same impacts. Doesn't mean it's a short-term livable situation. And then the third is just what we tolerate as a community through our community code enforcement and as a residential neighborhood. You know, there's a lot of impacts to this, and there's not an easy answer. I think we're trying to figure it. I think we have to hone in on what the real problems are and at least attempt to solve it. You also have private property rights. Folks are out there with a 6% tax structure. They have a mortgage based upon the value of the home when they bought it, and the value of the home that they bought it was for short-term rental, and frankly, it was built as that. It was built as a mini hotel, and in our land management ordinance, that's called a residential structure. So that's why I think the deeper we dive into the land management ordinance, I think that some of the issues are built environment issues, less commercial problems. If it was a home that was really calibrated to neighborhood and it didn't decay it, yeah, I asked the question once, raise your hand if you're the only one living in your neighborhood and everybody else rents for 1 week or less. Where's the school teacher? Where's the person in the fire department? Where's the person in the restaurant? Where's the nurse, right? So yeah, those are our impacts in front of us.
Thank you, Mayor. I do think the issue is impacts and understanding impacts. You said that a year ago we had 3,500 or something in that order to, now we have 7,500, whatever that is.
Pre-COVID, post-COVID.
So that's 4,000 additional short-term rentals. And I think there are some assumptions that we could bake into that and test. You know, how were they used before?
Right.
How are they being used now? And what impact does that have on Sea Pine Circle or Palmetto Dunes Light or whatever? And I think our understanding the complexities and the downstream impacts of units that didn't used to be short-term rentals transforming into short-term rentals, we need to have those answers in order to create policies for the betterment of this community. So, thank you.
It's the data-driven decisions you asked for. And I think that our investment in GovOS and really starting to study it and understand it will pay off. It's just a matter of when and what. Okay. Good. I saw it.
My wheels are turning as we're having this discussion, and I'm going to take it back to policy. When we were in Columbia weeks back at the municipal conference, there was a bit of a discussion around the state getting involved as far as, I guess, overruling home rule to a degree around short-term rentals, right? And I had a chance to talk to some of our delegates about this, and they talked through a potential of saying, okay, well, if you decide that you're not going to have short-term rentals in a particular area, then the state is going to potentially say, well, then that means that you can't collect 6% tax in that area, okay? Now, this is just discussion. This is not something that's on the table that may come to light. It may not. But the point that I'm trying to make from a policy standpoint, I think, and this is sort of tough for us to have as a conversation, because to me, the short-term rental versus the other type of housing that we have on Hilton Head are very competing interests. And as much as we want to admit or not, we have sort of incentivized and subsidized the short-term rental market on Hilton Head through some of our other efforts, okay? And I think we need to be very mindful that if we're looking to control this, we may have to combat it by being creative on the other side as far as housing opportunities on Hilton Head with either home ownership or long-term rentals. So to me, these two tie together in a very, very strong way. It's just to figure out how can we balance the act. I think it's important as far as policy is concerned.
Thank you.
And Mayor, can I agree with Alex on that? Short-term rentals have definitely impacted the long-term rental market that's affordable. There's no doubt about that. And yes, when we were in Columbia, we heard about the state trying to take away home rule and implement their own that would constrain us in terms of being able to say, we allow rentals, we don't allow rentals. But what they didn't say, if that were to take place, was that we could not put into place our own regulations in terms of parking. Didn't say that we had to build monster 10,000 square foot homes on 5,400 square foot lots. None of that was in there. And that's the piece that we should be concerned about, right? That's the piece that I was referring to, that we've lost our opportunity, perhaps not completely, but significantly. And how can we now adjust that? So all of that is true. The dilemma is still in front of us, and we must do something about it.
Thank you. Gullah Geechee Task Force work plan, I'll dive into this as much as you want. Town Council some time ago adopted a top 16 priority projects. There's a bunch more in the plan, so to speak. Town Council did give directions before my time for the town staff to work with the Gullah Geechee Task Force, right? As a reminder that Gullah Geechee Task Force is just structurally a subcommittee of Planning Commission to a degree, and is in business to help through some of the work that they started to work on were 16 priorities, all of which have to do with land management ordinance, programs, support and stabilization of neighborhood, and a whole bunch of other initiatives. That task force work plan is supported by our task force, also by a historic neighborhoods principal planner that's on staff. We have a young woman that's just joining us. I think she's a week into her new role. And so we continue to churn this. This stayed on your priority list because it's important. It's a work plan that was adopted by council. Most of the work that remains of the 16 is being worked on, and a lot of it through our land management ordinance rather than separate as an overlay. Again, and we said we'd resolve the overlay district with the LMO. We'd create a Gullah Geechee Program Information Center in the town hall lobby, and that's one of the recommendations and strategies approved in the plan, and that we'd implement the town council adopted Gullah History and Cultural Awareness Program in the works. Questions?
Mr. Ames.
Mark, I don't know if it's today, tomorrow, or 18 months from today, but doesn't this somehow become a part of the CDC, the Gullah Historic Neighborhoods? What might be the timing on that, and what are the issues that need to be dealt with?
It's a great question. Or you want me to answer? Do you have some thoughts on some of this? I have some thoughts.
I'll clean you up. Go ahead.
Yeah, great. I think right now as we're diving into the code, and if we can really deliver the LMO and the majority of some of the written text by end of year, the Gullah Geechee Task Force as is very helpful, especially since it's a subcommittee of Planning Commission. Now's not the time. But at some point, it's going to be easier for all of us to understand what we're after and where our focus and priorities and expenditures are if it's housed together. But I will tell you that the Gullah Geechee Task Force had some elements in there about separating our focus in our shop and planning, as an example. Well, the entire planning department now will help somebody look at a commercial site plan or a residential issue on their property. It could be a driveway access easement, it could be a subdivision. That is all throughout our customer service center and through our planning department. Bless you. So now's not the time, because I want that task force that's been in place for a while to help us with our land management ordinance. But at a certain point, we have to ask ourselves, does that become a subset of CDC? How does it become a companion piece? Or is the CDC taking those 16 plus 20 plus other initiatives that are baked in the strategic plan and focusing on it with what I call a real professional in our executive director?
Part of the reason I questioned was because of the complexity of our management chart. And I was just wondering
Yes.
whether that might be an opportunity to make it more simple.
Mark Learning Gullah, Mayor. No, good job. I agree with the direction of the town manager. I think that's appropriate.
Okay.
Other comments? Ms. Bryson?
You know, I've said I have certain priorities, and the preservation of the land and culture of the Gullah Geechee is in my top 5 now. I rearranged beach management to go under resilience in my head. So if you look at the conditions and trends assessment, and if you look at other data that we've been provided, the land owned by the Gullah community has been substantially, exponentially reduced on this island through various means. And that preservation is so important to this island that I think that whatever we can do, we ought to do that. I'm very concerned about land that the town has acquired in the past from the Gullah community, and I want us to take a hard look at that land and see if any of that land should be conveyed to the CDC for its use to support economic development and the future of the Gullah culture on this island. You know, we aren't using it all now. Yes, there's some that's dedicated to green space. I respect that, or to park space. But I think we need to take a hard look at the land that the town has acquired and see whether it could be better managed by the CDC.
Okay, other comments?
All right.
All right.
All right. I'm going to ask you for a drum roll pretty soon, because I've got 2 left. Facilitate relocation of the historic St. James Baptist Church to mitigate impacts generated from airport operations, Beaufort County airport operations, and corresponding safety concerns. So, again, we talked about the real rationale behind our focus and our time spent. Zenos here still? There he is. Zenos has taken this with him every bit of the way and is working on this almost every day. And his partner at the county that he's working closely with is Jared Fralix. And I know Mr. John Robinson's been pretty involved as well. So in the approved action, we said work cooperatively with the leadership of St. James Baptist Church, Beaufort County, Hilton Head Island Airport, monitor the status of the FAA submission, and provide responses as necessary. And we do have a joint memorandum of understanding agreement with Beaufort County, where we've each put $150,000 into an account, and we're drawing down on that account collectively and together to start figuring out a few things with St. James. Appraisal and cost to provide an appropriate and comparable St. James Baptist Church in a different location. We know that we've been looking at the location, 5 or so acres that is I call it an out parcel or an adjacent, immediately adjacent parcel to the Mid-Island Tract. And again, this is just churning. It's FAA involved and Beaufort County involved. We said that this year, Xenos will work with Beaufort County to complete the FAA submittal package to the church to provide 100% schematic design drawings, a scope, a relocation plan and specs, and an estimate of construction costs. That's absolutely necessary for us to continue to have this conversation. Said so by the head folks at FAA. And so I feel like we're on the right track. Town Council, your policy consideration is on the parcel that is adjacent to or really a part of Mid-Island Tract. It's not for today, but I want you to know a policy decision on this has already been made. It's been a couple times. One, you said, yes, focus on this. Two, put some funds in an account together. And the third is going to be, once we learn what we're trying to accomplish in item number 1 up there, to bring this to you to contemplate if the property that's owned by the town is appropriate to put in this structure to relocate St. James Church on. We are not preparing any of the NEPA work. We're not preparing any of the permits. It's definitely a county airport issue. It's definitely a mitigation and relocation issue on their end. But again, it's on our property, and St. James Baptist Church is our church, and it's our responsibility to be at the table. So, and then potentially work with the state of South Carolina to explore alternative, I'll call it perhaps even additional funding sources to make this make sense. I know that Senator Davis has been looking at this and working on this. How'd I do, Z? I miss anything? All right. Questions for now? Again, this is going to come to you at some point.
Right. Any questions or objections on this or how it's moving forward? Thank you.
And then budget impacts, nothing right now, but again, when we talk property at some point. Beach park enhancements. We have over 12 miles of beaches. I think that every year we are making some improvements. We have recently completely improved Folly Field Beach Park. There's a couple things that I want to get better. The bike racks are in the wrong spot. The garbage can's still in the wrong spot. But other than that, we've gutted and redone the bathroom. We fixed the leaky roof. We painted everything. We did a complete new boardwalk. We went through the permitting and design process, the pricing, the change orders. All of that occurred over the last 12 months. And so we have 2 brand new beach parks, a little bit like the old beach park, but a lot more, ready for the future. We said in the approved action of council, we do a beach master plan, something that we have not got to yet. That master plan was supposed to drive future policy, beach ordinance, behavior ordinance, safety ordinance. We just are not there yet. But we've definitely enhanced the beach shuttle service, and we've considerably, in my mind, in my mind, that we've greatly improved the beach experience at the beach. But what we haven't got to is the public policy that you all want to see. So stay tuned for a little more. We said this year that we will adopt a beach parking fee schedule. That's been on the Community Service Public Safety Committee packet. I know that we've been talking and we've got to bring it back. A decision needs to be made soon, or we should abandon the program for one more season because we're spending money on it. And so if we're not generating revenues, I want to stop spending the dollars, because the source of funds should be from a beach fee enterprise, so to speak. And so far, we're starting to take dollars out of A-tax, H-tax, business license, and some others. So your policy decision will be to determine how much per hour, what's the cap for the day, and you have some decisions to make on hours of operation, the dollar per hour, as well as what are we going to do about the issues with employee parking and the concerns that have been brought to our attention for some time at the Coligny area. we're going to keep improving our beach parks. We're going to install some wayfinding signage, landscape, hardscape, bike racks, and other facility enhancements. You'll see in the budget some dollars so that we can afford to do this, because we were operating on a shoestring budget for a little while. We're starting to use some short-term rental fees, accommodations taxes, hospitality taxes, and whatever other fees we need. We need to execute a beach service non-exclusive franchise agreement for commercial activities, right? June 30 expires our current franchise agreement that we have with Shore Beach Services, and that's for the rental of umbrellas and chairs, but it's really for our lifeguards. It was for trash. We've bifurcated that based upon our SWAT and recycling and work we're doing. So we've bid that out already, solid waste recycling services, and we are going to bring to town council, as we've talked recently, we will bring to you a negotiated new franchise agreement. I think we have a meeting set up next week for that to get those conversations started. We said we'd execute a solid waste disposal recycling service contract, and that we would continue our partnership with Bluffton Chamber of Commerce leadership class for installation of some beach wheelchair storage and shelter. So it's always nice when the leadership class selects something in Hilton Head and says, this is what we want to do our project on. So James Disman and the whole team at the leadership class have done a great job. Xenos designed it on a piece of paper, and they took it and raised some money and ran with it. So let's see how good Xenos' design is in a couple months. So, good. Beach trolley service provided by LRTA, $203,000 in the budget. Beach shuttle service, beach service, non-exclusive franchise, TBD. Solid waste disposal, really recycling service, TBD. And then several beach park enhancements in addition to what I just said will be in the CIP. So with this, the real policy decision, well, one is budget. Two is it'll be in front of you soon on the beach parking fee schedule, and then also on these on the franchise. The solid waste disposal is at an account and an amount small enough for staff because it's in the budget to approve. So.
All right, comments? Ms. Becker?
Thank you. And we have been doing a lot of work on this, and it's exciting as we are starting spring and more summer activity on Hilton Head. Back a few slides, there was one that had the beach experience regulations. We're having an interesting conversation recently in light of the South Carolina having instituted an open carry. And whether or not in our beach experience regulations we ought to consider, or can we consider, not allowing guns on our beach. As I think about this, it's not so much, it is this. It's open carry. It's sitting on the blanket. You're out doing or whatever, and it's open to whatever. And most of that doesn't sound good as I think about about that. So that's one question.
We'll take that note. I see Josh typing.
Wayfair signage.
Wayfinding, yes, ma'am.
Yes, wayfinding. So we have, I'm worried about sign pollution, right? We have a number of signs all over the place. Yeah. Some of them right on top of each other. Doesn't look good, doesn't feel good. No. And if we're going to do anything with regard to further signage, I think we need to seriously step back and see what the aesthetics are and okay, point made. All right, and then the last one is in relationship to something that I said before, the beach trolley service. We now, that started as a trial trolley service. Initially, we charged whatever it was, $1. I think it went to 50 cents, but whatever, there was an amount of money that was associated with using the trolley. And then we decided that there was no trolley usage, so we'll just take away the fee altogether. But this was all in a trial, and it seems as though, as many things do in government, it soon becomes part of. And so now we just expect it to expect it and accept it as part of what we do, at no cost to anyone else, built into our budget. And I feel that whether it's worthy or not, we should have a conversation so that we all know that we've decided to do that, not just allow it to happen and be embedded into our town government and budget.
Thank you. Thank you.
Other comments? Mr. Ames.
Thank you, Mayor. Along that same line, if we are going to have shuttles that provide visitors and residents to get from one place to the beach, from one place remote from the beach to the beach, then I'd like to think that that beach experience starts when the person gets onto the shuttle. That the shuttle experience is a part of our community brand. So to the degree that as we explore options going forward, I think we should be looking at shuttles that have more personality, that might be quiet, that might have bigger windows. In other words, character shuttles that speak to our value of aesthetics and quality. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments?
Just
Ms.
quickly, I wanted to thank the town manager and his staff. I know when Mr. Orlando came here, we really had no beach management or operations. We've come a long way,
Yes.
and thank you to
Thank
you and your
for saying
staff.
that. Thank you.
All
Been
right.
a team. Been a team. Some lessons learned too. So. All right. Well, I didn't hear a drum roll, but we are done. We're going to move on to the next section.
After this.
Okay.
So you can take some water or whatever you need.
Yeah. Okay. I will. You want to say a couple words?
Lunchtime, right?
Yeah, it's lunch.
Okay.
Wait a minute.
Just saying.
Lunch already occurred?
You know, as we pre-planned this, we talked about how many slides and how much you've gone through, and you guys have had some really great discussion. I don't know that you realize that there were 100 bullet points about the accomplishments that have happened in this last year. And I think if we just move on through and talk about the next section, we'll have missed an opportunity to really recognize what you have accomplished as both a council and as a staff. It's really important to kind of take just a second, pat yourselves on the back, kind of look over here, thank the staff. It is a really big accomplishment that you've been able to get through that. This is not a small list, and I think, Councilmember talked about, what hadn't been done in the past and what is being done today. And I kicked off my comments earlier about us getting accosted in the grocery store, but we never look at ourselves and say, boy, we did a good job and we've done some good work. So I just didn't want this opportunity to pass without recognizing what you, and I made fun of Mark yesterday, what you all have done to get it forward. So with that, I know Mark wants to keep talking and talk about.
Yeah. So you ready to dive into this next section? Because this next section is something that is in the back of the book and we keep calling additional, but it's not additional. It's more. So while we focused on 15 and I dove into when things are coming to public planning committee, different than community service, and I just think we should pause and reflect on the back of the book. So I haven't made this the priority as much as we've made those top 15, but we're still churning, right? Cultural Affairs Strategic Plan. We celebrated the 360th anniversary of the siting of Hilton Head, our 40th anniversary of municipal incorporation. We have a brand new fire rescue strategic plan. We adopted an IT strategic plan. We haven't got to a couple of these. We haven't jumped into some of the others yet. We know that some elements that were in here a year and a half, 2 years ago, are starting to become ongoing. It's part of our culture. It's part of our program. Some of them are an improvement, a constant improvement, a continuous process improvement for our boards, commissions, and committees, and you can see all of them. And so interviews through CSPS, Kim has everybody on a software solution as we're building agendas. Kim is about to do an improvement in how we recruit through a job board. So as you get on the town's webpage and apply for a job, if it's open, right? I'm a planner, I'm a facilities tech 2, I'm a whatever. You're going to also see the very same for open positions on board, commission, committees. Those are strategic in nature because we spent dollars on software, and really they're in here because you told me that that's what we want to get better at. American Rescue Plan, broadcast transition from Facebook Live to YouTube. And I can keep going through them, but pause, it's in your presentation and we won't spend too much time on here right now, but here's a big one. I kind of made I put a date on here because we have to move on. In my mind, we have to do it right, but it's time to adopt it and see where we are. But in assessing and implementing environmentally friendly landscape and grounds best management practices, right? AKA an integrated pest management policy. We work with third-party contractors. We've learned a lot what they will do, won't do, and how much it'll cost us one way or the other. But that has been talked about at committee, and we're coming back, and you'll see that through council very soon. So there's several up here that you can see haven't started. Adopt a food truck ordinance, right? A SWOT analysis of high-speed fiber, HUD entitlement program, community engagement survey, which I think is going to become a priority once we get into the new fiscal year and get some of this other stuff behind us a bit. We incorporate public arts and culture into all new existing parks. That's now part of a line item in our robust CIP program. Assist with implementing Mitchellville Master Plan. That is now in our capital improvement program over a 5-year period and funded every year. So some of these things that were up here are starting to become standard or they're starting to be complete. So I just thought we would definitely go through some of those today and remind you what you told us to do, right? Assess revisions of the county impact fee ordinance. We did that. You said to acquire Main Street. We did that. You said to adopt a community addressing ordinance, again, land management ordinance section in town code, some of these other elements. So we're on the right track, and a lot of times community asks, what are we doing, why are we doing it? And as I help staff understand where we're heading, we're using the entire strategic plan. So I think it's important to pause and realize there's a whole bunch of red complete in the back of the book when we're all really talking about focusing only on the 15 and whether that 15 should be 5 to 8. So I do think this time next year, a considerable amount of these to-dos will be behind us, right? Rearview mirror. And we have to start operating a little meaner and leaner on our strategies and priorities moving forward. This has been pent up and on my desk since before I arrived. And so I'm seeing us start getting to a finish line on a lot of them. And I'm also seeing us start to realize maybe we shouldn't be doing them, or maybe they're now operational in nature. So congrats to everybody that's worked on them. And then what I wanted to do right now as well, y'all brought some things up this morning. We've been talking over the last months about what's important to you. We heard Jonesville, right? Jonesville Stables, the Equestrian Center. We heard Muddy Creek, Bryant Road neighborhood stabilization, and the subdivision of sorts or the property we acquired. We heard a few of them. So what I've done is I've taken the liberty to do my best to listen intently to you, whether it was one at a time or a couple at a time or however that works out, and bring it forward to us today, because there's 5 buckets of potentially new projects, new initiatives that will take time, money, and energy. And I really, today, right, the strategy on those other ones are behind us. The real work plan for 2024 was what I talked about today, right? We didn't deliberate whether St. James Baptist Church should or shouldn't be a a target anymore in the sense of our work product, but these are. So town-owned property use. I have up here, former Modern Classic Motors site, right? We know that that is a property that was acquired, and it was not acquired with real estate transfer fee. And it was also, in part, there's considerable economic development grants associated with that from the South Carolina, Rural Development Act, RDA funds through Palmetto Electric. So my question to you will be, walking out of here today with some confidence, former Modern Classic Motors site, we talked about healthcare. If I could be so bold, I would suggest that that site's sitting there, we cleaned it up, great job, Ben Brown. We cleaned it up, he put the fence up, we cleared it up, we did a phase 1, we're ready to go. We've used most, but not all, of our economic development grant funds. We have about 12 more months to use them before they expire. What I'd like to do is bid that out, but I'll come to you with a bid as an RFP or an RFQ, qualification or proposal, for healthcare purpose. Now, I would do that next week if you all shake your head and say yes today. But are we leaving something on the table? Do we only want it to be healthcare, or do we want it to be corporate headquarters? From my vantage point, I've heard you all say, and myself as well, healthcare is important, and if we can allow use of our land to help healthcare expansion on our island, that would be through a vetting process of an RFP or Q, maybe both, and then whoever submitted, I would bring to you for consideration. So if, for time's sake, we can talk about this. What time is it, by the way? So, direction on Modern Classic. I'm going to ask you about all of them, so big picture. Ditto with Palmetto Bay Business Park. Ditto with the Jonesville Equestrian Stables, paddock site, and residential structure. Right? I don't want to leave that sit there until Brian McElwee comes and asks me for $500,000 to improve the roof. We acquired it, but it is an important element, a fabric of Jonesville, but also a fabric of Hilton Head Island that could easily be turned around, leased out as an equestrian facility with public access to equestrian, different than we've ever seen on Hilton Head Island. So, and again, the Bryant Road site. Bryant Road site is 7 acres. It was acquired for $4 million. Some of you have said, let's go all in with housing, but I don't have 100%, or I don't even have any clarity on that because you arguably haven't voted yet. So today, I think we're going to look at, or I would ask us to look at, the use of at least these 4 pieces of property. If you tell me to move forward in the Bryant Road site, it would be similar to North Point with an RFQ, an RFP, and an intended result that we can scrub together. But if we just do that, I do know that we should look at the whole neighborhood: road, water, sewer, stormwater, sidewalk, repair, some lighting, and a real opportunity to revitalize the neighborhood and prevent neighborhood changing just because we're looking at a subdivision on property we bought, right? But the gentrification is real if we're not mindful of it ahead of time. The small home series, I want to talk about that a little bit. What is it? What isn't it? Rotary Community Center proposal. If nothing else today, I just really want to hear from you a little bit. Rotary has called and asked me if they could donate some funds with some strings at a Rotary Community Center that is potentially at Mid-Island, but doesn't have to be at Mid-Island Park. And then last but not least, BMI Island Jams 2024 Songwriter Festival. We had a successful first year, but again, I'm using this opportunity in front of you today to ask you, 1, what to do on some of these, and 2, if you agree, I'm going to put some dollars in our budget to make sure that we're accomplishing your goals. So, Mayor, I will ask you to help me through items 1 and 5, and keep in mind that he doesn't think I can get out of here by 3.
Well, I want to know who has the over-under on that. But we also have to get to public comment as well.
Yes.
So, first of all, I do want to say something to council and everybody in the room in that the will of council and what it means. And if it is a 7-0 or a 4-3 vote or anywhere in between, the will of council should prevail in how we address what has been approved, whether you supported it or not. That's a very valuable thing. And while some of us voted against some things, I'm now looking at it in a way, how do we make it the best we can? What is it in the best interest of? So I just want to say that as we have a conversation regarding these sites, and you brought up, the need for votes. So I think we'll start off with number one, and we can talk about individually if you want, and go down the line, or we can talk about all at one time.
In the sake of time, Mr. Mayor, as far as former modern classic motor site, it was brought to our attention earlier, I think by Councilman Bryson, that we have not particularly called out healthcare as being important to us here on Hilton Head. I think this is an opportunity for us to do so I would support that.
And I would agree that, I'll make the statement as well, that healthcare is something that is addressed on a daily basis throughout the council and throughout the community with conversations with medical facilities. So I would, I'm good. Really, on number one, I'm good with all of them and moving it forward.
If the town manager were to say that with council's approval of all four, including the Muddy Creek Neighborhood Stabilization Plan, that staff has the capability to move those forward, I would support all those, number 1 and 2.
Other comments? Mr. Alfred? What? Oh, okay.
I agree with Mr. Ames.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I thought we'd take them one at a time as listed.
Well,
but
it got expedited.
Okay, I agree with 1 and 2. The only thing that I would mention is I think the Bryant Road site should fall under number 2 because they are aligned. You cannot do one without the other.
I would agree.
So thank you. So I agree with 1 and 2 as well. And I would put as a priority the equestrian stables since it is ready and to get started and moved along. The former modern classic motor site, I was on council when we purchased that, and there was majority of conversation those of us who were talking about it, who thought of it in terms of a healthcare site. So this is in line with, what my expectations were all along, and it certainly does fit the community need. With regard to Bryant Road, I agree with you, Alex. You can't really do Bryant Road without number 2. It would be unfair to do that, and I think I've mentioned that before in my opinion. But I also think part of Bryant Road site should be how it is that we help Habitat for Humanity. I think that some of that land, and I've made myself clear about this, the dollar funding to me doesn't make as much sense as it is to give them what it is that they ask for and they need, which is land. So that's my comment on that.
Okay. Ms. Bryson?
One quick question. I'm sorry, Mark, I didn't catch what you said about Palmetto Bay Business Park other than I see at the top RFQ, RFP. Is there a proposed purpose for that as well?
Yes, I'm sorry. I did go fast through that one. It's a great piece of land. The town, some time ago, probably 3 years ago, there was a request for qualification and a bid that came in for health care, for primary care. That did not move forward. But my ask to you today is, should we hang the for lease or for sale sign up for a little while and see who's interested in our town property, or do we just leave that alone for now? When governments, municipalities especially, own land and they're desiring a certain primary employee or certain health care expansion, leveraging our land to attract our desired and intended result can be a really important tool, just like North Point. And so my ask to town council is similar to Modern Classic, where we would put a for sale or lease sign up for healthcare. Ditto with Jonesville for the intended use, we said. Ditto with Bryant Road, the way we said. Should we also do the same for Palmetto Bay Business Park, which town council hasn't really talked about, but it's come up a couple times?
My red light went off. So the question is not the specific use, but should we do an RFQ, RFP? Or is it for a specific use under the RFQ, RFP?
I believe that Modern Classic Motors should be a specific use, and I think we should widen our net, or cast our net a little wider for Palmetto Bay Business Park would be my recommendation.
Okay. I'm okay with those two. I'm not opposed to looking at Jonesville for the purposes set forth there. But I agree with some others with regard to the Bryant Road site and the Muddy Creek Neighborhood Stabilization Plan. I think those should be combined separately, and we should talk about those separately. Should talk about those two together separately as opposed to being a part of number one.
Okay. Mr. Ames.
Mark, regarding Palmetto Bay Business Park, does staff have enough information on the district plan to be able to put together a RFP? Makes sense for the community.
I think within the next 4 to 5 months we will, but as of today, no, sir. I'd lean on John O'Toole a little bit with Beaufort County Economic Development Corporation. On the board, I know the mayor sits, but I don't think that is as ripe to pick as the others, but definitely this year.
I would support moving ahead on that for the next 12 months, but maybe postponing, as you're suggesting, until the district plan is more concrete.
Mayor, sorry, can I add one more thing? You've got RFQ/RFP. I'd prefer it to be part of one process as to two separate processes. So
May I please be the one to figure that out? Because sometimes you qualify before you ask for proposal, because a lot of times when you go straight to proposal, some folks won't bid because proposals take a lot of time, money, and energy. I've just learned that as a tactic through my career.
okay, good. The previous experience I had is that when you do an RFQ, you ask engineers or architects for their qualifications, and then you finally get around to a proposal, and it just takes a lot more time. So if the current market is that it's better to choose based on the property or the proposed use, then I'm okay.
Thank you.
Other comments? Mr. Stanford, are you there? Okay. So I would agree with, 1 and 2 and putting Bryant Road with Muddy Creek as well. All right, okay. So
And can we separately talk about now Bryant Road, Muddy Creek?
Absolutely. For this discussion, I just put all land in one bucket and qualified that Bryant Road definitely would be attached to number 2. They are two separate. They're two separate things. A neighborhood stabilization plan is a lot different than bidding out. Right? I think we'd have to get going on some Muddy Creek neighborhood stabilization, learn a bit, engage residents, engage the neighborhood as we're bidding it out, rather than just showing up with a bid.
And I would hope that those bids would include their ability to work on the neighborhood stabilization.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to make a suggestion as far as number 2 is concerned. Considering, I don't know how many slides you went through so far, Mr. Manager, and the accomplishment. In order for us to keep moving and to stay efficient, understanding the current workload, that the Muddy Creek neighborhood stabilization idea or effort be something that CDC takes the lead in. I think it's a grand opportunity for a historic Gullah neighborhood to experience transformation in a way that it has not before. The whole reason that the CDC was stood up was to do such a thing. So I'm suggesting to our council that we consider sort of a shift here, CDC taking the lead on that particular item.
And I agree, and I support that.
I'm not sure what that means in terms of, does it circle back to council for final approval? Or is it then out of our hands altogether?
I mean, I'll take a stab at that. I mean, the CDC obviously is a component of the town, so, and does not have all of the tools in its belt to complete that. So I see the two working together, obviously. But, you know, from getting a win on the table, I think it's important that we consider that. And of course, there'll be check-ins along the way. There has to be, right?
There has to be.
Yeah.
Right, so I guess my comment is really, there's no question that in that area, the CDC's input and efforts and vision is a critical component of the overall discussion and design. My question wasn't that. My question was, when the CDC or anyone that comes to a conclusion and presents a plan, who has the final approval? Is it town council? Does it still remain with town council?
Right. So I would suggest that as we consider it priorities, that you come to us, Mark, with a plan on that and how it looks, pros, cons, as to what that relationship would work or how it would work with CDC. So that would be something that we would get information on to make that decision how it should go. I don't think that we're saying today that it needs to be a part of that or part of CDC, or those two together, or part of CDC, but we need to have that information for you to work on and bring back to us so that we can make that decision.
So the bottom line is, if I understand you correctly, Mayor, is that anything that is brought to us is for our vote, yes or no, in terms of approval.
What I'm saying is that the structure, if it was to go to CDC, the town manager would bring to us prior to it going there, that we understood the structure and our role in that, so that we can vote on that to make sure that's the direction we want to go in. I don't think we have enough information to say it definitely needs to be there right now or doesn't need to be there right now. But the information, the structure of it, so that we can make that decision.
Sure, got that. Bottom line is, ultimately, town council approves whatever gets done, whatever policy, whatever is approved. Thank you.
Yes. And ultimately, it's your call. I can bring you pros and cons. It's all a matter of how you want to use your community development corporation that's established as a nonprofit. You know, at the end of the day, you see the bylaws, it's in place to accomplish the goals and priorities established in those bylaws. So that's a lot of your call. I'm gonna bring you pros and cons. We can get this project done. I am excited that I would have Thomas Boxley helping than just Ben and I, who are focused elsewhere on North Point. And I think that Thomas, with the CDC board, will integrate into the Muddy Creek neighborhood and understand it a lot faster than I could by myself. That's great. Small
home series.
Small home series. So who behind me, Missy, Sean, or Zenos, in 30 seconds or less, can explain what the small home series is intended to do versus what it isn't? Who wants to be brave and jump up? There we go. Mic on?
So the small home series is basically an assortment of small homes that will be tailored to a certain square footage, but will be actually stick-built or modular. They will not be something that's on wheels. It's not going to be a mobile home. It will be something that will be pre-approved, that someone can come into the town and actually just select from those small homes. And actually, the whole permitting process will be smooth and easy and very quick. So that's the quick synopsis of that.
This thing keeps, can you leave this on for me? Thing keeps going off. Anyway, sorry. All right, well, Z, thank you. I've seen a small, call it what it is. A small home series is not a series of tiny homes on wheels that we see in magazines out of Oregon, right? Some little subdivision that we see. Where communities have started to use a small home series or a pattern book of home typologies has been as an alternative to a manufactured home. Right now, folks come in and they have land and they have an easy option of a phone call away. You rent, so to speak, a vehicle, right? It's personal property in that regard is not, you can't utilize your land to leverage a mortgage. You place a mobile home, manufactured home on your site. The intention in the Mid-Island District, as it was talked about, and this is where this came from, was to design a series of house types that would be pre-approved so you could come to town hall and not hire an architect, an engineer, right, MEP, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and try to figure out what type of house you build. It would already be done for you. But it would be similar to the homes we see on Spanish Wells Road, the little enclave of cottages, so to speak. Some of the thought and where this came from was that the Habitat home as we know it currently on Hilton Head Island, in the future build for Habitat, netting more or perhaps different and more appropriate for our future, we could help design, right? And that's baked into that memorandum of understanding that we worked on with Finance Administrative Committee, that we would work on some design alternatives that would essentially allow for a different model of Habitat home that also could transcend and not just have to be a Habitat home, and that it would be pre-approved and ready to go at Town Hall instead of a 30-day long process to get it approved and designed and all those costs that go with it. And again, it's your call. This is a big lift. A small home series is a big lift. It's something that Housing Action Committee was talking about. It's something that was contemplated in the Mid-Island District. It's Zenos, right? He's here. He's working on St. James. He's working on several capital projects, including the Chaplin Linear Park. But I do think that this is the place to discuss this with you first, and not just at the committee level with staff, trying to wonder if you're supportive of it. If we design this, and I have a sample in my office, and there are other communities that have done this, if we do this, this will all be through your guidance and approval first and foremost. So please help.
Okay. Comments? Brown.
I support this initiative, and I'll try to be brief here, Mr. Mayor. I won't tell one of my long stories here, but I sort of see us hitting the reset button with this one, okay? A lot of sites on Hilton Head that may be homes that were built in the 50s and 60s. I'm talking outside of the gated communities, obviously, right? Were stick built in a lot of cases, result of the old bartering system to be built. And as those sites need to be replaced, unfortunately, they have been replaced with mobile homes. And there are a lot of reasons to why that has happened, but the fact of the matter is it has. And this would create an additional opportunity so that maybe we're changing the mindset as far as ease of replacement is concerned. And if this small home series could come in at a price point that is attractive and sort of lean folks towards doing this versus a mobile home, then I think it's a good strategy.
Mr. Ames.
Thank you, Mayor.
I understand what Councilman Brown placement. Because the foundation permanent, any further subdivision of the property have to go through town hall in order to be able to take advantage of the small home series.
Yes, sir.
So there'll be an expense to the landowner in order to take advantage of the small home series under those circumstances. I think we ought to think about that as a part of the program. I like the idea of facilitating architectural and construction decisions, but I think there's a complication when you put it attached to the ground that we need to think about.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Bryson.
Yeah, I support the idea, and I appreciate Mr. Brown's reflection on how things might have occurred, and how this can be helpful. My concern is about staff time, and I thought as part of this analysis today, we would be looking at, I mean, we've already looked at the work plan for 2024, and it's quite extensive, and now we're going to add a bunch of stuff. So I'm concerned about the work plan and staff availability, as well as town council time to consider some of these important matters. So I'm supportive of it, but I have a serious question about the time. And I do look forward to folks being able to have their own home, wherever it might be located. But that's my concern.
Thank you for that. And hence my communication about it's Zenos who's working on several other initiatives too, so that's helpful.
Mr. Alfred.
The question is contemplated for the Mid-Island District Park or outside of the park?
Pardon me?
The small home series reference Mid-Island. Am I correct that that's outside of the park?
Yes. Yes, it's within the district, and it can translate to others, right? This could translate to Muddy Creek, to the Bryant Road site, if we really desired it to, right? For the habitat homes that most likely will be there. It absolutely could be that. But yes, it's not for everywhere. I do think that if it's 6 units an acre, the design would have to allow for 6 units an acre home size, right? So it's really getting into your built model of home, whether that's modular or elsewhere. So it's good.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Becker.
So that last answer was helpful. It was one of my questions. So understanding right now, it says Mid-Island District Plan Implementation Strategy, that this is thought of just within that area. Would it then circle back if other areas of the island were to be considered for the small home series?
So yes, especially since I'm hearing a little bit that it's probably not our highest priority before we get to some other things, although there's some interest here. The district plans and town council's direction at time you review and consider approving the small home series would define location, right? It doesn't have to be everywhere. It could be in some locations. I think there's definite, and we talked about it in the past, there's definite added value in the Mid-Island District if you now have an option to making a phone call, because that's all you can really figure out, and because you need a home in Mid-Island District. But I think we're going to learn a little more in some of these other districts like Skull Creek and whatever we're calling the area, and the Bryant Road area. So that it's your direction at the end of the day.
What comes to mind is a residential street of sizable homes that have been built, and one vacant lot that a owner of that lot brought in a mobile home, and the neighbors around that area, and this is outside the gate, are none too happy. And so that's my question and concern. Would someone, just because they own a lot anywhere on the island, be able to go and pick a home design from the small home series, save themselves some money on those costs that you mentioned, and put it in the neighborhood. I don't think it's right, first of all. I mean, I've had lots into my ward, so have heard a lot about it, and none of it's been good. And so I don't want to just step into that any further. In fact, we should probably look at how we make that more cohesive of a neighborhood across the board. That's my concern.
Okay.
The other concern that I have is I heard, hopefully correctly, that this came through the Housing Action Committee. So is there an association or an expectation that these small home series would be within the workforce housing and therefore set within an AMI limit or anything along those lines?
Right, all good questions. We haven't dove into that yet.
So for this time, because all those questions are not fully explored, I will not support it.
So I think it's interesting. It's a good option to have. Obviously, there's lots of questions still surrounding it, work that needs to be done. I don't know if it needs to be a top priority for us moving forward, but it does need, as the time allows, something to work on. We all know that there's a lot more things that are being addressed outside of all of these items. But instead of having a small home, 1,000 square feet, that is stick-built, attached to the ground, is a little bit safer than a trailer, than a mobile home. So that aspect of it, I think, is very interesting, and so I would support.
Okay.
Okay, so let's, you want to move on to Rotary Community Center?
Sorry,
Yes.
Mayor, can I make one other suggestion? I don't want to abandon it at this point because I think it can be very useful. So perhaps in the lower list of things to do immediately, perhaps the town manager could come back to us with a little bit more ideas. I'm thinking about, where could this fit best, and where there are needs, and maybe if we look at those. I'm sorry, Mr. Stanford's not available. I think Mid-Island District is within his area, but I'd like to hear from him as well on this topic. But maybe it would work, for lack of something better. Does it work in a historic Gullah neighborhood? Does it work in a family subdivision? Would it work best in, we talked about Muddy Creek, Bryant Road area. Is that a good place for it to work? And so if there's some examples, and if, I don't know how many house plans are, I've worked with a company that did both stick-built and modular homes, so I'm familiar with that. Also, a member of my family worked with mobile homes, putting them up and doing all the trim work and everything else around them. So I'm familiar with those three kinds of building construction. And there's places for them and places that they don't work as well. So if there's some examples of where this would work well, and let's say there's 5 plans, there's a modular company that we worked with that had like 5 basic floor plans. And that's more easily permitted and built rather than, having a stick-built and a custom design home. So if there's, I love the number 5. I was born in May. If there are 5 plans, they're easily designed and that we could use, and there's some great places for them to use, let's look at that idea would be my suggestion.
Ms. Becker?
Oh, my light's still on, so I'll take the opportunity. To Patsy's point, I just don't, and to my former point, I just don't think it's ready to be set into the priorities list. And I made myself clear, and now I've made myself doubly clear. Sorry.
Mr. Alfred?
I think it's a very intriguing idea, but we've all been very concerned about putting too much on our plate, the manager's plate, and staff's plate. And I think we should postpone this, but not abandon it.
Mr. Stanford, I saw that you came online, or do you have a comment?
Yes. Again, I apologize. I've been off seeing a doctor again, but I missed the presentation on small home series, so I really can't comment on it other than to say that I certainly believe anything we can do to provide workforce housing in various areas on the island is worthy of further consideration. But then I would follow up by saying I express concern, as you've heard from other members of council about too many priorities. And there's a risk of that. So, but at the same time, if we shrink some of the priorities into others, we're still doing the same amount of work. So I'm concerned about what we're doing to the staff. I want to make sure that we can get a quality product and that we don't get burnout from the staff. So I'm looking for more information on this and hope I'm better prepared next time around. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's what I need. It's great.
Okay.
The next two are almost self-explanatory. Yay or nay to move forward and explore, and keep in mind, one is a donation and the other is a cost.
I like donations better than cost.
Well, I didn't tee that up very well, did I? It is late in the day. So let's talk donation first then. Rotary, a group, and I'm not sure if they spoke with you recently, but at a recent committee meeting, they have asked, and they asked to donate, or at least to attempt to raise funds to donate for a community center upfit. It's a proposal in front of you. It's something that I haven't spent too much time on, with the exception of putting it on your committee agenda. I will have this back on your committee agenda sooner than later through Josh as I look over. But I just want you to contemplate that as part of all of this, because if we say, yes, that's a great idea, we need to start thinking about where the community center is going to be and where are we going to obtain the rest of the funds. So, very important.
Is the burden of funds on the town 100%, or is it a proposal that splits the cost?
It's a proposal to raise a certain amount, and the building will be more than that amount, of course. And the town council has approved the Mid-Island Park with a community center near the, well, on the, what road is that on that one side? Thanks for helping me out, guys. What road is that?
Union Cemetery.
Union Cemetery Road, thank you. It's late. Union Cemetery Road side, the Rotary Community Center would
Mark,
be
I
proposed.
support it to move the proposal forward with more information to be provided to the council.
Well, if y'all agree with that, I will bring it to committee.
I have a comment on it as well, Mark. Mark, I have a comment if I might.
Go ahead.
First of all, full disclosure, I'm a member of the Rotary Club of Hilton Head Island, and so I'm somewhat familiar with this project. And they are talking about serious fundraising. Probably won't be enough to build the whole building. But then if you go over to the need side, I see a strong need for a community center, and I don't see any reason to discourage the Rotary from moving forward to raise the funds based upon the understanding that we don't exactly have a location yet, but we'll find one. Thank you.
Ms. Becker?
Thank you. So I'll say here what I've said in a meeting that I was asked to be part of from some members of the Rotary Club. Yes, when we approved the Mid-Island Park, we set a community center in place. So in my mind, that's a decision that has been approved. And so I continue to support that idea. In terms of them raising money, it's, in my mind anyway, the town-owned property, a town-owned building, and any funds that they would be so generous as to donate would go to perhaps outfitting it or some other associated costs, but that this is, in every sense of the word, a community center for Hilton Head Island residents. It's our land, it would be our building, and it would be for the residents of Hilton Head Island, and not as a commercial building to be let out for weddings for people who are coming from some other destination and find it as beautiful as we do. That is not, the commercial aspect is not part of my idea for this. So I would support it, and those are the terms under which I've discussed it with them, and I still believe in.
Okay, Ms. Bryson?
Yes, sir, thank you. I met with two representatives of the 3 Rotary clubs on the island, and learned that they had a track record of working with the community, and as best my memory goes, it was Memory Matters and the Sandbox, and those who've been here longer can help me out if I'm wrong about those 2 entities. But I'm supportive of the idea. I'm not limiting it to the Mid-Island track, because there might be a track that works better, I don't know. But I asked those 2 representatives to come back with more detail. So what I would suggest is that we say we're supportive of this idea in general, and that we ask the 3 Rotary clubs to come back with more specifics about their proposal.
Okay. So fortunately, I've had an opportunity to work with these Rotary clubs through the upfit and equip of the Island Rec Center. It is a town-owned building on school county property, and they provided, one group provided $200,000, another group provided $50,000, and the third was a lower amount. I think it was $25,000 or $15,000. It's a great community partnership, and this is something that is one of the things that makes Hilton Head so great, is the civic organization stepping up to the plate to provide back to the community. So I would support this moving forward as well, with additional discussions, obviously, location TBD.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I would agree with that, the mayor on that.
All right.
I'm good as well, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. One last one. Do you want the music festival come back? If so, you'll see the funds in our budget. If not, please let me know.
I will say that as a first-time event, it was unbelievably well attended, and it gave a feel of community back, and it also brought in a different group of people in an off-season, younger, and they're all looking forward to coming back. It was an amazing time, and there has been work that's been put into it already. We utilized about $250,000 for it last year, and that came from accommodations tax.
Yes, sir.
And it drives a different clientele to our island that may be a little bit younger and a little bit more, I'm not going to say fun, but I said I'm not going to say it. But it brings a different group in, and it attracts maybe that younger generation that we need to attract more of.
All right.
Other comments?
Is your expectation that funding would be around $250,000 and we would use ATAX monies
Yes.
again?
Yes,
ma'am.
Okay. Well, you are indeed correct. It was a great event, something new for the island, and the energy was unreal. I don't have words. It was great. So yes, I support it.
Ms. Bryson?
I love rock and roll.
So you're not a singer?
I never said that.
Gotcha.
Wait.
I got her at something. It is late.
Don't push me. Don't push me.
We do have fun, y'all.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. What I was going to say, other than I love rock and roll, put another dime in the jukebox, baby. See, it's too low in my register. That's a problem. Anyhow, with no seriousness aside, I love music. If it's coming from those funding sources, I can agree with that. My concern is about staff time. It was part of our big celebration last year. And the only other way I'll approve it is if there is a laser show.
All right. Good. All right.
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to thank you for bringing this to our attention, okay? I'll give you a lot of credit for sort of introducing this idea and sort of bringing a different light to the way we have fun here on Hilton Head. So I appreciate you bringing it, and I definitely support doing it again.
All right. I should have let off with this one this morning. This is a good one.
I don't know if I'd have had that comment to Ms. Bryson this morning.
Well,
Hey, I would have been warmed up this morning.
if if I could, it's public comment, but I also know that after the public comment? Okay, so we've laid it out in here, and it's back to you, sir.
Yep, so are we going to run a, yes. Yes.
In regard to matters for additional priorities, I wanted the council to know that I am still very interested in our considering at an appropriate point whether we should have our own police forces. I agree with the comment made earlier by our consultants. This is not the precise time to do it. At the very least, we need to get beyond litigation. But I do want to remind people that I still think it's an important thing for us to undertake as a study.
Okay. Thank you. So, Kim, are we going to have a...
We don't have one on the screen, but I can set one and keep it myself.
Okay.
Mayor, I'm sorry, one other question for future strategies, and that is the conditions and trends assessment that we looked at had some recommendations in it, and as you know, I said let's put those as potential for us to consider in the future. So you have a good starting list for us, I would say, but I don't want to lose sight of other recommendations in the SWOT analysis for recycling and waste management. Those recommendations are incorporated in the work plan for 2024. But there are some key recommendations from conditions and trends that I don't want us to lose sight of. And maybe they'll come back to us somehow to look at that list.
Okay. My goal or my recommendation is to put this back on Public Planning Committee and resolve those key recommendations or not in that document, right? My concern, and I've shared this with Sean recently, we have to be very careful of not cross-referencing ourselves to the point where we don't even know what we're doing. And I think that conditions and trends assessment should be a snapshot in time, not a subset appendice to a degree of a comprehensive plan with recommendations. Those recommendations should be baked into our district plans and or our future comprehensive plan at that level. So I've really taken a close look at it. I've watched the video. I wasn't at the meeting. I heard what you all said. I've had some sidebar with some of you, and that's my recommendation. And I'll work with the mayor on that agenda with Councilman Ames soon. Okay.
Okay. So, public comment, as usual, please state your name, where you live, and we will give you 3 minutes. And if you'll go ahead and just get lined up. Yeah, to the microphone.
Okay, Melinda Tunner, Palmetto Hall. First of all, I want to thank everybody for putting all this information together and having this as a public meeting. You know, this is really the start of the work for setting your priorities, and it's a first step in the budget process. And I know how much time it takes because I've been involved in this process in my corporate career as well as in supporting nonprofits. At the beginning of the meeting, I was really excited by the consultant because I agreed with a lot of the things that you said. And I also looked at the comments that I made last year regarding the strategic plan. And it had to do with how many priorities there are, 15 priorities, and I had counted to 100 tactics as well. The fact that money is not infinite, and there are limits with staff. And one of the other limits is also with the vendors, the qualified vendors that we have access to here on the island. And I think that shows up with the carryover of the 2023 CIP. We can't burn through the money, even though we plan it, we can't burn through it, and then it gets carried over into the next year. And then I start to ask, how many years do you kick the can down the road? I agree with the focus on long-term, and I think there are a couple of things that are missing. And the first is that we have, call it capacity goals or limits that we're looking at, and the capacity of how many full-time residents do we want to have on the island. You know, right now we have a little less than 40,000, and it is not a KPI. At least when I went through the booklet, I didn't notice that it was a KPI. And I think we should also look at capacity of tourism. I understand how important it is and to our community, But I also think we need to think about how many tourists we want. The number was 3.1 million tourists in 2023, and in the Trends and Assessment Report, it had a number of 3.5 million in 2025. I'm not sure who came up with that number, but that was in the Trends and Assessment. And then if I just did some simple math of the occupancy rates of hotels and villas, if you filled them all up, you'd be at 5 million, or more than 5 million visitors. And what do we want to target so that we're balancing tourism as well as the quality of life as residents? And then, so I was really excited at the beginning of the meeting, you know, let's focus and skinny down. And then as the meeting continued, you continued to add more and more projects. And so I understand it's a challenge, but I do worry about the ability to execute all of those in regards to the workload. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Daniel Anthony, Jonesville Preservation Society. A lot of good information, and I mainly come to these things just to learn. You know, meet and greet y'all, say hey, let you know you're doing a good job. I really wanted to. I had an individual who prompted me to come here to ask about the stables, and although you made some statements about it, Mark, the main thing is a question I have for you is, do you have that plan in your head yet? When will we see the plan that you have designed for the stables? Is there any timetable on that? Tithlands 2, where the stables area is at, was always going to be the stables, at least that's what the town said. Others tell me that no, that can't happen because of the money that was used to get the property. So the residents need to know one way or another, do they have a threat still on Jonesville with development? Because it doesn't matter who develops. Development's development, and that adds traffic and safety concerns to our residents. So we want you guys to be honest and just tell us what's going on. And that's pretty much it.
Want me to answer that? Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's a direct question in this forum.
So I don't have a critical path timeline in my head today to pitch and propose, right? But what I do have is confidence from town council to bring them, what I would bring forward is a request for quals or proposal is a lease agreement, right? For lease. Not advocating to sell our property.
Right.
But to lease the barn, the paddocks, and the decision also is the residential structure. There's two structures out there. One, I think, has passed its shelf life. The other, I wish, was the town manager's home with a pool, but it's a beautiful home. And do we associate that home with the future leasee of the paddocks and the barn? And so I will package that up in a draft lease proposal as a bid and turn the lights on and see who submits. I anticipate bringing that to town council in the next 30 or 60 days. Bear with me, I'm in the middle of budget, and that will remain my first and only priority. But as soon as I have first reading of budget, I start thinking about other things again. So that's the timeline. First reading of budget is the first meeting in May, and then I have a couple workshops. So it's in and around that timeline. It's not next week.
Yeah, I get you.
But it's not.
I get a lot
it's
of
not
people
August
that
either.
text and email me the question, and so I usually forward them on to you.
Yes, sir.
So I figured since I was here, I'd just ask.
Yeah.
And Danny, I will state that council has not had discussions about building anything on that property.
Can it ever happen?
That is a legal question that I can't answer. I think that one section no, the other section possibly, because there was, Mark, do you know? Was there infrastructure on that property?
No,
that other
but
one?
if council would like, we can bring covenants forward
Yeah,
to the
I mean-
entire blanket, the entire property. It's your will.
To protect it, yeah.
I will support that 100%. That was my intention when I agreed to purchase that property.
Okay. Thanks.
Next.
Good afternoon. I'm Bruce Siebold, and I'm representing the 3 Island Rotary Clubs. I didn't come here to make a case, but simply to thank you for keeping the door open. We believe that a partnership with the town could be mutually beneficial to both the town and Rotary, as well as the residents of the island, particularly those who live outside the gates. So thank you for allowing us to continue having discussions.
Thank you. Next.
I'm going to be a little longer than that. Good morning, or rather, good afternoon now. Thank you for our lunch and breakfast. Those were great. These meetings are always fantastic to get clarity on what the town's thinking across a variety of things. Mr. Orlando, I want to elaborate on some of the accomplishments. You went into broad ones. I want to do a few more detailed ones. My name's Peter Gary. I'm a resident in Sea Pines, as well as I'm the USA Pickleball Ambassador for Beaufort County. Mission of USA Pickleball is to promote development and growth of pickleball in the United States. So surprise, pickleball has gained such momentum, particularly here on Hilton Head Island. It's a game that brings together kids from the ages of 8 years old to adults to the ages of over 80. And given that Hilton Head is a family-oriented community, pickleball is a perfect fit for our family active lifestyle. When we last spoke in August of 23, I emphasized 3 key messages, which were act now, do it right, and deliver all that was promised. Today, I'd like to reflect a little bit about the significant progress the town has made to date. Firstly, at Adriana Old School Park, we've seen new courts installed along with added amenities like hydration stations and shelters. The court reservation system has been implemented, all leading to a ton of new play. Additionally, there's dedicated staff that's been added, assigned to pickleball at the rec center. There's been plans for Chaplin and Crossing Parks that are underway, and rumors of further land acquisition around Cordillo are also circulating, showing a promising future for pickleball on the island. However, there's some important issues that need to be addressed. At Adriana Park, only half the allocated funds have been spent, based on what we know to date. We're still waiting on the other phase 2 developments, including facilities, bathrooms, paved parking, and paths to the courts. It's a whole bunch of dirt that you have to go through to get to them. Furthermore, the disrepair of the courts is concerning. There are gaping holes and widespread cracks, starting only 3 months after their completion. Similar concerns exist for the planned resurfacing at the rec center, which I hear is supposed to start April 1, but if the same company is used, as I think it's currently planned, you might want to relook at that. The revised master plans for Chaplin Park, essential elements such as clubhouse, adequate facilities, and lighting have been omitted. This raises questions about budget allocation, the feasibility of a sports-based tourism. In other words, of hosting professional pickleball events, they require a minimum of 16 courts, 1 stadium, with seating and parking for 250 people. Lastly, the new plans at Crossing Parks are underway. There's uncertainty about the facilities to be included there. On the current renderings, looking like a repeat of Adriana. In conclusion, while there have been significant strides in advancing pickleball on the Hilton Head Island, there are still critical issues that need to be addressed. I urge the council to remain engaged and to advocate for clear communication and transparency regarding these plans, timings, and budgets. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other comments?
Good afternoon. I'm Yolanda Coyne McKinney. I'm a 7th generation Gullah Geechee, Native Islander. And I have a few comments and just want to thank everyone for this setting, gathering in this setting, and for what the town is doing. However, I feel that much more can be done for the Gullah Geechee community and making sure that as plans are moving forward and enhancements are being done to our beautiful Hilton Head, that the Gullah Geechee community is not infringed upon. And I feel that since the town was created, the town of Hilton Head was created in 1983. And I think there was a trust at that time from our people that because it came to us, it was brought to us, and we gave the approval, the okay for this to happen. I think it was a trust that we would be protected, our land would be protected, and future generations would be protected. But that has not happened, and that's a big concern. And that's reflected in what's going on with the expansion of Highway 278, what's called the gateway to the island. And it's always been home to the Gullah Geechee community. And one thing I heard the other day in the meeting that I found personally offensive, that talked about the improvement being needed due to it was the term of aesthetically pleasing, like as if the community right now, as it stands with the Gullah Geechee homes that are there, the businesses are there, are not aesthetically pleasing. And that, I find that offensive, because homes that are there, businesses that are there has been there for years, is a part of Hilton Head before the tourism came. You know, the businesses were businesses back in the 50s and 60s, and I remember it during the 70s. So there is history there. They're not just buildings. And I think that as things move forward, that the people in the Gullah Geechee community, our voices should be heard. It should not be ignored. And as it's been brought forward before, we do not want to lose our land. And my question is, when it was proposed to expand Highway 278, and that proposal was brought to the people in that community, that they have an opportunity to say no. Because I don't think that's the case. In many other cases, just like I'm hearing today, that what I'm hearing today, and I'm sure happened then, and I know it did, this plan was given to them. And you're talking about a community that's disadvantaged in so many ways, quote unquote, because of economics. And it's a vulnerable population, so really, you have to be careful how you infringe upon a certain group of people. So they did not have an opportunity to say no to that. So if it feels as if it was strong-armed and somewhat bullied. So many people are against it, and we're going to continue to stand against it. And I think that our voices should continue to be heard. Not only that, along with other properties such as St. James Church is being relocated. Why are we being asked for our properties? That should not even have been the case with St. James. It's been around since the 1800s, as well as the one-room school that's a part of that location. It was approached, they were approached, the community was approached, the church was approached to expand the Hilton Head Island Airport. So we're going to lose that part of our history once again, and I think it's a travesty. And I just wanted to be made known that, it's part of the destruction of our Gullah Geechee community. Since
Ms.
1983, we have dwindled, and our numbers have dwindled, and we're being, infringed upon. And I think that the town should really take notice of that and not lead to the destruction of our community.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Anybody else like to speak?
Good evening, everybody. I'm Louise Miller Cohen. I'm a native of Hilton Head Island, a member of the 5th generation of my family. I want to thank you so very much for this opportunity to sit in a meeting all day long. And, and thank God that I had the time to do that, because a lot of people want to be here today, but they couldn't because they had to be to work. So it is definitely a blessing for me to be here. I came today with all ears. I just want to listen. But as I listened, I heard a lot. I heard some things that really concern me. But I had to get up and say something. Because for some reason, we people of color didn't ask God to make us a people of color. He chose to, okay? And as black as some of us are, and of course we come in all different hues, all different shades, for some reason, how we can stand so tall and be overlooked is really a wonder to me. And I'm saying that specifically for a little blue house on Gumtree Road that been built in 1930, been restored in 2010, and was sitting there greeting the tourists and visitors all those years, not even mentioned, no picture shown of it. We talking about tiny house. That's one. That's your example here on Hilton Head Island. 94 years old this year, sitting right there, same spot. Good example for everybody to see how the Gullah Geechee people live. That's the kind of house we had to live in. And if you notice, if you go back to Mitchellville, you'll notice that there were two styles. There was the A-frame, as they call it, and the slant roof. We got both of them. Both styles is right on Gumtree Road at 12 Georgiana Drive. Okay? So that's your little house. Now, when I listened to the report about the little houses, our people didn't have a choice. Okay? That's a 3-room house. Families have lived in there. Okay? So now you don't have to search for a model. You can just drive right by 12 Georgiana Drive on Gumtree Road and you can see it. It's there, okay? In fact, it's like right here on this brochure, okay? And so I just want to make that point because we have one here, okay? The other point I want to make is I heard about the, okay, that's my 3 minutes? Okay, but anyway, I heard something about the crosswalk at Gumtree Road, and I just want to know, I want to hear some more about that, probably not at this meeting, but I really want to be enlightened about that because I'm reading all these different reports that are being written, and I'm just a little bit concerned when I see things because I'm seeing Gumtree Road popping up here quite a bit. So I hope now that we're not fixing to have that road widen and our property taken. Okay, thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Any other public comments? All right, seeing none, we'll bring it back to council and, for to kind of wrap it up. Oh, yeah, you had some. My apologies.
Helps if I turn it on. That's always big. Mayor, thanks. Yeah, Mark, can you? Oh, you walked away from the clicker. Before we, well, first of all, Kim, I wish you had that timer going when Mark was talking earlier, but please don't have it on now. As we kind of wrap things forward. Patsy, I am appreciative of you referring to you didn't actually call out the teeter-totter, but you kept coming back to it, and I'm grateful for that, so thank you. I also appreciate, Alex, you talking about fresh eyes, and it's been interesting to sit and talk and listen to what you all have been the strategic plan. I wanted to just kind of bring us back to, we kind of asked this question, and these are rhetorical. Why did you run for council? Ask yourself, why are you here? Was it an issue? Was it something that you wanted to do for the community? And how does your individual why fit into the bigger picture of what's happening here in Hilton Head? It's funny, I run into residents and I said, the old expression, quote unquote, you can't fight City Hall. And they all go, yeah. And I said, guess what? I have an office in City Hall and I still can't fight it because there are so many procedures and so many things that we have to go through. We talk about dragging out timelines and making it all go. And I think that that's probably our greatest frustration as electeds. And I've been on staff, so I understand how that part's working as well. But we want to get things done. That's what we got. I think when you look at why you ran and we kind of walk ourselves through that, it's to get something done. It's either make something better or preserve something, but it's to get things, to kind of get things done. And we used to look at strategic planning in the old, I'm going to say the old days, because Mike and I are in our 40th year of service. But in the old days, it was dreaming. Okay, so what do we want it to look like? Streets paved with gold. The old expression of, shoot for the moon, and even if you miss, you'll end up among the stars, and all that kind of happy, great stuff was fine until 2008 and 2009. And we all thought in local government we knew what was happening and where we were headed. And then for us, most of us anyway, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity or tragedy occurs in the Great Recession. And what we thought we knew about finance and what we thought was happening in local government changed. And everybody said, oh, don't worry, this will only last a couple of years. So we all waited and we held our breath until 2011, and then 2012 came and 2013 came, and we still hadn't gotten out of it. And then 2014 rolled around and we were finally starting to see some fresh air. So all the planning that we had done in 2006 and 2007 completely fell apart. So we thought, all right, this is a one-time anomaly. It'll be no big deal. Let's get back on, and the economy turns up and we start moving forward, and it is clicking along and we're growing and everything's going great. And then 2020 comes along. Economy was great, everything was good, and the world shut down. So all the planning that we had done in 2018 and 2019 completely fell apart. So now if you've been alive for 10 years, you've had 2 of those events occur in your lifetime. So we were forced to start thinking shorter term because we don't know what's going to happen. If you were in this business in 2020, I think there was a certain amount of panic that we all felt, and especially staff. Oh my God, what is going to happen? How much is the economy going to collapse? What are we going to go through? And we all started to shut things down, physically and figuratively, because we thought everything was going to crash down upon us again. And if you were a fan of history, like Mike and I are, you would have looked back to 1919, and it was economic devastation when the Spanish flu occurred. And then we had the Great Depression and people out of work, and soup lines and bread lines and all the rest of that. And there was a moment of panic, but that never materialized. So we thought, hey, we think we may have this going forward. 2021, we start feeling a little bit better. 2022, we're really confident. Masks are off, businesses are open, everything's moving, and we think we have this economy figured out, and then it crashes again. And I think I tell this long story because we can't look too much farther down the road than these 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, because we don't know when the next shoe's going to drop. The economy that we thought we knew 10 years ago or 20 years ago doesn't exist today because it's now global. I can live in Spain and I can work in the US. Never before. We couldn't do that in 2019, but we can do it now. So I think our perspectives are changing. So if you're holding on to some of those theories of the past, I just would encourage you to kind of slow that down a minute and think about where things are. Mayor, you touched on this a little bit. when you said 70526143, where you're at, we use the phrase often, or managers do. I'm going to point to my two manager friends here and say, they use the phrase, well, the will of the council. The will of the council will decide. So I'm going to turn my back to them and turn myself to my counterparts here and say, what does that mean to you? What does the will of the council mean to you? And if you're on the low side of that 5243, it's heartbreaking. If you're on the other side of it, you're like, oh, I got what I needed. But think about, what does the will of the council mean? And how do you affect making the change and getting that forward? Because that's what we've talked about today, is what is the will of the council? We use the word consensus, but we're really talking about driving the will of the council. What does that really mean? So at the end of the day, and I listened to when we talked about these 5 final 2024 projects, how do we get this done faster? You made the comment about, oh my God, look at that long list, and there's 100 accomplishments, and we know that there's 100 more for this year coming up. How do we get it done faster? And I would just encourage you to think about process improvement, and that's a long line. We look at staff and we say regulatorily, how do you improve your processes? Internally, how do you improve your processes? How do we get through that? And then we look at, and then we turn that same thing to council and say, how do you improve your processes? I talked a little bit earlier about committees, and that can always be a lightning rod because that's what we've always done, is we've always had them. But think about ways to improve those processes, improve your governance. Committee versus staff action. We just went through that in my community. Matter of fact, Monday night, we have what we call special use permits to work through zoning changes. And we are eliminating probably 5 of the 7 conditions that require a special use permit and turning it over to the staff for the very first time in our community in order for us to speed development through the process. We are giving up our control to the staff, which is scary, but it is just a matter of what we have to do now in this new environment. Think about things that can go straight to council. Can we bypass the committee? Maybe we don't eliminate them, but can we bypass the committee and get this info straight to council? So you can do the things that you wanted to do to speed it up. We always look to the staff and say, hey, speed it up, work faster, work harder. But we don't realize that we are at times part of the reason that we're operating as slowly as we are. The public process is very important, and it does take time, and I don't want to diminish that at all. And I think it's really important that we honor that. But when there's times when we can speed it up, I think we need to. So I've been listening to you talk about the speed of operation. And we have to always remember that council does have the final say, and then we have to turn it over and let these guys get to work. And I think somebody made that comment earlier. I didn't write down who said it, and it might have been you, Mayor. But let's agree, then let's let it go. And I think we'll get through our list faster. We'll have less of a list to go through if we're not analyzing everything, and we're able to kind of move through it. And I think that becomes the real benefit of the strategic plan. This tells them, you remember the bus analogy. You've given him the map, and you've highlighted where you want to go. Let him decide. And I think you've done a really good job of that, because otherwise you never would have gotten 100 things done. But as you look forward to the final year of the existing plan and the creation of a future plan, I think you've got an election in the fall. Is that correct? I'm looking around. Yeah. Any of you running? Not committed yet? Maybe just choosing not to. I can laugh because I'm in my final term, in the final year of my final term. I'm termed out. So I can laugh about it now. 4 years ago I was crying about it, but that is going to represent another change. And it's going to also represent another opportunity. So I know when I started this morning, I talked about being accosted in the grocery store, and we all laughed. And we know that's the worst moment that we have. But the best moments that we have are right now, when we get to say, this is the direction we want to go. We get to navigate a little bit, put up some guardrails. But this is the best part of our job, is really helping do that, because we're going to see the results. And if we get some good reporting, you'll figure out how to stand in the grocery store aisle and say, I know you're upset, but here's what we're doing. And you'll do that very confidently with a good plan behind you. So I know we're going to do some final council comments. I'm going to take the opportunity, as long as I have the mic turned on, to say thank you very much for having us here. I'm sure Mike's going to chime in, but we really appreciate coming out. We talk about why. That was Simon Sinek's thing. Why do you do this? And Mike and I forever have loved local government, and we love that we know we get things done. So while we would like to say we do this for free, we know that we're expecting a check at the end of some time with this thing, but we love what we do, and we love the opportunity to come and do it. So thank you for inviting us here, and thank you for allowing us to be here. I don't know if you want to. Oh, I said it all?
You said it all. Appreciate being here.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your time today and your attention.
Well, thank you all very much. So now we'll go around the table, and I'll start off with Glenn, since he's hopefully still there, with some final comments from your perspective.
Well, again, I apologize for being ill, but I am. So I had doctors that I had to see today. But what I've seen of this has been most impressive. I appreciate the comments of my colleagues, but I am so impressed with the quality of the work product that we have produced so far, and the quality of the ideas and concepts and projects that we're talking about getting accomplished in the near future. And I look forward to supporting the rest of the team on the council, and especially our staff, in getting those things accomplished. Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn. Now we'll go to Ms. Bryson.
Sure. First of all, thanks to everyone for being here, my colleagues, the town manager, his staff, and our consultants, and to the public who came and as Dr. Cohen said, got to sit here all day and then finally get to say a few words. So thanks to all that. You know, it's interesting in looking back at what our survey said. I feel like I'm on one of the game shows. Survey says, and did we accomplish that? You know, I had some things in mind. I've said it before, I'll say it again. 15 priorities and all the different steps are too many, I think, in my view. I was hoping that we would engage in some sort of activity where we could pare down the number and we could figure out how to match all the things we'd like to have done or that the staff is suggesting with our capacity. And I don't feel like we did that. I feel like I asked the Planning Commission to set priorities for the CIP plan, but then I failed to do it today. I'm looking at the survey, and that was certainly something that was commented on in the survey. You know, on the positive side, I think we behaved civilly and professionally, and we respected each other, and we listened to what other folks had to say, and we agreed on at least putting off the police department till in the future. That's the one thing I know we did pare down. You know, in looking at the decision-making and consensus, agreeing on what 2024 will accomplish, well, I don't know how long that list is. I'm very pleased and thank the staff for their hard work to meet those accomplishments in 2023 and what we've done so far in 2024. But I'm still concerned about the long list. I still think that we don't have a good way. I appreciate the mayor calling on different folks and recognizing them and waiting till last to comment to try to find consensus. So I think we still need some help on coming to consensus, and perhaps we're afraid to make some hard choices. I think that's what I've highlighted from the survey list. And I think the question that was just raised about what does it mean, the will of the council? So I think you can look at it a couple different ways. You can say the majority voted that way. Whether I won or I lost or I thought something different, then the majority has decided, and that's important for me to go along. But I think the difference is, if you have a 4-3 split, that is not the will of the council. That is how a majority vote happens. That our job should be work more together to find some sort of consensus so we don't have a 4-3 split. There may be some compromises we have to look at in order to do that, but to me the will of the council is what we develop by consensus and not by a majority vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Becker.
Well, thank you again, Mayor, for the opportunity. And this morning I started with thanking everyone for coming. After these hours of looking and seeing and hearing all of our accomplishments and all that we have before us, the thank you is multiplied. Staff, we appreciate it, the fact that you do this work so that we can say we've accomplished something as a council. I don't want it to be seen that way. We're a partnership, and with the utmost respect, thank you for all that you do. I also want to follow up. I right away, hearing this grocery store analogy, took it to heart and started thinking about what that means to me. And what that means to me is the opportunity to hear at the grocery store, or hear at public comment, or through emails and phone calls that we get, what it is that we're doing right and what it is that we're not getting quite right. And that really tells me the measure of our success. Our success is based on our residents' approval and confidence that we are looking out for them. And I'm going to take a moment to slide into a concern that I just heard. Was the Stony community asked how they felt about the bridge and the disruption to their neighborhood? I don't know the actual answer to that, but I have a good sense of what the answer is to that. And we have to now fix what maybe wasn't asked and wasn't done, and we're still working on it. That's a comment to our success that we have to pay attention to. When we hear about Gumtree Road and the concern and the fear that it's going to be expanded, I've spoken to other residents with regard to Gumtree Road, and they are concerned because it's heavily traveled. The cars are going way too fast. If we're looking at how we reduce speeds on 278, absolutely 35 miles per hour, as my opinion has always been, the more of our own roads we own, the more we can control. And so ownership of those roads for me is a worthwhile study to undertake. But what would that mean if their road was to be expanded or Gumtree was to be expanded? More hardship. What are we sacrificing in the name of tourism? When I spoke first, I talked about whether or not we're at capacity, just at capacity, or right over capacity. That our trends acknowledge and point that out as clear as day to me. And everything that we do that we're hustling to try to solve with regard to housing and traffic and parking and all of these things is a direct result of us continuing not to acknowledge what is our capacity. We have to acknowledge what it is that our capacity on this island can truly maintain in a way that protects our neighborhoods and our residents. So those are the things that are important to me. The grocery store comment, the comments from our public, whether here or elsewhere. I'm here to answer anybody's question, but why I'm on council is to solve problems. And I do that for Ward 4, and I do that across the island. If there's a problem, something that we can do better on, something that hasn't been thought of, something that's been overlooked, someone who's been displaced because of actions that we've taken, those unintended consequences that you spoke to, Mayor, are important. That's why we take our time. That's why we review things. We have other people review things, and why We wait to see what all of that brings together so we can get to the best possible decisions we can, so that we limit any dislocation on our residents. So thank you for this opportunity. I am passionate about what I do. I love this place, and I love the people who make up Hilton Head Island. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Mr. Alfred.
Well, first I want to say that I thought the presentation by the manager of the work plan for the current year and the upcoming year, very important to hear that, and certainly I agree with virtually everything that is in there, but it is important to hear what's going on. So I'm very appreciative of that and of the manager's approach to how he deals with these challenges. I think we are fortunate to have a leader with a great deal of sensitivity and to help us deal with these issues. Like many people, I am concerned about how long it takes to get things done. I think we have to recognize that we are, as a town, a public corporation as opposed to a private corporation. We've got a lot more restraints on how fast we can move and how many hoops we have to jump to than would be true of a private corporation. I have long been concerned about a variation, I suppose, of the question of the will of council. Personally, if it were possible, I'd like to have Friday night sessions at the local tavern where we could just sit around and talk about things. I don't think we have enough of an opportunity amongst ourselves to discuss how we feel about things. And when we do have those conversations on a one-on-one basis, I personally have found them very helpful. I may have an idea to go down a particular road, but listening to one of my fellow council members will persuade me that that needs to be modified in some way. We don't have enough of that, and it makes decision-making much more complex. Be that as it may, that's the environment we find ourselves in. We do have to take a long time to get things done. We do have to deal with the fact that maybe we don't have enough conversations amongst ourselves. But that's the game, and we have to play it.
Thank you. Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to start with as you get older, they tell me your short-term memories start to go first, and then you have the pleasure of remembering things from the past a little easier. I remember when I went through this first session with Mr. Town Manager Mark Orlando, and he said to the council members at that time, if I do not have a strategic plan in front of me, I will fail. And I remember those words, and I remember saying to myself that I was impressed with him being so bold to say that out loud. I also remember years before I even thought about being on town council, members of staff making comments like, it doesn't matter what we plan to do, council just changes it at the next cocktail party. So I'm thankful that Mr. Orlando has sort of pulled things together in this fashion, and we can continue to debate around, is 15 too much, 15 too little, whatever the case may be, but the fact of the matter is we now have a structure in place that we can continue to get better at. I think we need to really focus on getting better at that, right? And have those very honest and fluid conversations around how we can get better. And also keeping in mind that you just look at the last slide, I mean, there are items there that may not fall within the 15 points, but you better believe somebody's gonna pull your coattail in the grocery store and say, what's going on with that, right? So I commend you in what you've done, and I commend the staff and what they've done to move things along. And I guess this is more the operations side of me. We have to continue to breathe life into the morale of the folks that are doing the work. Because if not, we'll be having different discussions up here. So I wanted to start with that. And I wanted to, I guess, sort of close with the questions that Bill asked. Why did you run for council? It almost sounds like you're looking for me to campaign again, but I'm not going to do that. Unfortunately, because I am of Gullah descent, I tend to be looked at as the Gullah expert. And I've said it many times before I was elected, and quite frankly, very few times after I've been elected, that I do not represent all of the historic Gullah neighborhoods on Hilton Head. There are 13 of them. And everybody that sits on this council, with the exception of Mr. Alfred, represents a portion of them. And I want to thank everybody for taking that responsibility along the way, because I think it's important. It is definitely a fabric of our community that if we don't pay special attention to it, we will lose it. And that's collectively. That's not just this seat that in 1983, and they carved out the lines, all of the historic neighborhoods were within Ward 1. We have changed and evolved since then, and I think we need to continue to be smart and improve on that scenario. But I'd also say that there are a lot of other things that sort of intertwine with that are decisions we have to make on a whole. So the will of council, and this is one of my old coaching saying, you got to learn how to lose before you can learn how to win. And I think that's important in this discussion as well, because if any of us are on the short end of the stick when it comes to a vote, that does not mean that we should not continue to try to make our community a better place along the way. So to me, that's what will of council means, all right? So I'm hopeful that I've answered the questions that have been asked. And again, I want to appreciate my colleagues for working together in this fashion, the town manager and the staff, all the work that they've done. Welcome to our facilitators, and of course to the community for bringing their thoughts and opinions along the way. That's most important.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Mr. Ames.
Thank you, Mayor. It always impresses me how the members of council see the world in different ways and how important that is to our coming to good decisions. I could not articulate what Alex just did, but he changed the way I look at the world because of what he said, and so on down the line. Mark, I don't know how you and staff manages so much on a daily basis. I really don't. And I think in some ways it troubles me that we try to do that, but I'll get to that in a second. Bill and Mike, I'm really thankful you're here. Not only because of what you talked about, but just by being here, you made me more introspective about the decisions we were being asked to make and how you might be looking at them, which forced me to look at them somewhat differently. So I just by your being here was of value to me. I appreciate the fact that you put up levels of governance. I don't think I really understand it yet. Simplistically, I looked at level 1 as being an area that the town council shouldn't have to worry about. And all the way at the top, that would be the ideal. And I sort of felt that today we were somewhat touching on a lot of them up to 4, but we haven't risen to 5 or 6 yet. And I'm sort of looking at that as, okay, what do we do now? You know, how do we get there? So I'm hoping that there's an opportunity for us to learn from you as to what we have to do. One of our core values is excellence, and that was the top of the list. So I think we should be striving for that. It's been said a number of times today that we shouldn't be trying to manage so many priorities. In my feeble mind, I agree with that because I have a hard time juggling a lot of things at the same time. That's just the way my mind works. So I began to think about that a little bit more deeply. And back in 2010, we had a vision for 2025 on the island. And we came up with 11 strategies. And in our comp plan that was put together by our staff a few years ago, we based it on the core values of the community, but then we had hundreds of opinions that the different committees provided in good conscience, but we didn't take the next step. Say, okay, you have 10 in this particular of environmental area. Which one as a group do you think is number 1 or the top 3 or whatever? So we didn't discipline ourselves. We didn't require ourselves to be more rigorous in taking that step. And that comp plan has been adopted, and now we're basing our strategic plan on it. And we have the same kind of extensive list of opportunities that we want to attack, but we aren't asking the questions which is most important. And that gets to what is the will of council. I think we have to be more rigorous, conscientious in voting, in coming to a conclusion. And so even among the 15 that we went through today, I saw significant differences of strategic importance to what we ought to be really concentrating on. Now, we all have our preferences, but I think the council should be saying, oh my God, we've got to make this happen sooner. Now, the unfortunate thing is, without doing that, it all falls back on the town manager and staff. Bill, you gave me the impression by what you said and by your body language when we showed the management structure that perhaps we're living our life a little bit in too much complexity. So I'm interested in where we go with that, because my reaction to it is, yeah. And we made comments about, okay, how many committees can we really manage? And how much time are we spending just to manage committees? And I think that's something we need to look at. Role of staff. That really is an important one, because we have to separate what we are good at, i.e. council, and what staff is really good at. And I've had conversations with staff and with Mark. You know, I look at staff as the experts. They're in the trenches on a daily basis. And I think they should come to council with their assessments, with their opinions, and with their recommendations. And then council should be saying, okay, based on the experts, this is the decision we're going to make. And we look to Mark to determine the true expertise of the staff, and we evaluate him on that basis. last item that came to my mind as we talked, and this was early on. We're evaluating a work product, a work list. And I'm not sure council really evaluates itself, looks in the mirror and says, how are we doing individually? What are my strengths? What are my weaknesses? Am I performing well? And so that's just something I put on the table as something maybe we ought to think about. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, David. And thank you all for your comments. We don't always agree, and that's a good thing. But at least we respect each other. And we'll have the conversation to try to understand each other. Thank y'all for being here. Mike, Bill, it really has been fun. It's been good. What we have today in front of us is the 2023-2025 Strategic Action Plan with 15 items. Today was not about checking off the list. It wasn't about adding new things. It was about where do we stand with a list that we created last year that I actually feel was probably a little aggressive. I think we were a new council coming in and we wanted to go fast. Well, sometimes you go fast, you run out of steam, and we did. But I also look at 100 accomplishments. Every 2.5 days, 2.6 days, work days, something fell off that list. That's really big. You think about all the different items. I also look at it and go, a lot of these are ongoing. Right, they're day-to-day operational aspects. And what we addressed, and as I said earlier, was the short-term goal, the reactive side. And when I say this, I mean no disrespect to previous council. But they came off of COVID. Things had not happened. Things wanted to be done. Well, we were trying to play catch-up. That's what the three of us thought, coming in. Let's play catch-up. Let's get this going. Well, now we're kind of beyond that, and we're checking items off. We're moving things forward. We've slowed down our process in creating the agendas to make certain that staff has the time. So when we talk about available time that staff has to address items that need to be worked on, I rely on Mark to tell me my staff has got it. Mark relies on his folks to tell him we got it. Or you know what? We need another week, another 2 weeks. We need this to get it done. So I rely on you to help me, to help us set that agenda so that we can execute in a way that understands the unintended consequences. And that's a word that I'm really going to focus on, is the unintended consequences. Things have happened in the past with unintended consequences, and we're paying the price for them today. So, I'm not going to go off on a long speech here, but I appreciate the public coming in and giving your opinions and your support, whether it's positive or negative. And of course, staff brings a plethora of knowledge and effort to the day-to-day. And of course, you all make Mark look good, except for Bob. But then in turn, you make us look good, right? So it is a great team together. And as Mr. Ames said, we value each other's opinions to look at things a little bit differently, to make certain that we are taking care of you, as you all stated, the community that we love. So, Mark, thank you. Mike, Bill, thank y'all.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you. So when I started today, I said I want to just personally look at three things. I wanted to celebrate our success to date over the last 13 months. I wanted to overview the 2024 work plan initiatives. and I wanted to find consensus on any additional initiatives. I made a couple points throughout the day that the strategy, the real strategy thinking and the prioritization and what's important and why, we did that last year. And this is that mid-flight check-in, it's your captain coming on asking you if we're going in the right direction. And so I think we had a successful day. I was sitting here listening to all of you. I just remain still a little overwhelmed and honored to be your town manager. It's Hilton Head Island. Oh my goodness. I still just make sure it's not a dream, and I know that a lot of folks behind me feel the same way. And so as a staff and on behalf of this team, we regard you and we respect you so much. I appreciate that you're starting to talk about improving the process for us to get work done. We're going to make mistakes. What I feel like that is happening is when we're making a mistake, it's found sooner than adoption, and that we're going back to the drawing board to get better at it. And so we didn't pare 15 down today, and I knew we wouldn't. I should have put the $20 on that, not on the 3 p.m. But anyway, because we're so far out of the barn, that's a Jonesville pun intended, we're so far down the road with so much, right? We've spent time, money, energy. And what do we pick to not do? And none of us, as the team behind me, came with any preconceived notions of what we should stop. But what I really respect is that it seems to be some sentiment, and Mayor, directly from you on our weekly meetings, to make sure that we have enough time to do our work well, and that we're doing our work well when you give us enough time. And I think that is the expectation that you have of me and I have of my team. So I think that is definitely moving in the right direction this year. We're trying to balance quality, quantity, and time, right? And you play a lot better when the shot clock isn't reading 3 seconds and you need to make a half-court shot, right? And so I appreciate that. And at the end of the day, Bill, Mike, you guys are great. They've helped open my eyes. I think that in a year of a new strategic plan or a rebuild strategic plan, this is a different exercise, but they have helped me and folks here prepare for today by thinking about what's important for you and removing those things that aren't. So successful day. Here's what we will do. We will really refine the work plan based upon your comments, including those new initiatives. We will work on a brief memo that just has a little bit of outline from today. I'll forward it to you. I won't send it through a committee for town council approval. I'll just send it to you. And I really appreciate the public comment today, folks that stayed all day, and I've been getting texts from some folks that are watching us somewhere. I don't know where they're watching. So thank you to these folks behind us. I wish I could say all their names out loud again right now, and we're all blessed, so thank you.
Go ahead, David.
Mayor, thank you. Bill and Mike, out of curiosity, is there a follow-up report with your observations of what you saw today, guidance on what you think we might concentrate on?
Now I'm away from the mic. We're gonna circle back with Mark, have a conversation with him about operational workflow kind of going forward. I think the comments that I made about thinking about council's role in, I'm going to say, speeding things up. If you take that, if you just work on that one thing and think about that, that's all the feedback that you need from us. Every single community, regardless of size that we go to work in, and we have worked in communities much smaller and communities much larger. We have never gone in and said, you need to do A, B, and C, because everyone is different and every aspect of their operation is different. So that is not really our intent. I think we work with Mark, and Mark, as the CEO of the organization, will implement those changes forward.
Enough said, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Thank you all, and have a great day.
evening.